Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a sunny Snetterton, the British summertime. It's taken its time, but it's finally arrived. We've got a baking hot weekend of racing ahead of us around the Snetterton 300 circuit for this BRSCC summer race meeting, which will incorporate the 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship a little bit later on in the day. But we right now do not have Fun Cup cars on the grid. We've got the modified Ford Series drivers set to kick-start our weekend's racing with their first 15-minute race of the weekend in this always enormous and eclectic grid of cars. 41 of them that we had out in qualifying earlier on today are set to put on a show as we kickstart the day. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. We will be hearing from a couple of other members of the broadcast team a bit later on in the day. We'll have Richard John Neal doing post-race interviews in Park Ferme. We'll also hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis during the Fun Cup race a little bit later on in the day as we arrive here, as I said, at a very warm Snetterton 300 circuit. Now, at the moment, up above, bright blue skies, not a huge amount of cloud, temperatures already in the mid-20s and set to climb towards 30 by the end of the day. But look at that, 3 o'clock, maybe a chance of some showers, maybe some thunderstorms a bit later on in the day. We're hoping, though, that they pass us by because, let's face it, we've not had a lot of this weather to enjoy so far in 2024, and we really would like to get 2 days of sunshine for the fans who have assembled here this morning and for the drivers who know that this is a fantastic circuit to race at in any conditions really, but particularly in the dry. So first race then of the day coming up shortly. It is the modified Fords to kick things off. So modified Fords on the grid then, or most of them anyway, and you can already see drivers fanning doors trying to get any cooler air into the car that they can. As I said, mid-20s the ambient temperature externally, but inside the cars it will feel an awful lot warmer than that, especially when you consider the drivers have all got helmets on, their race suits, their fireproof overalls as well, and they'll be quite grateful, I suspect, that this is only going to be a 15-minute race. But qualifying earlier on this morning saw Tommy Field set the fastest lap time by quite some way. He was 3.2 seconds quicker than Stephen Scotton-Woody in that qualifying session earlier on, and whether he can translate that into race pace, we'll have to wait and see, but there's no doubt about it that Tommy's Mark 1 Ford Escort, highly modified Ford Escort Mark 1, definitely had the pace in that qualifying session. It's a long green flag lap that the drivers are about to embark on, but it's a big grid to get through as well, so let's start going through it now. Front row of the grid, Tommy Field and Stephen Scotton-Woody. Row number 2 then is where we find Piers Grange in his Mark 2 Escort, and another Mark 1, that of Jack Gadd, sharing row number 2 with him. Paul Neville will be starting from 5th on the grid. He will have Lloyd Jameson for company in the newer shaped Escort Cosworth, and that will be your 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 for Dave Cockle, veteran of this series, with Martin Reynolds for company, Brian Lilly and Rob Lewis. Rob Lewis, who we also may actually be hearing from later on in the weekend when we go Citroen C1 racing tomorrow. But Rob, with a really strong qualifying effort there, 10th on the grid. 11th will be Todd Garner, and Tyler England sharing the 6th row with him. 7th row for Paul Restall and Mike Thurley. Stephen Marsh and Wayne Crabtree together on row 8, with Malcolm Wise perhaps a bit further down the order than you might have expected actually for Malcolm. He shares row number 9 with Oliver Bullion. Then on the 10th row of the grid, Jay Hinton with Nick Watling alongside him. Gary Littlewood and Adam Underhill are next, with Chris Smith and Darryl Taplin sharing row number 12. 14th row then for Mick Head, and Justin Fuller. Dave Barrett and Chris Baker are next, whilst the top 30, and there aren't many classes that can boast having a top 30 on the grid, is completed by Piers Warwick and Colin Claxton. Unbelievably, we are only about 2/3 of the way through this grid. 31st of the 41 cars will be Paul Sold, with Kevin Hadfield for company, Michael McKenzie and Mark Hadfield next, and then Adam Sainton, Sean Hadfield. 3 Hadfields, all line astern on the outside of rows 16, 17 and 18 respectively. Row 19 then for Neil Hargrave and Mark Mitchell, and then 3 who didn't set lap times earlier on this morning, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not they make it out. Matthew Brennan, Neil Jessup and Dan Minton, none of whom set a lap time earlier on this morning, so we'll wait and see whether those 3 make it out onto the track. So, perfect timing, look at that. The cars are leaving the grid, heading out onto their green flag lap, and led by the Jaguar safety car. they will embark upon what will be a fairly lengthy green flag lap in fairness, which will give the drivers plenty of time to get some heat into the tyres, and not that that should really be too much of a challenge today. In fairness, it might actually be the opposite that is the issue, trying to keep the tyres from overheating, particularly in some of our longer races that are coming up later on. Obviously, we've got the Fun Cup, which will be a 4-hour race. In fairness, though, actually looking at the other support race action today, they are all short, sharp 15-minute races, so actually not too much in the way of longer running, but even over 15 minutes, these are incredibly powerful cars, particularly the cars up at the front of the field, and because of that, they will have to manage that rear tyre temperature in particular. Very easy to spin up the rear tyres, particularly on the infield section, which they're just about to head into now through the right-hander there at the Wilson hairpin. There are tight corners at Agostini and Oggies, and then, of course, around the end of the lap as well, there are some tight and technical sections too, where it's easy on corner exit to perhaps spin up the rear wheel. So they will just have to be a little bit mindful of that. Over a 15-minute race duration, it can sometimes lead to a little bit of excessive tyre wear. The field split into several different classes. Those of you who are familiar with modified Fords will already know all about this, but there are 2 super classes and then the regular classes behind them. So the super classes, Super A and Super B, are basically for Ford chassis and bodies, but not Ford engines, because you can, in theory, stick any engine you like into one of these cars and still be eligible to race in either Super A or Super B. Classes A through to C, though, are for UK and European Ford production 2-wheel drive cars, and with any kind of transmission that you like. We've got Class A, which is for, well, getting to the specifics, forced induction multi-valve engines over 1750cc, then you've got the dual valve engines in Class B+, etc, etc. You can find all of this information, by the way, on the BRSCC website, which has a full and comprehensive list of all of the BRSCC championships, which seem to be growing by the year, and the Modified Ford Series, not actually a championship, just a series of races, you can also find on there. As I said, it's not a championship, but they have raced quite a lot. In fact, this is their penultimate event of the year. It all finishes on the 17th and 18th of August on the Silverstone National Circuit. I believe that might be part of the TCR UK event at Silverstone. It all started, actually, at Silverstone on the international circuit back in March. Then they raced at Alton Park. They had a triple header last time out at Donington Park on the 22nd and 23rd of June, and now they arrive here at Snetterton for a double header. The same will be true of Silverstone in just under a month's time. So cars then are rounding the final corner at Murray's, and it will be a standing start, I believe, for modified Fords. I don't think anymore. Oh, in fact, they're having a second green flag lap for reasons unknown. So there's a second green flag lap beginning. So we've got a little bit more time to build up to this opening race of the day. I'm not entirely sure why they're having a second green flag lap. Maybe somebody has broken down on the green flag lap then. But for whatever reason, they're going through again. I was looking out of the commentary box window and I couldn't see any marshals on the grid, and they weren't pulling up in 2x2 rolling start formation either, so there is, for some reason, another green flag lap, and the car's just making their way around onto that. Whilst they're doing so, a chance perhaps to look back at the most recent round of the modified Fords, which, as I said, was that triple header event that they had at Donington. And the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, no less, as well. And they were able to really stretch their legs on the full circuit. The 3 races there provided plenty of action, I do seem to recall, as you would expect with such an eclectic mix of cars and battles taking place across all of the various classes. That often is really where the real fun can be found in multi-class racing, is when you don't necessarily always have a brilliant battle for the race lead, although very often that is the case in this category, but there's always something going on a little bit further down in the order. It's a series that started actually all the way back in 2021, running with the BRSCC ever since, and a very welcome addition to the RSCC paddock, definitely. Trying to get to the bottom of why we've got a second warm-up lap. The time hasn't started to tick down yet on the timing screen, which suggests that this was always the plan, although it certainly wasn't something that we were notified of. Anyway, it will still be a 15-minute race. Just heading out through Williams now onto the back straight, but this is the last thing the drivers want, really, because it's an extra 4 or 5 minutes really now in the cars, not going at speed. I was chatting to a couple of the Fun Cup drivers earlier on in the pit lane, and they were all saying that you don't really feel the heat when you're in the car because the adrenaline carries you through it and allows you to really ignore the slightly uncomfortable conditions that you find yourself in. But at this sort of speed behind the safety car, obviously that's not quite the case. But anyway, we are nearing the completion of the second warm lap. It will be a rolling start, actually. I did think that was the case for modified Fords. So you can see them pulling up 2 by 2. What a brilliant shot that is as they head towards us down the Bentley Straight. It used to be known as the Revit Straight back in the day. It was at the time the longest straight in British motorsport, but I think because it's now been shortened ever so slightly, that may no longer be the case. But anyway, still a very long straight, good overtaking opportunity at the end of it. And as they arrive at Brundle and Nelson, we will definitely see some side-by-side action down at that part of the racetrack. Catch a glimpse there of Malcolm Wise's white and yellow Escort Cosworth coming through. Lots of Escort Cosworths up and down the field. Got the number 79 there, Julian Fuller in the Ford Puma, one of a handful of Pumas. His is the more modified of them. See the one there a bit further back, Sean Hadfield in his example. Mark Hadfield also drives in one of the Ford Pumas. Front of the field, it is the Mark 1 Escort that will lead them around. The Ford Sierra Cosworth will line up alongside, that being Stephen Scott Woody, and we are now almost ready to go racing them for the first time this weekend here at Snetterton. And we will have the 2x2 rolling start then any moment now. It's a long drag down the Senna straight past the pits towards the timing line where those red lights at the moment are illuminated. In a moment or two though they'll go out and we will be away and racing. Here they come then, the lights are out, 15 minutes on the clock starts to count down, and it's a battle between Tommy Field and Stephen Scott Woody into the first corner, but it will be no doubt Tommy Field then who leads them through. Scott Woody in second position. That looks like Jack Gadd who has moved up into third place and is now actually having a little look at the inside of Stephen Scott Woody for second, and I think will take second place. So Jack Gadd on his toes here at the start of the race. As they funnel down through the Wilson hairpin, this can often be a bit of a pinch point on the opening lap, but driving standards in modified Ford always impeccable, and they're all managing to stay out of each other's way for the time being. Then they round the left-hander at Palmer's, big spectator banking just to the driver's right there, and make their way down towards the braking zone at Agostini, another good place to try and make a pass. There goes Martin Reynolds, looking up the inside line. But not quite able to find a way past Lloyd Jameson, who he was trying to overtake. But at the front of the field, it's the pair of Mark 1 Escorts that are making their break up towards the right-hander at Oggies, leaving some of the better battles really behind them. From the right-hander at Oggies then, let's see just how much of the circuit you can see actually from the infield section as a spectator. It's a great place to come and watch racing, is the Snetterton 300 circuit. Good run out onto the Bentley Straight there for Piers Grange. Piers Grange in the slipstream then, trying to challenge Stephen Scott Woody, who has just not got away well here, Stephen, having started on the front row of the grid. Someone kicking up the dust in the background, but I think they're all managed to keep going in vaguely the right direction, and Stephen Scott Woody then does manage to pull a little bit more of a gap over Piers Grange. They've definitely been reeled in, though, by Dave Cockle, haven't they? Dave Cockle there in 5th position, looking to try and find a way through on the inside line. The bomb hole is not really a good place to be trying to make a move. Coram is not really that much easier, but that is exactly what he's trying to do. Can't quite get to the inside line through the right-hander. And then they hit the brakes into Murray's, a really tricky corner, probably the most difficult part of the circuit, actually, that the transition from Coram into Murray's corner on the exit. Look at the traction from Dave Cockle's four-wheel drive machine, and the Escort Cosworth will move through into 4th position. So it's Tommy Field who leads. Jack Gadd, though, very much going with him. Only 0.6 of a second between them. They are 7 seconds clear of the battle for 3rd place, which is on your screen now. Stephen Scott Woody, Dave Cockle and Piers Grange in a line. And it does look, doesn't it, like Dave Cockle perhaps is the quicker of the three, having found a way past Piers Grange, now all over the back of Stephen Scott Woody. as they head for Palmer's. Through the left-hander. Nice sweeping, medium speed left-hander, over a bit of a crest in the road now, down towards Agostini, where Stephen Scotton-Woody defends to the middle of the road, so not willing to make this easy at all, is he, for Dave Cockle, who goes from the outside line, tries to get the switch back. He's judged that well, I think. He will have an overlap. We know that car's got good traction. Look at how good the traction is. He drags straight past Stephen Scotton-Woody and breaks through into third position, so change for third. Dave Cockle, who started 7th on the grid, up into the podium places already. Very impressive stuff. What he did about the leaders, well, perhaps not all that much. Certainly if you look at his qualifying time, he was the best part of 8 seconds slower than Tommy Field, but then Jack Gadd, who qualified 4th on the grid, was 6 seconds slower than Tommy Field, and yet has been going with Tommy so far on the opening lap or so. Down through Brundle and Nelson they go, but if side by side in the background is that Lloyd Jameson, I think, battling with Paul Neville, I think that was, for 6th position, just behind these two. Didn't find a way through though, so still Paul Neville in 6th place. You can see on the timing tower as well, on the left-hand side of your screen, the different coloured number background. They denote the different classes. So the yellow background, that's Super A for the non-Ford engine class, and there is a battle for that lead in the class and for overall as well, because look at this, into the first corner at Riches, Jack Gadd all over Tommy Field. This is not what we expected after qualifying earlier on. Tommy Field with a big slide coming off Riches corner, and Jack Gadd with the fastest lap of the race is really now starting to pile the pressure on. So these two fighting for the overall lead, also fighting for the lead in Super A. That's the same class as Dave Cockle in 3rd position. Stephen Scotton-Woody in 4th, leads in Class A. So that's the best of the Ford engine cars. Look at that, that's a brilliant shot of not only the race leader sliding through Palmer's, but the spectators up on the banking very much getting into it as well. And they are set for an entertaining scrap, and if I'm honest, a much more entertaining scrap than I expected when I looked at the dominance in qualifying from Tommy Field. Not sure whether he's got an issue. He's doing a 1:58.0, so no, he's actually going 2 seconds quicker than he did in qualifying, but on a 57.6, Jack Gadd is going about 7 seconds quicker than he went in qualifying, so maybe it was Jack Gadd who had an issue in qualifying and is now really starting to unleash the true potential of the number 59 machine. Down the Bentley straight he goes, just to carry on with the classes then. Class B plus being led by Piers Grange, but that battle with Paul Neville behind, he's second in that class actually. As I'm just pausing, was that a bit of smoke from the race leader maybe? Maybe it was just a bit of heat haze as he came towards us there, but it did look like a little bit of white smoke maybe coming from the number 8 car. Certainly sliding around. There's a car stopped there, look, on the inside of a corner. There is definitely a bit of smoke, I think, coming from the right front corner of Tommy Field's car. Now, it could be brakes, although it seems to be happening more under acceleration than under braking, really. Out onto the main straight they go. And already, look, a little bit of lappery to be done. One of the older Ford Fiestas there about to be put a lap down, but this is where Jack Gadd really mounted a challenge a lap ago. Past the pits goes the smoky Tommy Field. I definitely think that smoke's getting a bit worse as well, isn't it? Round the outside of the back marker they go. And Tommy Field, on that occasion, actually gapping slightly Jack Gadd. Under braking, but is that coming from the exhaust pipe? It's hard to tell from a head-on shot, isn't it? It's under acceleration, just a little whiff of smoke, and we're not even halfway through this race yet, so that will be a slight concern. There it is. No, it's definitely getting worse. I think it's coming from the hub, isn't it? I think it's coming from the right front wheel, which could be something rubbing, or it could be a brake overheating, maybe. I wonder if his brakes are getting a little bit hot. Doesn't really explain why it's doing the same thing under acceleration. Oh, the car is all over the place, isn't it? Look at that. Tommy Field really wriggling around as he accelerates out of Agostini, but that smoke getting worse would definitely be a concern if I were Tommy. Do not want a brake failure around here, because these cars in particular are going extremely quickly into some of the big braking zones. But it doesn't really seem to be deterring Tommy. If anything, it's deterring Jack Gadd, who I think has maybe dropped back a little bit, just in anticipation that Tommy Field's car might not last the distance. And if that were to be the case, there's not really much point in Jack Gadd applying too much pressure here. But certainly Tommy Field now seems to be a little bit more comfortable as far as his gap is concerned. But whether he's able to bring this car home, we'll have to wait and see. We've lost Paul Restall to the pit lane, by the way. Paul Restall in the number 81 car has retired to the pits. There is this car that's stopped at the side of the road. That is potentially Wayne Crabtree, I think. Also lost from the race, number 331, which is Adam Underhill, and number 92, which is Michael McKenzie. And we might be about to lose number 86, Colin Claxton, as well. He looks like he's going pretty slowly, heading down through Murray's Corner, so he may well be peeling the Castrol liveried Escort into the pit lane. Across the line go the leaders then. 2.9 seconds all of a sudden is the gap, but that is not because Tommy Field is going any quicker, although he is lapping very consistently within half a tenth of his previous best lap. But actually it's more that Jack Gadd is going slowly. Jack Gadd with a 2 minute 0.7, 3 seconds off the fastest lap of the race, which he set a couple of laps ago. So out towards Palm as they go, flames spitting from the back of Tommy Field's car as he barrels down towards Agostini. Brilliant sight these cars make, the speed they're carrying at the end of some of the long straights, the Super A cars in particular. Absolutely phenomenal. And I don't realise, I don't think, quite how quickly they're going sometimes. Yes, that is Wayne Crabtree's car at the side of the road at Coram Corner, I can see. Now here's Piers Grange. Piers Grange on the tail of Stephen Scotton Wood. He still hasn't found a way through. So Dave Cockle got through a couple of laps ago, remember. He's already gapped these two by about 15 seconds. But Piers Grange not able to do the same thing. Piers is comfortably in the lead of Class B Plus, though. So Piers Grange doesn't necessarily need to pick a fight with Stephen Scotton Woody, although would like to get through, of course, if he can. But he is about 5 seconds clear of Paul Neville, who is his nearest class rival. Other class leaders, by the way, Class B being led by number 54, that's Tyler England. Class B Plus, actually, in 11th place overall by the number 750. And 750, now that's Dan Minton. So Dan Minton started 41st and last on the grid, and is running in 11th place at the moment. Actually was as high as 9th at once. Oh, that is a drama at Murray's, and that's the 662 of Darryl Taplin. And that looks like, unless he's just got a lot of steering lock on the car, looks like maybe there's a bit of damage to the steering there. Now that Fiesta, I would argue, is in a fairly dangerous position, so I wonder whether that's going to require possibly a safety car. But yeah, as I was saying, brilliant job this from Dan Minton then, from the back of the grid to get into 11th position, and was running as high as 9th a lap earlier than that. Other class leaders further down, there are plenty of them. Class C being led by number 75, which is, he says, scanning down the list, Gary Littlewood. And do we have any other class leaders further back? No, I think that's it for the class leads. Across the line not long ago have got the leaders. Lead gap back down to 1.7 seconds, but not coming down by a huge amount. Oh, I was going to say, that came down by 1.2 seconds, so if Jack Gadd can continue that pace, then he would be able to challenge before the end, wouldn't he? Although we're only a couple of laps, realistically, away from the checkered flag now. 4.25 minutes to go. They're lapping in more or less 2 minutes exactly. The background, Lloyd Jameson and Paul Neville still scrapping as they round Wilson, and then they're kicking up the dirt. Martin Reynolds, that might be my favourite car on the grid. That is an absolute beast, isn't it? The V8 powered Sierra Cosworth of Martin Reynolds, which makes a lovely noise as it rumbles past, thunders past. See the extra air intakes there in the side of Stephen Scotton Woody's car, trying to drag a bit of cooler air into the car maybe to cool down the driver. Seems to be working because he's getting back away now from Piers Grange ever so slightly. So race leaders then 1.7 seconds apart. If Jack Gadd perhaps has just dropped back to assess the situation with the smokiness of Tommy Field's car, he might now be going back on the attack again, because we are in the closing stages. He can't simply rely on Tommy's car expiring. He may have to go up there and take the lead away from him on track. So let's see what's going to happen there. The leaders, in fact, have just got across. Oh, the checkered flag has flown. The checkered flag has flown. I've just seen out of the window. So the race is over 3 minutes early. I can only assume this is because of the car that's parked at the side of the road at Murray's, and they've decided to throw the checkered flag early. So Tommy Field wins. Concerningly, Tommy Field wins by 13 seconds. I'm not entirely sure why Jack Gadd had such a slow final lap. Perhaps he'd been off the road or he was running into a drama. There is Jack, look, very slowly coasting through Rich's corner. Tommy Field, I don't think, has seen the checkered flag officially, so he might go on and do an extra victory lap, but he has won the race. He also claims the victory in Class Super A, with Jack Gadd second and Dave Cockle in third. We're still waiting for Stephen Scotton-Woody to get here in fourth position. He's just gone across the line now, so Stephen Scotton-Woody then in fourth place, Piers Grange in fifth, both of them class winners, Scotton-Woody in Class A and Piers Grange in B+. Then it's Lloyd Jameson and Paul Neville, with Martin Reynolds due home next in the V8 Sierra Cosworth. Yep, through he goes. You might have heard that as he flew past in the background. And then Dan Minton, who I think is going to end up back in ninth position. Dan Minton in that red and white car that just crossed the line, started 41st on the grid and managed to come through to finish ninth place overall and get a class podium. That is quite the drive, that, from Dan Minton. And don't forget, they've got another race to come still later on in the weekend. They'll be racing again tomorrow afternoon. And he should then be able to start towards the pointy end of the grid. So Dan Minton could be a real contender. His fastest lap was a 2:03.9, which was quicker than anyone really... sorry, no, it wasn't. It was a 2:01.1, I should say, which was about the fourth fastest lap of that race. So very impressive from Dan Minton. Rest of them coming across the line. We've had Neil Jessup home to win in Class B. We have had... no, we haven't yet had Gary Littlewood through to win Class C, but we have had Super B being won by the number 41 car. That was a little bit further down the order. Matthew Brennan, another driver who started from the back of the grid. Now, he only made it to... where did he end up in the end? He was 30th, but still managed to claim a class victory. That there is Gary Littlewood. The yellow Ford Fiesta comes through and claims a class victory as well. So I think that's pretty much everybody across the line. We may see Tommy Field again because I don't think he actually saw the checkered flag. I don't know if Tommy, here he comes now into Murray. No, he has slowed down, so I think he's realised that the race is over. But that there, I suspect, is the reason for the premature end to the race, with the Ford Fiesta sat at the side of the road. Darrell Taplin's car, I did say at the time, in a bit of a dangerous position, and that was likely going to require a bit of recovery, and rather than trundle around behind the safety car. It's such a long lap here at Snetterton. A safety car lap, one safety car lap, would have taken us to the checkered flag, which is really a bit of a waste of everyone's time, isn't it? So they end the race early, and it means that Tommy Field can begin his celebrations a little bit earlier than planned. He is the winner here at Snetterton then, in the end by 13 seconds. I'd be interested if Richard can maybe find out what happened to Jack Gadd at the end, because he suddenly dropped back almost actually into the clutches of Dave Cockle, who was only 6 seconds behind him in the flag. They are the top three. They were also the top three in Class Super A. Stephen Scotton-Woody in fourth position, winning Class A himself, with Piers Grange claiming the victory in Class B+. Then it was Lloyd Jameson and Paul Neville, with Martin Reynolds, Dan Minton from the back of the grid, and Brian Lilly completing the top 10. Neil Jessup was your winner in Class B. He finished 11th overall, ahead of Todd Garner, Tyler England and Neil Argrave. Then Chris Baker had Rob Lewis behind him. Rob just faded down the order a bit there, didn't he, after a promising qualifying session. Then it was Stephen Marsh with Mike Thurley, Malcolm Wise, Oliver Bullion, Jay Hinton and Nick Watling. Next, Gary Littlewood, as I said, claimed the victory in his class, that class being Class C, with Justin Fuller not that far behind him, actually, also a Class C runner. There was Chris Smith and Piers Warwick, with Paul Sol in 27th position. 28th place then for Dave Barrett. Dave Barrett was third in Class C, ahead of Kevin Hadfield, with Matthew Brennan winning in his class from the back of the grid. Mark Hadfield was next ahead of Nick Head and Sean Hadfield. Adam Saint, Mark Mitchell, Darrell Taplin next, although actually Mark Mitchell, the last of the cars running at the flag, because Darrell Taplin we saw stopped at Murray's. Colin Claxton crawled into the pit lane. Wayne Crabtree's car expired up at corner. Paul Restle was retirement to the pit lane as well, and so too, I believe, were a couple of others behind them. Adam Underhill and number 92 of Michael McKenty, who I don't think finished a lap, which is why they don't show up on the timing graphic. Right then, so lots to talk about then after that first race of the day, the Modified Ford Series. They will have another race, as I said, tomorrow at just after midday. but they are the first of actually only 4 races today, but one of those 4 races is a 4-hour Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, which is well worth sticking around for, sort of the main event really of the first day here at Snetterton. We've got actions for, before that though, from the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup and Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship as well. They'll both have a 15-minute race before we head into our lunch break and pre-race build-up for the Fun Cup. So, I think we are hopefully in a moment going to be able to head down and hear from Richard John Neal, who is here to chat to our various podium finishers and some interesting stories, I'm sure, to be told. So let's head down there and hear for the first time today from Richard John Neal.
Welcome to the victory lane for the first time this weekend. And the Modified Ford Series, some superb machinery. I watched qualifying down at Murray's and I'm just in awe of the kit that we've got out there, from the newer shapes to the classics. Wonderful, wonderful series. And that's the beauty of it. As you probably see, we've got the cars going back to their paddock area, so I'm not sure we're going to get any interviews, particularly with the top 3. I did see Stephen Scott Dunwoody, but he's disappeared. As you can see, all the cars are going back. They're not even going round into the holding area. We might get a word with Rob if he pulls over. Rob Lewis here, which will be an interview. We're going to do this tomorrow as well. Rob was joking with me this morning that he was that high up that he had the racing nosebleed. And good race, Rob?
Really good race. The car fell away quite a bit towards the end. I need to look at, it's a new turbo engine this year. So I'm kind of learning all over again than when I was running naturally aspirated, and you could tell going on into the race the temperatures were starting to affect the car. Had a bit of a moment down at Murray's, just avoided Neil Hargrave in the Escort, but you know, Modified Ford Series, Snetterton, daylight today, 40 odd cars on the grid, what's better than that?
It's superb. I was just saying to the viewers, I was watching down at Murray's in qualifying, and it's just car after car of quality, and when you get them all together, it's a sensational thing to watch.
It is, and a lot of these cars here have been with the owners 20, 30, 40 odd years. You know, they've raced them for a very long time. They put a lot of care into them. And you can really tell that with the racing. It's very much a gentleman's racing, so we do leave room for each other. There's no rubbing. You know, you will get damage in motorsport. That happens in any formula. But with the Modified Ford Series, we try and keep it to the absolute minimum, and the driving standards we always look to improve on.
It's very much the antidote, isn't it, to one-make racing, because you've got cars that have completely different options, you know, and characteristics, cornering, straights, and it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Definitely does. I mean, to be a bit biased to mention another single make series that I'm going to be commentating on tomorrow, the Silver Lake C1 series, you know, that's very much all of the cars are equal. Whereas here, I mean, even in my class, Class B+, I'm up against Escorts with Millington, Smith & Jones engines. There's other EcoBoosts as well, all different varieties of machinery that you've got to almost pit your wits against. And I'm already thinking ahead of what improvements I need to make to this car to try and beat them.
We look forward to seeing that. I'm getting the come on because I think we've got cars on the grid for the next race, the BMWs. Rob, thanks for stopping and having a chat, and we'll have a proper chat tomorrow about all the other things you're involved in off track.
Fantastic, look forward to it.
Thanks very much, Rob, appreciate that. Rob Lewis, absolutely top man, and qualified well, which was really... Oh, we're gone, have we?
No, we have to wrap.
Sorry, beg your pardon, I thought you'd already lost us. Cars are on the grid, which is why I thought you'd lost us, and it's the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. So let's go back to the comms box.
We hadn't gone anywhere, Richard. We wouldn't want to miss out on hearing from yourself and Rob Lewis, that is for sure. And yes, we will be seeing more of Rob, as we heard there, a little bit later on in the weekend, when he'll be talking all things Citroën C1s. For now, though, we move from Blue Oval to BMW, because it is the turn of the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup drivers to head out onto the circuit. They had their most recent rounds at Anglesey, the last Fun Cup event of the season, actually, and championship standings look nice and tight, actually, after that triple header. We'll get onto that in a moment or two. The green flag lap will be about to get underway, which gives us a little bit of time to run through the grid after a very competitive qualifying session, actually, earlier on this morning. We saw the championship leader, Joe Doble, younger brother of former champion Mikey Doble, start from pole position. He set the fastest time, 2:22.356. That was about 3/10 quicker in the end than former Ginetta star Conor Grady, who starts alongside him. Then it's Gordon McMillan and Gareth Claydon. Gareth Claydon, car number 1, starting from 4th with Alex Reid and Adam Wright sharing row number 3. 4th row, Ross Stoner and Mike Doble, father of all the other Dobles, with Max Noble and Barney Lauer sharing row 5. Javier Ross is a new name to me, perhaps making his debut starting from 11th. He's got Alistair Smith for company on row 6. 7th row for the experienced Compact Cup racer Matt Flowers. He's got Henry Cook alongside him. Thorburn Astin and Richard Sutherland. Always worth training the cameras on Richard Sutherland. He is always exciting to watch. He starts 16th with Gregor Pryor and Rod Langham on row 9. In the back row of the grid is where you find Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell. So as I said, we had 3 races at Anglesey. That was the 3rd event of the season. It all started at Alton Park, where there was a double race victory for Joe Doble. And he wasn't then able to have quite such a good weekend at Croft, though, so that win tightened the championship up nicely, with Gordon McMillan claiming all 3 wins at Croft. And then we went to Anglesey and had a bit more of a spread of the victories there. Race 1 won by Joe Doble. Race 2 was won by Stephen Daly, who's not racing this weekend, the multiple former Compact Cup champion both north and south of the Scottish border. And race 3 by Conor Grady. So we had 3 different winners from the 3 Anglesey races. And that has, as I said, had an effect on the championship. After the dropped scores are taken into account, it's 244 points for Joe Doble. That puts him 9 points clear of Conor Grady, who is 2nd place. And then, in fact, that's not quite true. I'll start that again. Joe Doble leads on 244. It's actually Gordon McMillan who is 2nd on 239 points, which is 5 points behind, and he is then 4 points ahead of Conor Grady. So it actually shuffles things around, because on outright points, Conor Grady is 2nd ahead of Gordon McMillan, but on drop scores, that's not quite the case. Right. Oh, now that is a car being pushed off the back of the grid. I was just about to say the start has been delayed. I assumed this was just to allow for the clean-up operation to be completed from the modified Ford race, but there is a car being pulled off to the side of the road, and I can't from here see the number on that car. Here out of the window. It was just about to come into my view from behind the marshal's post. It is number 36, I reckon, which is Thorburn Astin. So Thorburn Astin, unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to be taking the start of the race. Then he will be pulled to the side of the road. How are we getting on with the clean-up operation? Now I can see in the background, actually, that's Wayne Crabtree's car still on a low loader. And there may still be another car being recovered from elsewhere. So might just be a moment or so, but I'm sure this is the last thing that the drivers wanted, to be sat in the cars, slowly cooking inside the cars, when they could have been in part ferme still, cooling themselves off. But anyway, the race control wanting to get things moving, get the cars onto the grid, and get things underway as soon as possible. Thorburn Astin's car is pulled out of the way already, so that's good news. And now we are about to get a green flag lap underway, so the cars then make their move, and a chance to take in the track conditions before we go racing. So, mentioned the top 3 in the championship. Actually, the likes of Mike Doble and Max Noble, not a million miles back in the points either, but realistically, looking like a 3-way fight, isn't it now, as we move into the second half of the season after this weekend. After the triple header here at Snetterton, they'll have 3 races at Cadwell Park, then 2 races at Donington Park's National Circuit and on the Silverstone International Circuit at the end of the year. So the Compact Cup will move very much into the second half of the season over the course of this weekend. This is most definitely the time of the year now when the drivers really start to monitor those points in the championship standings a little bit more closely. And Joe Doble wanting now to try and capitalise on that pole position. Don't remember if you get a point for pole in this category. You definitely get one for fastest lap, but I'm not sure you get one for pole position actually. So the points should still be as they were coming into the race. And actually, even if you do get a point for pole position, most championships will say that you have to start the race from pole position, not just qualify on pole, if that makes sense. So you could qualify on pole position and then the car break down and you not end up on the grid, and then you wouldn't get that extra point. But I'm not sure that's the case with Compact Cup. So the cars then make their way in front of that big spectator area at Palmer's Corner, named after circuit owner Jonathan Palmer. All of the corners actually here at Snetterton named after famous motorsport people. So you've got corners like the Wilson hairpin, named after the late Justin Wilson. You've got Palmer's, Agostini. Giacomo Agostini actually was here at Snetterton for the official naming ceremony of this corner that the cars are heading through all those years ago. Then they head into the left-hand kink at Hamilton, named after, I don't know, some F1 driver probably. Then into Oggie's, Williams, and then onto the Bentley straight. Then Brundle and Nelson, Martin Brundle and Nelson Piquet, the two drivers those corners are named after. Then you've got the bomb hole now. It's not named after a driver, I should stress. Corner, and then into Murray's, the final corner. Probably my favourite corner name because it is named after the one and the only Murray Walker, the legendary motor racing commentator. And Murray's Corner, appropriately enough, well, it was designed, actually, I remember this story when when the circuit was reprofiled back in the winter of 2010, I think it was, into 2011. And they reprofiled that final corner quite significantly. It used to be the old Russell chicane. Then it became Murray's Corner, and I do remember Jonathan Palmer, the circuit owner, coming out with some story about how they reprofiled that corner to make it easier for overtaking, and that's why they named it after Murray Walker, because he loved a bit of overtaking, always got very excited. Ironically, it's become a very difficult place to overtake at, actually. It didn't really have quite the desired effect, because you're coming off Corner to the right, you've then got to hit the brakes whilst you're still turning right, and then transition to a left-hander while still on the brakes, and that's the kind of thing that the cars don't really like. It's very easy to unsettle the car around that particular part of the track, and that makes it difficult to overtake. But it is still a place where there's often action, even if it's not always overtaking. There are lots of mistakes made there, and if you're feeling really ambitious, you could have a bit of a lunge into the final corner. So in a way, still very much living up to the great man that corner is named after. And who knows, will we see a bit of a last lap lunge into Murray's from the Compact Cup? It's happened before here, actually, in Compact Cup. I do seem to recall that a number of years ago we had a race that was decided at the last corner and a bit of a drag race to the line. So who knows, as competitive as this season's Compact Cup Championship has been, that could well be the case again here this afternoon. Or this morning, actually, as it still is, 11:45. There's Gareth Claydon screeching his way through Murray's Corner. They'll line up on the start-finish straight then, and we will momentarily be good to go racing with 15 minutes once again on the clock. Very short races through the morning before we head into the endurance racing element of the afternoon. So they're taking their time, aren't they, over this green flag lap in absolutely no hurry. And that actually makes perfect sense because they don't want to overheat the cars. They don't want to overheat the engine or brakes or the tyres or the drivers too. And if they race around very quickly, then things start getting a little bit hotter than they should be. So a nice leisurely tour around to the grid. And once they get here, which they are just starting to do now, Joe Doble about to pull into pole position. There he goes onto pole, ready to try and claim, if he can, a fourth victory of the year. He's had a handful of podium finishes as well. He scored 50 points for winning a race in this category, 46 for finishing in second, and then 44 for finishing in third place. So it is difficult, actually, to pull a big gap in the points because it's quite a tight points system that you have in Compact Cup, and that's what often means that the championship goes right down to the wire, which I've got a funny feeling is exactly what's going to happen in 2024 as well. Right then, time for things to heat up. The green flag waves at the back of the grid. We have got Joe Doble and Conor Grady on the front row of that grid. Conor finally getting his first victory of the year last time out at Anglesey. Can he get another one here at Snetterton then? The red lights go out now. We're away in racing on the Snetterton 300 circuit. And down towards Rich's Corner they will go. On the left-hand side of shot, Joe Doble. On the right, well, actually, it's not Conor Grady. Conor Grady's had an awful start. He's slipped down the order, but Millen goes second. And that's Alex Reed, I think, trying to creep up into third position on the inside of the slow-starting Conor Grady. Oh, one car off, heading for the field, perhaps. Who's that, then, that's just gone grass tracking? Whoever it is, they should be able to continue on their way. So no major dramas. That's the 137 of Gregor Pryor, who's been off the road. There's a very slow car in the background as well. That might be Richard Sutherland, I think, the Blackman brake car coming towards us off pace. Yes, it is Richard Sutherland. So I'm not sure what's happened to him, but anyway, Joe Doble leads them through Palmers for the first time. Second place is Gordon McMillan. It's all getting very, very lively at the left-hander. As look at Conor Grady down to 5th place now, and Gareth Claydon is down to about 6th or 7th. You can see him there, the number 1 car, trying to come steaming up the middle if he can. But there's no room at the inn. Max Noble there on the outside line, sort of hemming him into the inside line as they accelerate up towards the left-hander at Hamilton. And Conor Grady's race not going according to the plan. He does get the better of Ross Stoner there, but then runs very wide over the exit curb. Now, got to be careful doing things like that. You will get pinged for exceeding track limits. Claydon getting elbowed out wide nearly there. There wasn't actually contact, but I thought there was going to be from Max Noble, and that opens the door for Barney Lauer as well. So Gareth Claydon's race is unravelling here. The front runner in the championship, remember, Gareth Claydon, last year anyway, has had a couple of issues this year, penalty points and non-finish back at Croft, so he's slipped a little way out of championship contention, not completely out of it, but a little bit further down the table than he'd like to be. And unfortunately, the start of his Snetterton Race 1 is not helping matters at all. Round Brundle and Nelson, though, go the leading group. That is Alex Reid, who's had a really good start from 5th on the grid up to 3rd. Then Conor Grady in 4th. 5th, Ross Stoner there, the orange number 22 car. Heads through the bomb hole up towards Coram. Max Noble out a little bit wide over the exit curb too, as they head through Coram and down towards Murray's corner for the first time. Now, what can Gareth Claydon do here about finding a way back ahead of Max Noble? Well, nothing is the answer for now anyway. Takes a metre line into Murray's. Look at the back of Claydon's car, got really sideways there. That's cost him exit speed and momentum down the straight. So as they cross the line, he's not likely going to be in a position to attack when they get to the first corner. It's Joe Doble then who leads the opening lap. Gordon McMillan 1.2 seconds behind in 2nd place. Alex Reid in 3rd. Conor Grady 4th, Ross Stoner 5th, Max Noble, Gareth Claydon, Adam Wright, Barney Lauer and Mike Doble completing the top 10. I believe everybody did get through to the end of the opening lap, which is good. Didn't necessarily look like that was going to be the case, did it, after some dramas for drivers at the very start of the race. There goes Mike Doble, battling with Barney Lauer and actually getting ahead of Barney Lauer there for 9th position. So Mike Doble then up into 9th spot. Yes, we did get all 19 of the cars starting the race round at the end of the opening lap, but Richard Sutherland some way detached from the rest after a very slow start. Now, Conor Grady starting to buy back into this now. The man who qualified on the front row of the grid only missed out on pole position by 0.3 of a second. And he's on the tail now of Alex Reid. Still time to challenge for a good result here, although Joe Doble may well be gone and up the road now. Not convinced he's going to be able to catch him all too easily. Side-by-side action further back there. That might be the recovering Gregor Pryor, I think, gaining a position. As here, Javier Ross, the number 26 car, I think has also gone past Barney Lauer now, has he? Barney Lauer slipping down an extra position or 2 on this lap. Round Williams to the Bentley straight they will go. And Joe Doble leading the way then by 1.2 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Looks about the same, I'd say, as they head down towards Brundle and Nelson underneath the circuit access bridge. There goes Gareth Claydon, jinking out to the inside of Max Noble, who has a big lock-up and goes straight on. Max Noble off the road down at Brundle, just couldn't get the car stopped. He was really under threat there from Gareth Claydon, and he has to go down the escape road, bounces across the grass. Careful on the rejoin, there we go, and you can see he's definitely not gained any place because actually he's lost a position or 2. Gareth Claydon obviously went through, but so too did Adam Wright and Mike Doble, I think. So Adam Wright then unfortunately losing a spot. Good news for Gareth Claydon, though. He picks up a position. He can now set off after Ross Stoner, who sits in 5th place. With a big lock-up again there for the number 26 car. So that was Javier Ross nearly collided with the back of the car in front of him there. Crisis averted. Conor Grady there pulling out of the slipstream, trying to have a go at Alex Reid. Now Conor Grady has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:23.9, only fractionally quicker than the race leader, half a tenth quicker than the race leader, but quite a bit faster than the 2 drivers immediately ahead of him. He's up the inside now of Alex Reid towards Wilson, and I suspect he's going to go through, although Alex is very late on the brakes. Grady's got that inside line though, and does manage to go through. So Conor Grady then up into 3rd, but really has made life a lot more difficult for himself than he would have liked here. After a dreadful start. Out of Palmer's then, down towards the braking zone at Agos they head. There is Alex Reid. Now off the podium, but if he tags along with Conor Grady, I think they could both get back off after Gordon McMillan, who also leads the Masters class, by the way, Gordon McMillan. For drivers in this category, I think over the age of 50, maybe 45. But Gordon McMillan also fighting for the outright championship, of course. That's his main priority. Winning the Masters class is nice, but he wants to try and close in on Joe Doble if possible. But Joe Doble 2.1 seconds to the good at the end of that second lap of the race. But Conor Grady, 2:23.9, is 1.6 seconds slower than they were going in qualifying, the quick drivers. Of course, it's a little bit warmer now, quite a bit warmer actually than it was first thing this morning. Down to Brundle and Nelson we head again. There, Joe Doble turning in, championship leader, looking good to extend his championship lead here. Conor Grady, of course, coming in third on drop scores, 9 points adrift of Joe, so really did need to try and beat him, but he is 4 points behind Gordon McMillan for second in the championship, so that is a significant extra element to this battle that we're witnessing now, Gordon McMillan versus Conor Grady. They are second and third in the race. They're second and third in the championship as well. And Conor Grady will definitely want to find a way through him. McMillan sliding his way out of Coram. Conor considered the inside line into Murray's. Then he picks up a fair bit of understeer himself. Drifts out a little bit wide. Past the pits they go then down towards Rich's corner once again. Joe Doble leads the way. What's his gap going to be this time? It's going to be 3.3 seconds ahead of a side-by-side battle now, though, for second place. Joe Doble also snatches that fastest lap back, which is worth an extra point in the championship. So, significant that. We are only halfway through the race, though, and if Conor Grady could get past Gordon McMillan, he might just have a chance at chasing after Doble. But McMillan is famously a difficult man to overtake. Gordon McMillan, who won all 3 races up at Croft, which he was very, very pleased with, as you can imagine. Put him, at the time, into the championship lead. A very interesting conversation with him, actually, at the next round at Anglesey, where he said he's not actually feeling that confident that he'd win the championship, but very much still in contention as we head towards the mid-season point. But can he further assist his championship chances here by keeping Conor Grady behind him in this battle for second place in the race? Out of Agostini's they go. Grady sideways there as he desperately tries not to understeer wide over the curb. That would potentially get him in a spot of bother as far as track limits are concerned. Out of Hamilton on the brakes into Oggies. This really technically demanding infield section at Snetterton, which then opens up nicely through the next corner at Williams onto the back straight. And Conor Grady definitely closer this time than he was a lap ago, so can he build up a challenge now in the slipstream, maybe down the Bentley Straight, behind the pits, behind the paddock, underneath the bridge and into the braking zone at Brundle. Well, Gordon McMillan clearly feeling the threat there, isn't he? Pulls to the left-hand side, the right as we look at it now head on, and that gives Conor Grady only the option of going around the outside. Now, you can do this, go around the outside at Brundle to get the inside for Nelson, but Conor Grady, I don't think he's going to commit to that move, is he? Thinking about it, closes right onto the back of McMillan's rear bumper, but not quite able to get the overlap. So an entertaining battle this is, definitely, but I suspect it's really handing the race on a platter now to Joe Doble. I don't see Conor Grady, even if he got past Gordon McMillan now, which he can't, I don't see him chasing down Joe Doble, the championship leader, looking good now for a 4th victory of the season. But can Conor Grady get into second place? He's looking up the inside into Murray's corner, but as I said earlier on, it's notoriously difficult to overtake into Murray's. And Conor Grady had to bail out of that one. Risk a little bit of contact. Across the line they go. There goes Joe Doble, race leader. What's his margin of lead now? It was 3.3 seconds. It is now 4.5 seconds. Conor Grady also now with the added complication of having Alex Reid back on his tail. So Alex Reid is starting to apply some pressure to Conor as well, who tried to get to the inside into Wilson, but Gordon McMillan, having none of it, chopped across his nose, as he's perfectly entitled to do. You can make one defensive move. Gareth Clayton into the side there of Ross Stoner slightly. Nothing too out of order, but just a little bit of paint traded there. And Clayton now on the outside line, heading for Palmer's. And once again, Gordon McMillan is busy defending his second position. What's going on behind? Well, actually, let's focus on this, because Conor Grady might have an overlap. No, couldn't quite get to the inside. He's going to try and sell the dummy again. Does he commit to the move? No. Gordon McMillan keeping him at bay. Behind them, Ross Stoner still, I think, is ahead of Gareth Claydon. McMillan drifting a bit wide, but gets the power down nicely. So keeping hold of this second position still. But Conor Grady, you sense growing in frustration here. I think he's definitely quicker than McMillan, but McMillan is defending well. A bit of a tap in the tail as they turn towards Oggies. And then round the right-hander into Williams. Is there an overlap this time? Conor Grady might have the inside line into the right-hander. I think he has. He commits to the move. They almost lean on each other slightly, but Gordon McMillan standing his ground on the outside line. And now that they're running side by side, they'll be slowing each other down and giving Alex Reid a double slipstream. So Alex Reid might well make this three abreast. Here he comes up the inside of both of them, and Alex Reid might be able to go into second position here. You got Grady on the left, Reid on the right, and Gordon McMillan trapped in the middle. Reid has cleared McMillan. Has he got Conor Grady as well? I think he has, but he's sideways. He's out of control. He's on the grass. They're both on the grass. Conor Grady bounces down the grass as well. And how are they going to sort that one out? Because both of them cut the corner, but they were technically ahead of Gordon McMillan at the time. Now, Gordon, of course, will argue that they gained an advantage and they only got ahead of him because they cut the corner. But I'm sure that Conor and Alex will have a different opinion to that. Anyway, for now, they're certainly not showing any intention of giving the place back, are they? So Conor Grady then does go into second position, but Alex Reid, with a really opportunistic bit of driving there, into third place. Ross Stoner wide off Murray's corner. And Gareth Claydon still not actually able to find a way past him, is he? He's been stuck behind Ross for a couple of laps now. As the pits they go, again, Gareth there just jinking out of line to the outside line. Is he going to make that move stick? Oh, no, I don't think so. So it cuts back to the second apex. It is a double apex right-hander there, Richard. You can't really see it from that camera point. Into the Wilson hairpin. And Gordon McMillan still is applying the pressure to try and get back onto the podium places. And Palm as they go then into the Agostini hairpin. Here Gareth Claydon continuing to get frustrated here, you feel, stuck behind Ross Stoner, who just inches back across in front of him. Look, almost giving a bit of a helping hand into Agostini. And actually, Stoner does drift a bit wider this time on the exit. Has McMillan got the inside line? There's a little bit of tyre smoke there as the two of them touch slightly, but McMillan keeps, Claydon keeps on coming. Can't commit to the move, so Ross Stoner stays in front. And actually, Claydon now really slow off the corner, has got Adam Wright for company. Adam Wright, who was in the thick of the action last time at Anglesey as well, I seem to recall, getting a couple of top 5, top 6 positions. And running in 7th at the moment, so would like to find a way past Gareth Claydon, who would be a big scalp to claim if he could find a way through. So down the back straight they head then. Oh, now that looks to me like Gordon McMillan is back alongside Alex Reid here for third position, doesn't it? McMillan to the outside line. Is he going to commit to that one? Oh, not sure, as they went out of sight. Ross Stoner does get the better of Gareth Claydon. So Gareth Claydon then in 6th place. It's still Reid ahead of McMillan. So yeah, none of those places changed. And Spike Doble in the background there, drifting wide over the curb. We'll be starting the final lap next time. The time almost ticking down to 0 as Gordon McMillan again there was nibbling away at the back of Alex Reid's car. Here they come, look, towards Murray's. Oh, that's Rod Langham. Rod Langham off the road. Not sure whether he's gone off or pulled off. I suspect pulled off, maybe. I'm not actually sure where that is. That's somewhere on the infield anyway. Hopefully out of harm's way. As the last lap board awaits the race leader then. There he goes. And Joe Doble then with one more lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit to go. Which is actually just under 3 miles in length. 2.9689 miles to be precise. But as near as damn it, 3 miles in length. And that means 3 more miles, just under now, for Gordon McMillan to try and find a way back into third place. He's trying to get to the inside of Alex Reid into Wilson. That's not quite going to work. What's Gareth Claydon doing in the background? No, he can't get past Ross Stoner either. But these two battles going on simultaneously. Claydon has now got the run off the turn, heads towards Palmer's on the outside line. Can he go right round the outside and claim the position? Ross Stoner surely is not going to allow that, and he doesn't. Slips across in front of the number 1 car once again. Gareth Claydon just cannot find a way through. He's tried the inside, he's tried the outside, he's tried everything other than driving over the top of Ross Stoner's car. But it may well come to that here on this final lap because Claydon really needs to try and get this place again. Though Stoner is wide this time, wider than ever, but they're heading into a yellow flag zone. So how frustrating for Gareth Claydon. He finally had his best opportunity so far to get past Ross Stoner and had to bail out of it because that must be where Rod Langham's car is parked. Yes, it is. It actually all looks a bit like it's been in the barriers, doesn't it? I'm not sure if there's damage to the front of Langham's car. We'll try and get a look at that later on because for now, Gareth Claydon is back up the inside of Ross Stoner again. This time into Williams. Can he finally unlock the door and go through? Yes, he can, because Stoner's on the grass. He's sideways. He does well to catch the car, in fairness, but will lose a number of positions as a result of that. And that shows just how little grip there is off the racing line, because if you drift out wide there, you're on the dirt, you're on the dust, you're on all of the discarded rubber that finds itself lining the side of the track. And very difficult to keep control under those circumstances. So at last, Gareth Claydon does break back into the top 5. Ross Stoner will rejoin down in about 7th or 8th position, I suspect. But here, Joe Doble heads towards Murray's Corner for the final time, and it is going to be a 4th victory of 2024 then for the championship leader, looking to become the 2nd member of the Doble family to win this championship in the space of the last 3 seasons. He accelerates out of the final turn, past the pits, heads for the timing line where the checkered flag awaits for the 4th time this season for Joe Doble. Joe Doble then will claim the victory. Here he comes, hidden behind the timing tower. He crosses the line and claims victory in race 1 of the weekend here at Snetterton. It is 2nd place for Conor Grady, and he steals the fastest lap right at the end of the race. So Conor Grady with the fastest lap on the final lap of the race, a 2:23.298. That's quite impressive, actually, considering the fact the tyres would have definitely been crying enough by the end there. Of course, it was the first lap, really, that he'd had in clean air, I guess, and he was a little bit faster than the race leader. How much faster, out of interest? It was a 23.2, so that was only about a 10th quicker than Joe Doble had been earlier on in the race. So not a massive difference. But anyway, races 2 and 3 of the weekend could be very different stories, couldn't they, if Conor Grady can get off the line a little bit better. There goes Richard Sutherland. So Sutherland did reach the flag and actually recovered to 15th by the end, got ahead of Tim Seaford, Gregor Pryor and Martin Corkwell, who are yet to see the checkered flag. They should be coming through, hopefully, in the next few moments. Should be Tim Seaford next. Yep, there he goes, with Gregor Pryor in tow, and Martin Corkwell, run by the EDF squad, I think, still, who run cars in Fun Cup as well, and in fact have been drawn towards the front of that Fun Cup grid, I seem to recall, on pole position maybe for the EDF Motorsport squad. We'll get to that a bit later on in the day, but Martin Corkwell will be the last of the finishers, unfortunately, in this first Compact Cup race of the weekend. We really are having to wait a while for Corkwell to get through. Oh, there's notification, by the way, of a penalty for Ross Stoner, a 5-second penalty. I can only assume that's for track limits. Now, if he was given a track limits penalty for going off at Williams, then I think that's a little bit harsh, because he quite clearly didn't gain an advantage from that. But anyway, he did exceed track limits, I suppose, on a couple of occasions before that, actually. So he has 5 seconds added to his time. But for the 4th time in 2024, the race victory goes the way of our championship leader, and celebrations will begin once again in the Doble camp, because Joe Doble is a winner here at Snetterton. Conor Grady coming home in 2nd position, Alex Reid in 3rd. Gordon McMillan in 4th, wins the Masters class, but will be a bit mixed probably to have ended up off the podium there. Gareth Claydon in 5th ahead of Adam Wright 6th, with Mike Doble, Max Noble, Javier Ross and Barney Lauer completing the top 10. Ross Stoner was 11th. As was partly in the penalty, but also, of course, is on the final lap. Alistair Smith in 12th, Henry Cook 13th, and Flowers in 14th place. Then it was Richard Sutherland with Tim Seaford, Gregor Pryor and Martin Corkwell, the last of the finishers. Rob Langham, as we saw, parked at the side of the road at Hamilton, was a non-finisher. Right, hopefully this time the drivers will be pulled up in Park Fairlane, and we'll actually be able to have a chat with some of them. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Hopefully the podium finishers we'll be able to hear from, and well, Joe Doble probably won't have a lot to say after that race, but Conor Grady and Alex Reid will, because they were very much embroiled in a battle there for podium places. Gordon McMillan, of course, our Masters class winner as well. Now, championship-wise, what will that mean? Well, it was Doble who won, so of course he extends his championship lead, but Conor Grady beat Gordon McMillan by a couple of places there. Now, that may end up becoming a drop score for Gordon because he's not really had that many bad results this season, but if it doesn't, then I think that might just be enough for Conor Grady to move ahead in the championship standings, perhaps.
That's all right, I'm on it.
If it is, then Conor Grady will now be Joe Doble's nearest rival as far as the championship standings are concerned. And interesting to see whether, if he, as I said, if he can get off the line a bit better next time, whether he can really take the fight to Joe Doble. Right then, let's head down this time, hopefully, to have a chat with a few of our podium finishers. Let's head back over to Richard Johnny.
Yeah, it was all about the start.
So here we go. This time we have drivers collected. It's all been organised well. Kieran McGinley, the circuit commentator, busy chatting to Joe Doble. So let's go down and have a word with a somewhat sweaty-looking Conor Grady. That's not the best way to describe it. He's hard working there, Conor.
Yeah, it was.
First of all, the start.
Yeah, I had a good start at first, and then I missed second gear and I couldn't get it in. So I selected third, and then so it bogged me down. So and then luckily I got a hit from behind, and then sped me back up again. So so it was a quite a hard race. I thank Jordan because Jordan's been mechanicking my car from day one, so he's been going all right. So.
I mean, you gave us a nice fight back to watch on the stream, which was good to see, and hard work. And what about what happened at the end of the straight coming into the complex? I think cars sort of going all over the place. Gordon went one way, you went another. Yeah. I can't remember if Alex stayed on track or not.
No, I think Alex went off as well. Yeah.
Oh, he did, right.
Yeah, well, I was going to make the corner, and then all of a sudden I see Alex sliding. I'm thinking, oh, we're going to touch. So I thought the best way is to go to avoid contact. Then by then I was just trying to put in the laps then, and then the gap was getting bigger and bigger. So the pace has been there all weekend. It was just obviously missing second gear, so it put me back in the pack, and I had to work my way through. So
good recovery, mate.
Yeah, thank you. It was hard out there, and they defend really hard, so it's quite hard to get up the inside. And I just managed to get up the inside, and I see we're going 3 abreast down the straight, and I was like, oh, it's not going to end well. So yeah, it was really good.
So get yourself some water, stay hydrated, Conor, in this heat. Thank you for chatting to us. Well done on P2. And Joe Doble here takes another win. He's keeping hydrated. Well done, Joe. Straightforward?
Not really. I think it was all about the start. If I could get my head down and get away, then I knew I had the pace to drive away, which is what happened. So over the moon.
We're at the midpoint this weekend in the championship. The points are so tight, aren't they, on aggregate?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 1 point between me and Conor going into this round, so it's all about just beating your rivals. If you can beat them, then you'll score more points and then you'll come out on top.
I was dreading the race. My son said he was helping putting tyres on rims earlier in the week because I think he lives or works near you guys.
Yeah, well, you've done a good job. I just got to say thanks to Midland Tyre Shaving. You know, they do a great job of these tyres, getting them spot on as usual. So great thanks to them, my dad, everyone that makes it happen, really.
It's a great drive, and you were untroubled once you got away, and I guess hoping for the same thing again tomorrow.
Absolutely. There's no better spot to finish than first, so hopefully it can just be Groundhog Day tomorrow and do the exact same thing.
Will you change the car, or are you guys sort of habitual people that, you know, maybe look for a little bit more, or are you happy with the way it was?
I felt at race pace it was good. It had the right balance. If it was a qualifying lap, maybe a couple changes, but I don't know, we'll have to go through the data and see what's what.
Nice one, Joe. Many congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow. Joe Doble. We'll nip down here and have a quick word with Alex. Alex, you were involved. Conor had to come back past you, and then you saw read it brilliantly coming down the straight to get involved and get the position back, but then it all went pear-shaped, didn't it?
Yeah, it did a little bit. To be honest, I didn't really have the pace of Gordon or Conor during the race, so I knew my best chance was to let them battle and see what happened, and then the opportunity was too good to miss to get a run down the inside, so we all got in there a bit hot on the brakes, and there was a bit of carnage. I think there was more than one of us on the grass, and then when I rejoined I was in third, so I thought, well, I'll hold on to that for as hard as I can and see what happens.
Good to get you back on the podium again. We saw you on the podium at Croft, wasn't it? It was obviously last time at Croft we saw you, so good result.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, thank you. It's been really tough. Like, the championship's really, really hard. Like, coming from other stuff and stepping in, I kind of hoped to be a little bit quicker straight away, but it hasn't happened. It's been a lot of hard work. I just want to say a massive thank you to EST Performance, Instander and JRP Direct for giving me the chance to get here and have some racing. So yeah, really enjoying it. Thank you.
Fantastic, well done, great race. Thanks for entertaining us during that one, Alex. Let's grab a quick, we said at Anglesey the Mac is back, and he is again. It was looking like a podium at once, looking like P2 at one stage, but Masters win, so congratulations on that, and the story of your race.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, really pleased. I think I got a good start up to second, and then Connor was on me. Connor was faster. I defended the best I could, and then I think there was like an overtake on the grass. Not entirely sure whether that's legitimate, so I might go and see the headmaster in a bit and see what comes of that.
Have you spoken to Connor, or do you, in this situation, does he kind of sidle away and, you know?
I don't know where Connor is. He was over there a minute ago, but he's not there.
Yeah, when I was interviewing Connor, I was saying, I can't remember whether Alex stayed, because Alex was off as well, but it was you that stayed on.
Yes, man. I stayed on. Yeah, we'll see what happens, because we were coming in. I braked at the right time. They braked too late, and they just couldn't stay on the track. So I thought they were going to give me the place back. I thought it was quite obvious, but unfortunately they didn't.
Yeah, I did wonder whether they were, but they're racing. But you can sort it out with the officials. We'll give them something to do, not that they need it.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Gordon, well done. Congratulations. Masters win as well. We'll see you a bit later on over the weekend. Gordon McMillan completes our podium, the Masters winner, and our top three: Joe Doble, Conor Grady, Alex Reid. Overall, as we say, Gordon taking fourth position. Cars, I think, are already out of the holding area and on the grid for the Nankang Tyres, again sponsored City Car Cup. So let's go and join Andy McEwen.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, cars are indeed on the grid then for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Look at them all. There are so many of them. This is such a nice sight to see. An enormous grid of city cars. 34 cars entered this weekend. Now, we didn't get all of them out in qualifying. We were missing Alistair May, who I think is the former BMW Compact Cup racer, Alistair May, and Max Finn. But we did have 32 cars setting lap times in qualifying, so we better start getting through that grid if we can. It's a grid headed by Stuart Bliss with Brady Pollock alongside, then Hayden Payne and Phil House with Jack Wheeler and Nick Goff on row number 3. Row 4 then for Joe Moss and Joshua Jackson, with Andrew Payne and Richard Jett next, Rory Pickles and Toby Owen on row number 6. 7th row for Alex Foden and Ari Barker. Elliot Lettuce is next with Sam Johnston for company on row 8. 9th row shared by Stephen Morton and Alistair Mary. Then we have got on row 10, John Nicholson and Tom Hartwell. Amelia Vincent and Ian Howard are next with Richard Simmons and James Riley on row 12. 13th row for Colin Dunn and John Sykes with Will Hopkins and Craig Flynn next up. Then Fen Curran and Nicholas Wilding even completing the top 30. Row 15 for Fen Curran, 16 for Rob Bannister and Glenn Mee, and then those two who didn't set lap times, Alistair May and Max Finn. So we'll try and pick out whether or not they're there at the back of the grid or not. Hopefully they are, and hopefully we will have a full quota of 34 Nankang Tyre City Car Cup Championship vehicles out on track. Now, this is the 4th event of the season for the City Car Cup, which kicked off at Snetterton, then it went to Alton Park and to Donington Park for a pair of races. After this weekend, they'll have another triple header at Cadwell Park and Silverstone, and then it all finishes at Brands Hatch at the end of the year. I think that's part of the Formula Ford Festival weekend at season's end. But the championship is pretty tight, only 7 points in it at the top between Stuart Bliss and Richard Jett. And well, they both had differing differing fortunes in qualifying. Stuart Bliss qualifying on pole position, Richard Jett down in 10th place, but there was only 1.8 seconds between them. Bear in mind the other two categories that we've seen racing so far, 1.8 seconds could have taken you from pole position down to about second or third on the grid. Here, the top 10 covered by less than 2 seconds. At the top, it was only 10th and a half, really, between Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock. So Brady, who is third in the championship, on dropped scores on 179 points. That is 24 points adrift of the championship leader, and Hayden Payne a further 8 points behind. So it is really boiling down in a way to a two-horse race between Stuart Bliss and Richard Jett, but only halfway through the season, so time still for that to change. But a great mix of cars that we've got racing here. It's a fantastic championship, the City Car Cup. A great idea, really, to bring these super minis onto the track all those years ago. Series that started as a series a number of seasons ago. 2021 it began, and has grown and grown in popularity ever since, with 3 shapes of car allowed on the grid. You've got the Toyota Aigos, the Peugeot 107s, and the Citroën C1s. They are the 3 types of car, all built between 2005 and 2013, all with exactly the same 1-litre engine under the hood. And that means it's extremely close, it's extremely evenly matched. The cars might look subtly different, but underneath they're all essentially the same, which is why they are all permitted to race in the championship. Of course, the Citroën C1s we also see out in the C1 Endurance Series. They'll have a race tomorrow, which will be, if memory serves, a 3-hour race. Yes, it will be a 3-hour race that will complete our weekend of racing here at Snetterton. It's got a real endurance racing feel to it this weekend, because not only do we have the Fun Cup Endurance Championship today, which is a 4-hour race, but the 3-hour race tomorrow for the C1s as well. We've also got the mini endurance, if you like, in the shape of the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. They will have a 45-minute pit stop race tomorrow afternoon as well. So lots of action in the pit lane, but hopefully not in this particular series, because we're hoping that everyone's going to make it through to the checkered flag without any major dramas. But in this heat, then you never know. There's always a threat of a couple of mechanical gremlins creeping in. Let's hope that that is not the case. So, cars lined up on the grid. The first few rows are in position, and we are almost good to go then here at the start of a 15-minute race. The first race of 2 this weekend for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, easy for me to say, and it is going to be Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock on the front row of the grid, first and third respectively in the championship standings. And well, if Brady is going to challenge for the title this year, really needs to try and claim a victory, if possible, in the Toyota Aygo. In fact, it's a pair of Toyota Aygos on the front row. Then a Citroën and a Peugeot on row number 2. So, ready to go then, are we? We are just waiting for the back couple of rows of the grid to be in position, which I think is the case now. The green flag waved at the back of the grid then, and we are good to go racing then. Getting ready for the red lights to illuminate. When they do, the revs will start to rise, and then when they go out, we'll be away and racing. That happens now, and away they go after quite a long hold, and it is going to be Stuart Bliss then who gets the best of the starts, I reckon. Certainly his initial reaction time looked like the best, and he is going to grab the lead as they head towards Rich's corner for the first time. Brady Pollock slots into second position. Phil House there on the outside line in the new-shaped Peugeot, actually. So we are now starting to incorporate some of the facelifted versions of these cars as well. And he is going to try and slip to the inside line, heading to Wilson. Now, if they all get through here, it's a bit of a miracle, I would say, because there are 34 of them, we hope, all trying to fit through the Wilson hairpin. One car there with a big lock-up at the back of the field. That was the number 19 of Glenn B. But amazingly, they have all got through Wilson. They now head towards the left-hander at Palmer's corner. Round the left-hander they sweep downhill towards Agostini. What's the situation at the front of the field then? Is it still Stuart Bliss who leads the way? I think it is. Yes, it is, with Brady Pollock in second position. Third, Hayden Payne. Fourth is Phil House. Fifth place is Jack Wheeler. So the top 5 all in grid order. The first change is for 6th, where Joe Moss has found a way up from 7th place ahead of Nick Goff, who you can see there hung out to dry a little bit in the white and blue car. Screech their way off Agostini up towards Hamilton corner. Bliss leading them, but Brady Pollock very much going with him. This could be a really good battle between these two. Nothing to choose between them really in qualifying. A 10th and a half over a lap time of over 2.5 minutes, nearly 2 minutes and 40 seconds. A 10th and a half is absolutely nothing. So expect close competition between those two, and in fact Hayden Payne as well, who was only a further 2.5 tenths back. Outside line there for Toby Owen, under threat from number 27. That is Josh Jackson. So Josh Jackson started 8th, Toby Owen started 12th. So they've one of them's had a good start, or one of them's had a bad start for those two to be battling. So they head down towards Brundle and Nelson, then single file for the top half dozen or so. Then the fighting starting to break out behind. Stuart Bliss then looking to try and capitalise on Richard Jepp having a poor start. Now, Richard Jepp is the orange and black Peugeot, which I think has picked up a couple of positions from where it started. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, I reckon Richard Jepp is the man who is second in the championship, remember. Stuart Bliss, the race leader, leading the championship, and there are only 7 points between them, but that is likely to extend unless Richard Jepp can gain a few more positions in this race. The leading group then comes through. There is Jepp in the number 65 Peugeot, bouncing his way over the curves, heading down across the start-finish line. And it Lettis was that? Yes, the number 3 car had a spectacular roll at Cadwell Park a couple of years ago, did Elliott, hoping not to recreate that here at Snetterton. So across the line they head towards Rich's corner, which you don't do an awful lot of braking for in these cars, I can't imagine. Very high speed first turn. There is Richard Jepp, so he's on the attack now, trying to find a way through. And speaking of the attack, Brady Pollock up the inside of Stuart Bliss for the race lead. That was a really late lunge up the inside into the Wilson hairpin, and Brady Pollock might have just found a way through, but no, Stuart Bliss keeps on coming around the outside. Of course, the wider line in these very underpowered cars gave him a bit more momentum off the corner, so Bliss then retains the advantage, but Brady Pollock showing very much the intention that Stuart Bliss is not going to have an easy time of this. Brady again looking to the inside line now as they head out of Palmer's, but there's no room at the inn. So it's 2 Toyotas ahead of a Citroen, a Peugeot and another Citroen as they head to the braking zone. And again, Brady Pollock launches to the inside line. This time I think might just be able to make the move stick. Stuart Bliss is going to try and keep the momentum up on the outside line, but I reckon Brady Pollock might just have broken through into the lead here, because if not at Agostini, then certainly the inside line at Hamilton will be the better place to be. And actually Stuart Bliss under threat now from Hayden Payne. So Brady Pollock then to the lead, Bliss holding on to second. Here comes Phil House up the inside, and that is for third position. Phil House over the curb, almost gets into the side of Hayden Payne, and does manage, I think, to slip through into a podium place. Around the right-hander they will go. Can House complete the manoeuvre? No, not quite. And so Hayden Payne will now try and get a bit of a side draft down the back straight, maybe look to make a move under the bridge and reclaim that third position. They've got to be careful though, because they've got in 5th place, not far behind them, Wheeler, haven't they? The number 57 car is here. Stuart Bliss coming back at Pollock for the lead, but not able to make that move stick through Brundle and Nelson. So it is Brady Pollock who leads the way. Stuart Bliss second, someone off in the background. Who was that? That might have been Jack Wheeler, actually, who went off in the background. Anyway, we'll focus on the leaders for now, because Stuart Bliss has gone back through. So he tried that move into Brundle and Nelson, couldn't quite do it, but has found a way through at the bomb hole, and Brady Pollock goes straight back up the inside at Coram. This is terrific racing. This is going to be 3 lead changes in less than a lap, and Brady Pollock not willing to let Stuart Bliss settle into any sort of a rhythm here. Bliss, though, stands his ground on the outside, gets the inside line for Maurice, avoids that big sausage curb. That could be disastrous in cars like this, and still they are side by side. Fantastic racing. These may not be the fastest cars we're going to see racing here this weekend, but they might be about to produce the race of the weekend as they head past the pits at the end of the opening lap. Absolutely level pegging towards the line they go. On the inside line, Brady Pollock. On the outside is Stuart Bliss, who does sweep back through into the lead. Phil House up to third. Richard Jepp is fourth. Richard Jepp, what a brilliant drive this has been from the man who is second place in the championship to get through into the top 4. Then it's Joe Moss, Jack Wheeler, Sam Johnston with the fastest lap down in 7th position, with Nick Ramsey and Toby Owen completing the top 10. So who did I think it was that went off at Murray's? I thought it was Jack Wheeler, didn't I? Well, it might well have been, actually, because he's still 6th, but has lost positions to Richard Jepp and Joe Moss on that lap. So I reckon it was Jack Wheeler who went exit stage right, leading to head down towards the Agostini's hairpin for the 3rd time. Not absolutely no stealth. What on earth is going on in the background? Someone on the grass there. That was Andrew Payne, I think, who somehow managed to end up on the grass coming out of Palmer's. And I'm not entirely sure how he got there, but anyway, he's got his way back onto the track, I think. I'm almost certain wouldn't have got there on his own. Possibly a little bit of a close, a bit of racing got a bit too close maybe there, that put him off the track. Anyway, down through Oggies they head. And the two Toyotas, which have traded the lead on a number of occasions in this race. Will they do so again before the flag, or is Stuart Bliss now going to be able to assert his authority on the race? There's Josh Jackson in behind Sam Johnston, so the red number 24 Citroen, that's the car that set the fastest lap a lap ago. As ahead, we're going to have side-by-side action for fourth, aren't we? Joe Moss trying to come back now at Richard Jep. He's on the inside line, the red Citroen. And is he going to go past Richard's Peugeot? I think he might be about to as they head under the bridge, but no, Richard Jep stands his ground on the outside, carries good speed through the left, gives himself the inside line for the right at Nelson, and will keep hold of the spot. Then the 57 behind of Jack Wheeler, yes it was the black and green Citroen that I saw grass tracking at that part of the track a lap ago. Towards Coram Corner. Ooh, Jep under threat there from Joe Moss. In fact, Joe Moss, I think, is going to go through, isn't he? That's a couple of times I've seen that move made in this race already. Coram is not normally a place where you can do a lot of overtaking, but if you get a good run off the bomb hole, get to the inside into Coram Corner, it can work, as we've just seen there. There's Nick Goff, meanwhile, heading off the final corner. Just at the tail end of that little group of cars, which stretches basically from third, fourth place, let's say, back to ninth. Side-by-side action further back, though. That's the 319, I think, of Colin Dunn going up the inside of the number 68 of John Sykes. Then you've got number 43, Will Hopkins, in behind. So three of them doing battle towards the back, or in fact just outside of the top 20, I think. As the field streaks through at the end of lap number 3. And there, Richard Jep, having now lost out to Joe Moss, trying to get that fourth place back. Richard Jep on the outside line, though, heading towards Palmer's. We have seen a few times that the outside line is a better place to be in these cars because it's all about momentum. It's a longer way around the corner, but you have a bit less steering lock on. You can get on the power a little bit earlier and carry that momentum down to the next straight. As there, number 37 gains a place, or perhaps defends a place, heading through the Wilson hairpin. That was Ian Howard. As the front runners make their way through Agostini. Looks like the leaders are a bit closer together now than they were at the start of the lap as well. It was 6/10 between Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock, but I think Brady Pollock has probably closed in a little bit more. And House sort of on his own in third. Then this gaggle fighting over fourth place. Joe Moss, Richard Jep, Jack Wheeler, Sam Johnson, Josh Jackson and Nick Ramsey-Goff down in ninth spot. And another second back to the next group of cars. In fact, it might just be Toby Owen on his own, actually, in 10th place. I think it is. As they head for the back straight. Here they come then. The leaders not quite side by side this time. Brady Pollock doing his best to stick with Stuart Bliss, but if Stuart does hang on to win this race, it's been a really, really classy drive under a lot of pressure from one of his championship rivals. And onto the Bentley Straight comes that midfield battle there. Joe Moss still ahead of Richard Jep, so that's not changed this time around, but Jep under threat now from Jack Wheeler. No, Jack can't quite get to the inside. Then it's Josh Jackson, actually. So Jackson up ahead of Sam Johnston now. So Josh Jackson into 7th position. And around Coram Corner then towards Murray's. So Jep, having lost that place to Joe Moss, hasn't really looked that likely to get it back, has he? Had a little go, didn't he, coming off Wilson at the start of the lap, but dropped back a bit more through the middle part of the fourth lap of the race, but now closes back in again. 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go. And Stuart Bliss continues to lead the race then. Brady Pollock there in second. And is Phil House getting closer to Brady? The answer is no. No, it's not. Actually, Gap went up by a 10th on that most recent lap. There goes Richard Jep around Rich's corner, peeking to the inside of Joe Moss. Can he reclaim this 4th place now? I think he might have the inside line here. Yes, he does, and Richard Jep is going to go through. So Jep back into 4th position. That could be really significant, couldn't it, at the end of the season? Because we know that every point is going to matter here in his battle with Stuart Bliss and Brady Pollock for the championship battle. So Jep then back into 4th position. Some side-by-side stuff going on behind, isn't there? I think that was Sam Johnston again getting involved with Josh Jackson and Jack Wheeler as they head down the hill. So Yes, you can see there in the back of shot, the number 24, which is Sam Johnston, and then behind them, that's actually Toby Owen. So Toby Owen, teammate to Stuart Bliss, has caught this group and is now at the inside of Nick Ramsey-Goff. So Nick getting squeezed out over the grass there, heading out of Agostini. On the outside line, heading into Hamilton, as Joe Moss tries to get back up the inside of Richard Jep for fourth, and I think he's going to do it at Oggies. So Joe Moss back up the inside line. They both get ushered a little bit wide though, and so Jack Wheeler now sees an opportunity maybe to join in the fun. Round Williams they head. This for the penultimate time of asking. One more lap at the end of this one, and Richard Jep trying to stand his ground, trying to get back into line, but I think they're going to be three abreast here because the outside of both of them is going Jack Wheeler, with maybe a bit of an assist there from Josh Jackson. So the leading three pretty much static for now, but behind anything but. They are three abreast for fourth position. On the right is Richard Jep. Well, not anymore, because actually he's been overtaken by one, two, nearly three of them, but both Jack Wheeler and Josh Jackson have managed to go through there. Oh, and then Wheeler goes on the grass again. That's the second time he's done that coming out of Nelson. Needs to be mindful of the track limits regulation, not to pick up a penalty as a result of that. Bounces his way back onto the road, so a very different look now to this fight for fourth position. Jack Wheeler into fourth, fifth position Josh Jackson, down to sixth for Richard Jep all of a sudden. And Joe Moss, with whom he was battling, is right behind him still in seventh. Then 24 Sam Johnston, Toby Owen in ninth now, and Ramsey-Goff down into 10th position. Across the line, they're about to go then to begin the final lap of the race. Stuart Bliss 1.3 seconds to the good now. Once he broke out of slipstreaming range, really wasn't a lot that Brady Pollock was going to be able to do there. So really the action now is behind, isn't it, in this fight for fourth position. That's been very entertaining indeed. Jack Wheeler in that fourth place, Richard Jep fifth, Joe Moss sixth ahead of Sam Johnston, Toby Owen, Nick Ramsey-Goff actually ninth position still. We lost somebody from that group. No, we haven't. No, that's Owen up the defending there from Nick Ramsey-Goff. The timing screen is saying that we've lost Josh Jackson, number 27. I thought he was still there. We'll try and pick him out in a moment or two. Anyway, down through Palmer's Elliot Lettis now, definitely part of this fight. He's the white and purple number 3 car. Yeah, no, there is the number 27. I'm not seeing things, am I? That is number 27, Josh Jackson. So I think his transponder's playing up slightly. He's up the inside, actually, of Richard Jep here, defending from Richard Jep as they head for Agostini. And in the background, Elliot Lettis trying to go to the outside of Toby Owen. That was never likely to work. So they head out of Agostini towards Hamilton. And I've got a funny feeling we're going to see quite a few positional changes here on the run down the Bentley Straight. This could be a lively run into Brundle and Nelson this time. Stuart Bliss, Brady Pollock, Phil House. That's unlikely to change at the front of the field. Josh Jackson there just drifts a bit wide over the AstroTurf coming out of Oggies. Up towards the right-hander at Williams. And now the slipstream games begin. Who's going to make the move down towards Brundle and Nelson? Or are we going to see perhaps the positions stay as they were there in the leading trio? Don't think we're likely to see a change there. Can Jack Wheeler hang on to fourth place? Well, so far so good. Josh Jackson not really close enough to him to attack. The first to step out of line is Joe Moss, but he very quickly gets back in line, actually. So no, in the end, a pretty calm and collected run down into Brundle and Nelson for the final time. Around the right-hander they go. Up towards the bomb hole for the final time. And not convinced we're going to see any changes in the order here, really. What about the leading trio? Well, they're heading for the final corner. There they are, right on cue. Stuart Bliss still the leader. Brady Pollock second. Phil House really coming on strong, actually, in the latter part of the race, but just going to come up short, I think, in his challenge for second position. But Stuart Bliss is not going to come up short. He's going to come home and claim another race victory. He won all 3 races at Snetterton. He won both races at Donington Park. Could it be another pair of victories here at Snetterton? I wonder. Well, he's got half of the job done, because Stuart Bliss comes through to claim his 6th victory of the season here at Snetterton. Stuart Bliss claims the win. Brady Pollock in second, and it's Phil House in third, who actually nicks the fastest lap point there right at the end of the race. Then we've got Jack Wheeler, Josh Jackson, Richard Jep, Joe Moss, Nick Ramsey-Goff, Sam Johnston and Toby Owen. That the order then through the rest of the top 10, and that is Alex Foden, who has pulled off at the side of the road on the Bentley Straight, I reckon that is. Alex Foden out of the race. No, it's not Richard Jep, sorry, that's Richard Jep's teammate, who just lost a position there, I think, at the flag. That was the number 73 of Payne. Andrew Payne, who started inside the top 10. But not able to stay there to the flag, unfortunately. But Stuart Bliss, very pleased, I'm sure, with another race victory. As I said, that his 6th of the season, and extends now his championship lead very nicely over Richard Jebb, who I think will be a bit frustrated with that, because having raced his way through from 10th on the grid to 4th at one point, which would have been a very solid result, he ended up only 6th, so points lost there definitely for Richard Jebb, who will maybe have to rely on some drop scores to keep himself properly in contention. So Stuart Bliss, the winner then here at Snetterton, with Brady Pollock coming home in 2nd place. He was actually the top rookie home as well, and also the top Student Motorsport Challenge driver home as well, running with the West Suffolk College. Phil House came home in 3rd, ahead of Jack Wheeler, Josh Jackson and Richard Jebb. All of them Student Motorsport Challenge runners as well. Then it was Joe Moss ahead of Nick Ramsey-Goff, Sam Johnston and Toby Owen completing the top 10, ahead of Elliot Lettis, Rory Pickles, Max Finn and Andrew Payne in 14th. Place went to Stephen Morton with Harry Barker in 16th, John Nicholson, Tom Hartwell, Hayden Payne and James Riley completing the top 20, ahead of Craig Flynn, Ian Howard, Richard Simmons, John Sykes, Colin Dunn, Will Hopkins and Ben Curran. Position then for Nicholas Wilding and Amelia Vincent in 29th. Alistair Mary was 30th, then it was Rob Bannister and Glenn B with Alex Foden. The only retirement in the end, a late retirement, which means that Alistair May, I think, was a non-starter, but he did get everybody else out onto the track. So that concludes our morning races. It concludes our sprint races for the day. There's only one more race to go, but it is a 4-hour race for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Like I said earlier on, sort of the main event really of the day here on the Saturday at Snetterton. And that race due to kick off at 1:30, but we'll have build-up from about 1 o'clock. Well, essentially after this set of podium interviews, we will have build-up ahead of our Fun Cup Thriller, which will be round 6 of their championship. They've had a fantastically competitive season this year, 1 point only separating the top 2 teams in the Fun Cup Championship as they head to what could be a crucial 4 hours of racing here at Snetterton. So the drivers will head to Parc Ferme very shortly. And Richard O'Neill, I can see out of my window, is poised, ready like a coiled spring to leap into action and have a chat with the top 3. But it is taking them a while to get there because, as we've seen, a full speed lap for a City Car Cup car is 2 minutes 30 odd. And they're not doing that sort of pace now on their way back in, but I think they are almost there. So yeah, the City Car Cup, they'll have another race tomorrow, just one race tomorrow for them. That coming up at about 11:40. Tomorrow's action will kick off actually with the Ashtone MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops with Hoosier Tyres Intermark Silhouettes series, which I think takes the prize for the longest championship name in British motorsport at the moment. They will have a couple of races. They're actually qualifying after the Fun Cup race later on this afternoon, but they'll have 2 races tomorrow. We're also, as I said, joined by the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series and by the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy tomorrow as well. So plus another race apiece for the Modified Fords, the Compact Cup, and, as I said, the Naggang Tyre City Car Cup Championship as well. Right, drivers slowly arriving down in Parc Ferme, and the post-race celebrations will begin. Very, very happy set of drivers, I'm sure. Out of the window I can see Stuart Bliss, I think that was, jumping out of his car, running across Parc Ferme to have a hug and a moment of celebration with his team. And I think we are now just about ready to head over then to hear from our top 3 finishers. Let's head once more to hear from Richard John Neal with our podium finishers from the City Car Cup.
Do you know what? We love full grids, full paddocks. We've got that here with the Naggang Tyres City Car Cup. And full of stories, as Andy McEwen has described, so much happening, including an interview with the winner with Kieran McGinley, the circuit commentator. So I want to see if we can find Brady Pollock, who's actually over here, because it's his first podium. He's chatting to his mum and dad and his team at the moment. We've got a car. Look, right, do you remember the green cross code? Little nugget for you. The Green Cross Code man used to live about 3 roads down from me. He used to eat at the same curry house. Trying to remember the guy's name, but he played not the voice, but the figure of Darth Vader in Star Wars. It's my only claim to fame. Dave Prowse, that was it. Dave Prowse used to live with us. Right, now we've said that, we've lost Brady, so we'll go and talk to our winner, Stuart Bliss. Sorry about the ramble, but hey, that's the nature of racing. And also, of course, there's Brady there. He's got Kieran's caught up with him. He knows what he's doing. So, Stuart, let's grab a quick word. Second interview. It's all interviews now, isn't it, Stuart? 6th win of the season. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Kept me on my toes. It's just nice to lead from the front and, well, nearly stay in the front the whole way round. Made a slight mistake in the first corner. But yeah, managed to get him back and then just manage the gap, which is what it's all about.
Yeah, how much of a scare was that? Because I don't think we've seen Brady on an overall podium before, so that's the story in itself. But obviously we've got young karters coming through. The student motorsport element's great as well, isn't it? You're not aligned to a college yet. Have you been approached?
No, I mean, we'll see what happens next year. I mean, I'm just enjoying the racing this year. You know, it's another win, so I'm enjoying it. I'd say the young lads definitely keeping me on my toes, and you know, the more seat time they have, the quicker they're getting. So it's all to play for.
I'll take my hat off to you because the motivation to keep on winning. You know, you're the sort of man with the target on the back in many ways in the championship. Does that put a lot of pressure on you, or just here to enjoy it?
I'm just here to enjoy it. I think it puts more pressure on the team getting the car ready, making sure it's faultless. Okay. I mean, I know what I need to do. As long as the car's where it needs to be, then hopefully we can keep doing it.
That's good. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. Second of our double header. I'm going to nip over here and grab Brady's moved off again. Obviously not familiar with the podium. Brady, let me grab a quick word. Brady Pollock. Remember this name. Well, remember Stuart Bliss as well. I'm getting tangled up in my watch. Let's take that out. Brady Pollock, congratulations. First overall podium, I think.
Yeah, first overall. Probably on the podium this time. First in student motorsport, which I'm over the moon about. Coming into the season, didn't really expect it, but we've surpassed my expectations, and it's just, I want that overall win now. We're pushing for it, I guess. That's all we can do.
You were battling with Stuart. He said like you guys are giving him a bit of a wake-up call at the top of the championship. But yeah, congratulations on you nicked me line, the student motorsport. It's a great initiative, isn't it? How does the story evolve? How did you get involved?
So pretty much, I was a student with the college. Our team principal, Alan Barrett, he knew that I did a bit of karting, and he took a bit of a risk allowing me to jump in the car for a test. It wasn't bad, and then he offered me the drive, and that's how it went. And I can't thank them enough for allowing me the opportunity to drive the car. It's been amazing.
You say it was a risk, but I've seen your name pop out in various cars. I don't cover karting. Alpha Live do, and very well. So, you know, you've got experience from that. And how much of a leap is it from karts to cars?
I mean, getting used to the front-wheel drive is a bit of a challenge. It's kind of like you have to rework your driving style. But then again, once it gets down to the racing, the racecraft is pretty much the same. And I reckon that's helped through Club 100, Club 2000 with Red Lodge. That's helped so much, bringing me up and allowing me to race with these guys.
That's great. I didn't realise I was chatting to your mum and dad earlier on. We were having a little bit of a natter, and it's one of the things I do is just ramble around the paddock and talk to people, don't know who they are. So great to make their acquaintance. I hope we get to see a lot more of them and you on the podiums. Fairly relaxed weekend, double header rather than a triple. So you've got overnight and afternoon now maybe to enjoy some Fun Cup racing and sort of feedback to the team.
I mean, Fun Cup is always amazing to watch. It's such close racing. The downforce and the speeds they've got, it's a really good watch. I prefer if the 2 races were in the same day, because you're kind of in a momentum and a run, but you can't really change that. So I just guess our focus will change to tomorrow. That's all we can do.
Top novice win as well, isn't it? Because it's with the 3 categories. So we're second overall, first for the student motorsport, and top novice home, which is great for the season as we enter the halfway point. What are your thoughts on the remaining races? Where are we going next?
So we've got Cadwell next. Again, a track I've never been to before. The whole calendar I've never been to. It's going to be quite nice. I like the forest of it. It's not quite tight and twisty, but I reckon we've shown we've got the pace throughout, so I'm just hoping we can continue it, see what happens.
Well, that's great. First of many podium interviews, I feel sure. Many congratulations. Another Ted Bradbury maybe there. Well done. Great to talk to you, Brady Pollock. So brilliant stuff from him. Let's see if we can have a word with Philip House. And this is yet another story. Philip, congratulations. Overall podium. Tell us a little bit about the work going on.
Well, I'm here as a guest entry in the BRCC Next Generation car. So I don't unfortunately get onto the podium today, but it's just great to show the car is equal in pace. So we can try and bring through the new generation car for 2025, ideally. It was a great battle. Unfortunately, I just lost a little bit with the top two, just with an incident that happened. So I spent the rest of the race just catching back up. But new car showing good pace, and they're all even, so it bodes well for next year.
Is it first time in it? Have you tested it before?
I did the last round at Donington, I had 2 seconds there. We had an Alton Park race, which was just a development, just out of the box, so we didn't really do well there. But now we've got the car sorted, and hopefully tomorrow we'll try and get to the top step.
That'll be good, and we'll grab another interview with them. Thanks for chatting, Philip.
Thank you. Cheers.
It's great to know that the future of the Formula is in good hands. So Philip was third overall. Fourth was, let me see, I think we've got Jack Wheeler. Well, I've got to try and look for Jack Wheeler if we get a chat now. Hello. Well done. Second in student motorsport.
Yeah, it's a good race. I haven't quite calmed down a bit yet, but
it's a bit hot out there, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, it's a hot one.
Taking plenty of water on. I saw the BRSCC bringing up water bottles for everybody and trying to keep everyone hydrated because that's quite important.
Yeah, no, it's good of them. It is good of them. Yeah. It's needed.
Second season for you?
Second, yep.
How much difference does it make, sort of moving forward from, a learning year last year? Is it a different dynamic coming in and now you know the tracks, the cars, most of the people you're racing against? Is it easier?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think first half of last season, obviously, I was learning and then got quicker towards the end. This season's been a bit better. I've had a few rough weekends so far, I think, but that's not, some of it's my fault. So no, it's been good so far. It's been good.
Can't remember geographically where you're based.
Burgess Hill area.
Burgess Hill, so not that far away from me, Surrey, which is your team, isn't it?
Yeah, it's college I race for. Yeah, it's only about 40 minutes up the road from me, which is quite nice.
Do you get in to talk to the guys and girls at the college?
Yeah, I do as much as I can do. Yeah, sort of around work and stuff. If I've got some time off, then I'll go up there and say hello and pop my face in. So yeah, no, it's good.
And anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Just the college, really. I've done a good job getting the car here this weekend. It's been great so far. It's felt fast. So yeah, just massive thank you to them.
It's great to see the Student Motorsport Challenge really gaining momentum, and we've got far more teams, a few teams not here, but even more, I think, coming on board for next year. So it's a great initiative and a wonderful level for the youngsters to get involved.
Yeah. It's quite competitive this year as well. As you see, there's 3 student motorsport cars in top 4, or top 5, is it? So it's competitive this year, which is good. But yeah.
And what's the feedback on the car? Is there anything to change for race 2?
I suppose they probably want checking over just to make sure of anything, but I wouldn't want to change anything. I'm happy with how the car is, so I wouldn't want to sort of go making setup changes and then going into the unknown. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Well, that's great to catch up with you. Well done to Surrey P2, and we're going to catch up with the rest of the Student Motorsport podium. Thanks very much indeed. It's our second place man there, Jack Wheeler, in the Student Motorsport Challenge, and that means we've got to talk to Josh Jackson if we can find Josh anywhere. Not sure we can. Let's. So I'll put a general shout and see if we go. Josh Jackson anywhere? Can we grab Josh? Josh Jackson? Is Josh over there? Can't find Josh at the moment, so I tell you what we're going to do is we're into sort of lunch break territory now. My apologies for not finding Josh. Oh, hang on, I think Josh over there. Josh, let's grab a quick. Well, never start with an apology, never finish one either. Here we go, Josh. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Third position in the Student Motorsport Challenge.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I was a bit disappointed with qualifying, but then I'm really happy with how the race went. Just slowly worked my way back up.
Not the same Josh Jackson that raced Mazdas?
No.
You look far too young, so you've got a conflict there. You might have to come up with an identifier, as I did on my name in journalistic, because there were 2 of me at one stage. But great to see you there. Queen Ethelburgers College, tell us a little bit about the organisation.
Yeah, well, they're a sixth form from York, and they're the first sixth form to join the series, because all the rest are unis. And we're running 2 cars, and...
you study there as well?
No, I don't. I go to Bristol studying maths.
So how did you get involved with the team?
Well, I was friends with Arthur, who raced for for the year before, and then just sort of. I must have used Will last year, and his mum is a teacher there, so. Right. Yeah. So
that's good. They've got to get on board with a good driver, and that's the thing. If there are any other colleges looking at getting involved, you don't have to have your own car. You can pair with a driver. Lots of different. I was trying to get my local college involved, and they're just too busy really with budgets and everything else going on. But it can be a college running a full team, but equally you can pair up with a driver, can't you?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that Durham was looking to join and to rent a car for next year. So yeah, I mean, I'd quite like my uni to join, but I don't know if they'd want to. But I will have to ask.
Get them along. You know, it's a great thing. It's not just about the engineering side of it. You've got the driving side. You can get people involved in the media side of it as well. So good thing to do. Josh, lovely to meet you. Well done on the podium for Student Motorsport, and we'll probably catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. Josh Jackson there takes third position in the Student Motorsport Challenge. We are now into lunch break here, but lots of other interesting stuff for you to see. And our focus very much this afternoon is on Fun Cup, which we're looking forward to. So we're going to go to the first of our chats that Andy McEwen did for us a little bit earlier on in the day. So please stay with us.
Well, the Red River Sport team hoping for a good result here at Snetterton. I've got Johnny and Gareth here in the garage with me. Johnny, we'll start with you. Snetterton, a track I'm sure you've done plenty of laps at in the past. It's more challenging than it looks, isn't it?
It is. In the 300 version, when I first started here, going back a bit, we had the old Russell. I first tested here in 1990. Very different now in terms of the 300 section, which I like. It's quite technical in places, the infield bit, but a really tricky circuit. For some reason, the 300 circuit doesn't necessarily lend itself to Fun Cup in terms of the sort of slipstreaming, and I don't know why, because Alton Park, for example, does. But I think we're still going to have a great race, and Gareth here is coming on really well, so we're hoping for a good result with Gareth, myself, and Bonamy Grimes for the Red River Sport team.
Yeah, well, Gareth, let's talk about that then, because there's an awful lot to learn at any circuit, but this is a particularly long and technically demanding one, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a couple of quite scary corners, actually, so you've got to really commit to them, and I've been building up the skill to be able to do that.
And you've not got a bad tutor, have you?
Yeah, I think when you start, you don't know what you don't know. And Johnny has patiently and at times with high volume brought me up to speed on that.
Take us into the mindset then of a sort of driver coach, which I guess is almost what you become on events like this. It's a skill in itself, isn't it? I've spoken to a lot of professional racing drivers who just cannot explain to a less experienced driver how it's done, but it's something that you've done a lot of.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because when I first started racing, before I was lucky enough to have a professional career for the best part of 20 years, but before that, for about 8 years, the only way I had of earning any money whatsoever was by instructing. And at the time, I didn't realise that I was learning a process and a skill that would then stand me in good stead for what I decided to do after I stopped racing. But with Red River Sport, I didn't want it to just be... The business model when I started racing was finding a sponsor, taking that money to a team, and then that would allow you to race to show how good you were, and eventually, hopefully, you got picked up and paid. Now, there's another total different business model. That's kind of the only way to go to single-seaters and maybe Formula One, but the rest of them are looking to find a gentleman driver to drive alongside rather than an individual sponsor, because obviously the pro-am element and the am element of the sport has grown so much, even at the highest level like Le Mans 24 in the last sort of 15 years. So I didn't want to do something where I was taking the gentleman driver where I wanted him to go. I wanted to meet the gentleman driver, and obviously I've kind of been there, got the t-shirt. I don't need to do that. I'm not a young up-and-coming driver anymore by a long stretch. So I wanted to then look after and mentor and guide the motorsport sort of plans and adventures of that gentleman driver, drive alongside them in some cases like I do with Gareth and have done with Bon, but in other times let them drive on their own, and just and sometimes they even have their own driver coach. I don't actually coach them, I mentor them and sort of guide them on the path, because there's a lot of pitfalls in racing, especially when you get more into historic racing as well, it can be. But the Fun Cup is absolutely perfect for a grassroots level racing, but still at a very high, very competitive, and the guys here know what they're doing. You only have to look at the pit stops to see how switched on and competitive this championship is. And it's perfect for someone like Gareth to come into a friendly environment, but a very competitive environment, and really improve his skills. And from my side, as an instructor, I'm then going back to all the days with Gareth where I'm sort of leaning on all the things that I learnt from coaching. And there's also the mental side of it, which becomes, once Gareth, he's become a very accomplished driver, then a lot of what we do is actually more the mental approach and unlocking how you get the best out of yourself, which is kind of what a professional driver does. And that's why the difference between a Max Verstappen and, say, a Sergio Perez isn't the hands and feet, it's what's happening up here. And that is actually, once you get to a slightly higher level, that's the really important bit.
It's really interesting, actually, and a great advert for the championship as well, that you've said it's a great place to come and learn. Also a great place to come and have some fun. Gareth, I know that's the #1 priority this weekend, but realistically, results-wise, what would you be happy with?
Well, at Croft, we got 7th overall and 3rd in the Masters, so that was kind of like a high-level season over performance goals. So to get that was really quite something. So to be able to get anywhere near that is the goal. The fun is the goal, but we're quite competitive by nature. So what I like about Fun Cup is there's no hiding in different class levels. You know exactly how far behind you are in performance, and that can be dispiriting at times, but I think has helped me improve my driving capability relatively quickly compared to what it would have been.
Interesting stuff. Well, thank you so much, guys, for taking some time out of your morning. We'll let you carry on now with your pre-race prep, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well, a fantastic interview there with Johnny and Gareth down in the pit garages earlier on. They are now assembled on the grid, as is the rest of the Fun Cup family. A very busy grid walk beginning actually now, quite a lengthy one as well, so plenty of time for Jamie to walk them down, get some more interviews with the drivers ahead of what should be a fantastic race, hopefully. This is a perfect circuit, really, for Fun Cup racing. Lots of long straights, lots of slipstreaming opportunities, and hopefully lots of overtaking as well. So very much looking forward to this as we are going to go racing before too much longer. The race actually due to start in about half an hour's time. 1:30 will be our start time, and that will be our final race of the day to take us through to day 2 tomorrow. Right then, it is time now to head down onto the grid. Let's hear from the first time today from the third member of our team, Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to round 6 of the 2024 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. As you may have noticed, I'm not Richard John Neal, I'm Jamie Peters-Ennis, and I'll be down in the pit lane throughout our 4-hour epic thriller, while Richard vacates to his nice air-conditioned commentary box and joining Andy McEwen, and our first live grid walk of the 2024 season. So we're going to make our way through the grid and speak to as many people as possible. And first up is Jack Constable from Skull Club Racing, who's drawn pole position. That's a nice way to start the day, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we tend to have the luck in the draw, but not so much luck in the race. So hopefully we'll have the luck in the draw and in the race.
First season in one of these, it's very different to what you've been used to in the past with, you know, going from rear-wheel drive then back to front-wheel drive again for a couple of years. It's taken a while to get your head around these. Do you feel you're getting there with it now?
I mean, the driving technique, is different, and these cars drive uniquely to anything that I've ever driven. So, yeah, I mean, I think my head's around that bit, but we've also had a massive step forward this year with running our own team. So that's been a massive learning curve that we've also had to get our heads around. So I think as a team, we've moved on so much further than we were at the beginning of the season.
Excellent. Well, good luck, and we'll catch up later.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. That's Jack Constable. Second place on the grid is the Vape Club by EDF Motorsport, but the drivers are hiding in the garage because, as you appreciate, it is very hot down here. So, Eddie Farrow, you can appear on TV. It's the boys' first ever front row, isn't it?
Yes, mate. Yeah, they've started 4th or 5th, I think, but yeah, it's front row first time.
And it's really been gelling. You've recognised, you said earlier you were losing a little bit of time in the pit stops, but we saw this morning you are really working on that now.
Oh, absolutely. Pit stops is key, Jamie. You know that. The races are won and lost in there, as well as having good drivers on the grid. They've got to do their bit in the pit stops as well. That's important. When they first started, it didn't matter because you've got to get the pace in the car. Once you've got the pace in the car, then you've got to get the pit stops right, and then it comes from there.
Well, good luck and enjoy it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Eddie Farrow, team boss of EDF Motorsport. Right, let's see who else we can find. Neil Plymouth sat here looking rather relaxed in PLR. And Captain, the grid walks are back.
Yes, they are. What a lovely day for it as well.
Need it to be a bit cooler though, don't we?
Yeah, this afternoon it's going to be really warm. It is going to be really warm. So, yeah, just keep hydrated and keep out of trouble and see how we get on in the first 3.5 hours.
Yeah, it was Anglesey was a bit of a tough one for you, but you want to sort of bounce back for that and get back to the sharp end where you belong and pick up some decent points.
Yeah, credit to everybody at JPR, and our car's back on point, so we're okay. So looking forward to it this afternoon now.
And heat management for driver and car, it's going to be bizarrely trying not to stay in a tow as much as you can to try and keep the engine cool.
Yeah, you've got to. Well, you need the tow, but you just got to watch those temperatures, both water and oil. So, yeah, it's a management game as well this afternoon, most definitely.
All right, well, enjoy it. Okay, thanks a lot. That's Neil Plimmer from PLR Racing. Neil Burrows is here from Morphers Motorsport, who, Sparky, you want to forget about Anglesey and move forward now, don't you?
Oh, it was beautiful. Yeah, no, hopefully for a better race. We pulled a good draw. It's a game of towing round here. So we just got to keep it clean. It's a long battle and keep it in one piece and hopefully reduce the trouble that we got in at Anglesey. So, yeah, but it'll be good fun.
And you got some of the faster cars sort of that have been drawn towards the back of the grid. Is that something you're going to be mindful of how quickly they're going to be trying to make their way through?
Yeah, it depends who's in the car. It depends who that's sitting in there first. There's a lot of mixed talent across the grid, but there is some super fast people as well. So if some of the pros and the quick boys have got in the back, then they'll be coming through quite quickly. But we'll just do our best to hold them off and then hang on to them. And
Ted, you're all fixed now, are you? We didn't realise you actually hurt yourself at Anglesey, didn't you?
Yeah, broken wrist, but I'm all right. I'll be fine for this one. Feeling good, the car's feeling good. I trust Sparky, I trust myself to do a good job, so yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll catch up later, boys. Thanks a lot. That's Morphers Motorsport, Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows. Right, there's one person I want to speak to because he was meant to be driving at Anglesey, but somebody was taken you had quite a nasty virus, mate, didn't you, Chris? But you're back on form, you're back in your race suit, you've missed it, haven't you?
Yeah. Watched it from the bed at the last race. Yeah, it was pretty evil, that, but no, really glad to be out here with Gary Summers this time and the Leos team, so see how we get on, but so far so good. Car is now flying, so yeah, let's see.
And that's good. We know you've been doing quite a bit of coaching with Gary, sort of in the race car and in the twin-seater as well. As we spoke at Anglesey, Gary, you came in last year having done very, very little on a track. Yeah. And I mean, how much has Christian's coaching helped you so far this year?
Yeah, it's really brought me on, and I'm planning to set my own personal records today, and I'm doing exactly what he told me to do.
Excellent stuff.
Just on that, we're just going through the data before we came out today. A couple of corners here, absolutely mirror pace, absolute mirrors, and the rest of it is just getting used to the cars, the experience. Obviously, he's come into motorsport late, and he needs to give himself a bit more credit with how well he's doing already. Doesn't mean we're not going to push him very hard today in the race. So, yeah, we should make some good progress with him.
And from a championship point of view, numbers are on the up, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a super positive year. We've had a few new teams come over just last night, really interested in buying cars. We've got another meeting on Monday about it as well. So there's some really, really good things happening. So I'm hoping brands maybe Donington will be up to sort of 25, 26 cars and then bring on next year. Really, really looking forward to it. Yeah, it's all looking good.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you two go and hide in the shade now. Thanks a lot, guys. That's Christian Rose and Gary Summers. All right, let's see who else we can find. We've got the Team Ratters. Let's go and have a chat with the boss, Peter Ratcliffe, if I can dive in. Relaxing under the brolly. It's nice, this, isn't it?
Lovely, isn't it, Jamie? Very good. Of course, we've got 3 Lucys here, and this Lucy is helping me stay cool. So we've got a pile of Lucys. Isn't it wonderful?
And Anglesey, the pace suddenly arrived. I mean, race 2, battling for the podium, and poor David was proper getting stuck in, wasn't he?
He was doing pretty well, wasn't he? And of course, the problem at the start of that race was somebody on the grid walk suggested that the senior member of the team was old, senile, utterly irrelevant, etc., etc. Well, of course, that member of the team is barely out of nappies, is he? You know, so we've got to see how he performs today. But no, Anglesey was good for us, other than the puncture, which put us back a little bit, which was disappointing. But we were happy. Pace was good. David was on fire. John and I not too bad. And no, I think we're feeling pretty good for today. We're okay, positive.
And as we said yesterday, I mean, the pace of the field, it's gone up another notch over last year, hasn't it? I mean, you said it at Croft, you were feeling a little bit lost with it because, you know, you were sort of in the mix last year and it sort of, everyone sort of moved forward and you were like, well, hang on a minute, what about us? But then it clicked and you got, again, a decent grid draw and bizarrely, we all say stay in the tow, but given it's 48-degree track temperatures, 60 degrees in the car, you're going to be doing the complete opposite.
Well, I think that's probably right. Yes, it's going to be trying to manage the whole thing, isn't it? But whilst trying to stay as quick and as competitive as possible. I mean, the pace of some of the front runners is sensational. We're not on that pace, to be fair, but, you know, I think we're doing okay and we're feeling pretty positive. We had a great result here last year. Yeah. I think this was only our second race last year, if I remember rightly. We were really delighted, and I think that we're all pretty positive about things, really looking forward to it. So, yeah, I think we're happy.
Fantastic. We'll enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Don't get too warm. And Lucy, are you going to demand a bit of a pay rise for doing this?
No, this is what we do, isn't it? This is what we're all about. It's all the little details.
Yeah, and obviously he's having another day off, is he?
He is. Luke is having a day off. Unfortunately for us, in some ways, he's at a wedding, something he couldn't get out of. But never mind, we've got the ace team here. These guys are first class, so they won't let us down.
Fantastic, we'll enjoy it. Thanks a lot. That's Peter Ratcliffe and Lucy from Team Ratters. Right, let's see who else we can find. We've got Chris Devell and Riley Phillips just walking away from me. Anglesey, I think we can describe as perfect. You're going to be starting at the back, as we know. As we always say, it's consistency, but also heat management.
Yeah, definitely today. Hence why I'm trying to get the liquids in now. Yeah, I think it will favour the fit people out there today. It's definitely going to be very hot and sweaty. Testing is one thing, quali's another, and then race is a complete different kettle of fish. So you just put that extra bit of effort in. The nerves are there as well, and hydration and tiredness will come into play towards the end of the race. And there is, depending on which weather forecast you look at, there is a possible downpour towards the end of the race, which could spice things up a lot.
Yeah, and Riley, I mean, we saw that move you made going up to Rocket. Hopefully it will be a little bit calmer this time for you.
Yeah, hopefully there's not so much grass cutting this time round. But no, yeah, it's looking like a mega weekend, and I think, yeah, like you say, management of just about everything, you know, driver, tyres and car as well is important. Obviously we're back to our 4-hour races, so a little bit longer to try and work our magic, so we'll see what happens.
And astonishingly, that move you made, it didn't even damage the splitter.
It was incredible. No, but when you're having a perfect weekend, everything goes for you. And we had a perfect weekend to get 2 wins. Never had 2 wins in the same weekend before. To have those 2 wins, yes, there are times where you look back and you go, there, by the grace of God, we got through that. If you're having a bad weekend, that would have taken out the splitter. We'd have lost 2 or 3 places. And there are other things that could have gone wrong. And that's the same in every race. So you always need the racing gods on your side as well. But it is amazing. The harder you try, the luckier you become.
Absolutely. Well, we'll catch up during the race. Thanks a lot, guys. That's Chris Devell and Riley Phillips from Team Olympian. Right, I'm going to be very brave now and have a word with Mr. Hart. I don't know how this is going to go. Christopher, hello. We'll bring the boss in as well, because at Anglesey, you laid down a gauntlet for Alton Park, didn't you?
Factual.
Okay, apparently it's factual.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
do you want to tell us what you're planning on doing?
We're going to take 10 grand off Bobby. We don't know what charity we're going to give to, but we're going to get a picture of him, like an Alsatian or something, at Battersea Dog's Home. We're going to give it to him. He's going to present it.
I mean, Paul...
Old dog presented it to a dog.
Brilliant. We've missed him, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. Yeah. No, it should be an interesting race, that, with these youngsters coming on board. Was it Alton, Chris? Yeah. But nobody's won it yet. No. So I know there's 2 teams here that are eligible for the prize, which is car 220 and 97. So we'll see what happens today. But so far, I'm hanging on to my 10,000.
And thoughts for the race? I mean, the heat is probably going to be the biggest factor, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean it gets very hot in these cars. So we'll just wait and see who packs up first. But I mean, it's very rare we have engine problems with these cars, even in this heat. So it should be okay. It'll be okay.
And nice to have the grid walks back as well.
Yeah, we always do the grid walks where we can, if the timetable allows, and providing it's not raining as well. So here, maybe Brands Hatch and Alton Park.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll catch up with both of you later on during the race. Thanks a lot. That's Paul Rose and Chris Hart. Right, let's see who else we can find. Paul Ellis-Smith from Fueled Up Racing. Normally, as you see on the cart, they would have Jamie Price, Paul Taylor with them, and Paul's wife Wendy. But for this weekend, Paul, it's just you versus Wendy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I've got my work cut out of the world. I've got to be at least nearly as fast as Wendy, otherwise I'm going to have a hard time in the beer tent. Here's Wendy now. Look, she's got a professional look about her. I don't know if you
want to turn around, and it's the one under the umbrella. Yeah, there she is. She's got a nice trolley dolly with her today. Yeah, that only cost us 10 grand for him. Yeah, it's great.
I heard Paul was very expensive.
He is very expensive. Yeah. He looks the part though, doesn't he?
Oh, he looks sensational. He's not branded correctly, but we'll let him off on that.
Well, I think Paul Rose needs to get us some T-shirt, don't you? It's about time.
Absolutely right. Let's have a word with Wendy, because there has been a lot of banter going on, because we'll come into the shade. Paul's you're having a well-on day off this time. But qualifying, you easily inside the top dozen. I mean, that's got to be so confident for your perspective.
Yeah, car's feeling good. It'll be nice to get out on our fresh tyres. I'd like to get around the first corner in a good position, and then we'll see what happens from there. It's all back to front with us today, because usually we have the 3 drivers. So I think, is it going to be one of my first starts in Fun Cup, I think, because I can't finish? Yeah, I did Croft, but in the 1 hour. But in a 3 hour, I think it's my first official start.
Yeah, and of course, it's the first time you and Paul have raced together in a Fun Cup car.
Yeah.
Drive home might be a bit quiet, I think we can say.
Actually, we're taking separate cars.
Does he know?
He does now.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Well, good luck. Thanks a lot, Wendy. That's Wendy Ellis-Smith and Paul Ellis-Smith from Fueled Up Racing. Right, let's go and have a chat with one of our new teams, Team FFS, who coming into the championship for their first appearance, and we'll speak to Nick Hyton. Nick, no pressure, but if you win, you get 10 grand.
That'll be nice, won't it? No pressure. Yeah, pay for my holiday on Monday.
That'll be a nice holiday, won't it? How have you found it? You've been plugging away with it over the last couple of days. It's completely different to what you're used to, isn't it?
A different car to drive, but they're really enjoyable. It's we normally race Caterhams, don't we? So this is vastly different to drive, but it's good. Different racing, endurance. So it's not your full out 20 minutes hack. So it should be really enjoyable. Looking forward to it.
It's a bit warmer than the Caterham, isn't it?
It's really warm in there. Need some water, so a water tank.
And I always ask this question to our new teams. What attracted you to the Fun Cup?
I think so, where the 3 of us could do it together. So myself and Barry racing Caterhams together, Lewis racing Caterhams, and just get together and do some endurance rather than doing everything separately. And a bit of a team thing, isn't it? Everyone together it's really good in the paddock. Really good, isn't it? Really good experience.
Yeah, and obviously getting your head around that qualifying isn't qualifying.
Yeah, it's quite funny. It's just tested, isn't it? And yeah, we've done well, actually, 18th.
So just the key for this one, just stay out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble, yeah. Get the head down, I think, early on, and see where we get to. Follow the others, I think.
Absolutely. Well, good luck. We'll catch up later on in the race. That's Nick Hyton from Team FFS. They've also got Lewis Thompson and Barry Thompson with them. We'll catch up with them during the course of the race as well. Right, let's have one more person before I get kicked off the grid. Simon Rudd, who's part of Olympian GRD. He's having a chat with RJN. He's going to be vacating, going to his nice air-conditioned commentary box. Yeah, apparently. You don't normally do the starts. Have you been given strict instructions?
I've been given instructions. Whether I listen to them or not, it's a different matter. But no, look, it's I like starting, and I've said before that Chris's strategies are just unbelievable. So put total trust in what he's thinking, and we'll go for it.
And heat management is probably going to be the priority, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we want to get to the front in this first stint, but also make sure we're looking after the car. It's not going to be one in this first hour. So let's see. We've got Gary and Mike, who are also quick drivers. So hopefully we'll work together and get through.
Fantastic. Well, good luck. We'll let you get yourself into your oven. So that is the grid walk for round 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at a rather warm Snetterton circuit. I'm now going to vacate my way into the pit lane, and I'll leave you in the trusted hands of Andy McKeown and Richard John Neal, who will take you through this epic 4-hour thriller.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well, so yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are. They almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Snetterton, where we have cars on the grid, and only really cars on the grid now. The hordes of people who had joined the grid walk have now vacated. They're heading to whatever vantage point they're choosing to enjoy this race from, as we prepare now for round number 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Snetterton. The temperature is still very high, the sky is still reasonably blue. I had seen a forecast that threatened a little bit of rain around about 3 o'clock, so in about an hour and a half's time. I'm choosing to ignore that though for now, and hope that we continue to enjoy what has finally felt like a summer's weekend at the racetrack. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, and we're joined in a moment or two by Richard John Neal to talk me through the race. Jamie Peters-Ennis will be our eyes and ears on the ground down in the pit lane ahead of a 4-hour race that begins really the second half of the season proper. The 6th round of the 2024 campaign this will be, and after 5 fantastic races already this season, we're expecting much more of the same here, particularly off the back of what was a really entertaining pair of races at Anglesey a few weeks ago. So the cars then are released onto their green flag lap. The grid, as ever with Fun Cup, is drawn completely at random, with one exception, that being the car that starts at the back of the grid. More on that later. So on pole position, we will have the Skull Club racing car. That Skull Club racing car will be started by Russell Joyce, former TCR UK racer and BMW Cup racer, and alongside him the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports number 246 car. That car started by Simon Coles. Row number 2 for PLR Racing. That car will have Ben Pitch at the wheel for the opening stint, and Morpheus Racing Burrows FM Graphics Lab. Morpheus Racing, I think we'll be calling it for most of the race. That's 195, and that car started by Neil Burrows. Then High Peak Racing, number 107, that is Paul Calladine at the wheel for the opening stint, and 257 Supercharged Performance, that car started by John Perrott. Then row number 4 for Team Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, the 225. That car will have Fabulous Randaccio opening the race for them, with 158 Team Summers alongside them. That car started by Christian Rose, the man who runs the championship more or less these days alongside his father Paul. Then Team Ratters Racing, number 155, will line up next. That's Peter Ratcliffe at the wheel, with Axiometrics, number 103, John Railton taking the start from 10th. 11th on the grid then for MJ Tech Racing. MJ Tech Racing, who are right up there now in the championship after a really good season to date. That car started by Will Abraham. Scott Jeffs to take over later on, with Signature RVs number 49 completing the top dozen, and that car will be piloted by Steve Ruston. Morpheus Motorsport, number 109, is next. That's Steve Walton. Alongside him, Fueled Up Racing, number 210, of Wendy Ellis-Smith. Red River Sport, number 200, that car started by Bonamy Grimes, has GCI Racing, the returning former champions, 111, starting alongside them with Ian Wood. The Caterham Boys, number 97, are next. That's Toby Clowes at the wheel, and Team FFS, number 220, that is a new team, Mark Heighton, taking the start in the car that he shares with Lewis and Barry Thompson. Then it's wave 9, number 207, will be started by Jason Minshaw. He should go quickly. Seed Data, number 214, next. That's Mike Devlin. And then at the back of the grid, number 14, Team Greenheath. That's started by Gary Bate. And Team Olympian GRD are double winners from Anglesey last time out. They will have Simon Rudd at the wheel for the opening part of the race. Actually, Simon was chatting to me earlier on this morning and said that he thinks this is the first time he's ever started a race from the back of the grid. Not the first time that car started a race from the back of the grid, but Simon doesn't often do the opening stint, but he's been ushered in. Apparently, Chris Novell, whilst on holiday a couple of weeks ago, was already strategising ahead of this race, gave Simon, who was also on holiday, a phone call to say, I think it'll be better at Snetterton if you do the opening stint, actually, Simon. To which Simon, I'm sure, was very, very eager to agree. So that is how the grid lines up then. Richard John Neal alongside me in the commentary box for 4 hours of Fun Cup action. Snetterton, a perfect circuit for these kind of cars. And we're now getting to the pointy end of the season as well, which is always a real highlight for me, where the points really start to take centre stage.
Yeah, always looking forward to it. I've enjoyed all the rounds that we've done this year, and I'm still selling it around the paddock when I go in and people are looking for new challenges. I'm telling them to come and have a look. And do you know what? There's a lot of people in the paddock today that are here racing C1s, racing other things, saying, Fun Cup's good, isn't it? And it always, Scott always says, I think we can stop saying it has a bad rep because it doesn't.
Yeah, I've never thought it did, obviously, but yes,
a lot
I have.
People do say,
exactly.
But
I've found myself defending it once or twice in the past.
Look at that.
What is not to love? The cars look great. The drivers, the paddock, such a friendly, welcoming atmosphere. The racing really speaks for itself, doesn't it? And I think particularly in this opening stint of the race, the first 40 minutes before the opening pit stop, that's really when we're going to see quite a lot of action. So 2 by 2 they run then out of the final corner. Pole position for Skull Club Racing at the front of the field. That will be Russell Joyce, sharing with former TCR UK race winner Jack Constable, and alongside him Vape Club with EDF Motorsports number 246 Simon Coles, who will get the jump into riches, who is going to be leading at the opening pit stop window, and crucially, who will take the maximum points at the end of 4 hours of racing for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here at Snetterton. The clock starts to tick down, the cars are leaving the grid, and as they head towards Rich's corner up the inside, there goes PLR Racing, but it will be the Vape Club with EDF car that leads the way, and Neil Burrows, I think, there in the 195, slipping through into second position. Out of Rich's they go, down towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time. One of the better overtaking opportunities on the circuit, but on the opening lap, really a case of survival, particularly with such a jumbled up grid. It looks like they're all through there just about in one piece, and now they head down towards the left-hand sweeper at Palmer's, but it does look to me as though it is Simon Coles who's got the lead. Yes, he has, and in second position Neil Burrows in that 195 Morpheus Motorsport car in desperate need of a good result after a scary incident, Richard, for Ted Bradbury at the wheel of that car last time out.
Yeah, I was chatting to Ted and Dr. Nessa, who has been looking after him. Jack, who's down at Turn 1, is one of the medical staff here, and dad of Sam Nessa.
Oh, yes.
Who's, he just told me there's a story coming up about Sam racing in GT next weekend, so keep your eyes and ears open for stories on that one. But yeah, Dr. Jacques has sorted him all out, and he's here on duty today, as ever he is at big meetings at Snetterton. I think he's in A&E tomorrow, but he's coming tomorrow morning. Big thank you to medics and marshals, an early shout out to those guys.
Yeah, absolutely so. Without them, we could not be enjoying a fantastic weekend of racing, which already we've had with some of our support races. The Fun Cup getting off to a pretty tidy start here so far. Bit of side-by-side action further back there. The Wave 9 car on the outside of Team Greenheath, and just ahead of them, the 111 car, which is the GCI racing car, which I believe we'll also see out at Donington once more later on this year, making a very welcome return to the paddock. 3 abreast here, and that is the Uvio car going up the inside line, and that is Fabulous Randaccio making a pretty fabulous move up the inside into a podium place already. Now, 7th on the grid, the Uvio car was drawn, which was a little bit higher up the grid than normal. They've just clattered into the curb, though, and I think Fabulous has just taken a chunk out of his front splitter. That's not good.
No, that's not good. You know, I've got to say, I was lucky enough just to get a little bit of time. How great is it at Snet to go and do the grid walk? And the cars look absolutely stunning in the sunlight. They're really, all of them. And you mentioned that, you know, the Fabulous's car just looks absolutely mint. They all do. They look great.
It did look mint until he took a chunk out of it on the curb, yes. But, well, he's certainly pushing, isn't he? That's for sure. Across the line we go then, the end of lap number 1. Certainly not slowing him down, though, because actually he's on the tail of Neil Burrows now, and up the inside of Neil Burrows into second position. He's going well. There is the School Club car that started from pole position, just fading back slightly. And in that second group is MJ Tech, the championship second place team in the championship. Just 1 point separating Team Olympian GRD from MJ Tech at the top of the championship table. There is the orange and white number 249 car that did so much winning at the start of the year. Very nearly won the first 3 races on the bounce, didn't they? Had to settle for a second place in one of the races at Croft, but they have been on top form. Team Olympian GRD really coming on to form in the last couple of races, but now is it the turn perhaps of an Uvio or Morpheus Racing to nick a couple of wins into the second half of the season? Well, it's early days, but both of those teams running well, particularly Uvio from 7th on the grid to 2nd then as they head out of Agostini for the second time.
It does no harm, does it, to get a decent draw? You know, sure, as you mentioned, previous race winner, reigning champions at the back of the grid, and it is fun, and I just love the fact that, yeah, we might get, you know, some front runners down the back, some nearer the front, but we've got some very quick cars at the front in the early stages here, which is great to see.
Well, and interestingly, Olympian GRD, who started last because they won that most recent race, in fact, the two most recent races at Anglesey, they didn't gain a single place on the opening lap, although Simon Rudd does now look to have picked a few off as they head out of Williams. Yes, there he is, look, just behind Greedy.
Discretion can be the better part of valour. If you don't know who you're up against. We've got how many newcomers this weekend as well? 2 new cars?
Yes, there are, yes.
Or 2 new driver lineups.
Yeah, completely new, yeah.
Not looking within the shout of the 10 grand from the times that I saw.
No, although interestingly, I was chatting to, who was I chatting to earlier on this morning? It was the 220, Lewis Thompson, who of course is a racer in the top level of Caterham racing within the UK. He said coming in, Barry and Nick, with whom he's racing, they've been doing Caterham Academy pretty successfully over the last year or so as well. Coming in, they really thought they were in with a chance of winning, and then he said, and then I saw the others doing pit stop practice and realised, no, we haven't got a chance. So they're just here for a bit of fun and to try and learn, really, and figure out exactly what
pit stop. I mean, everything is key, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, the car prep, pit strategy, team support, everything. I was chatting to a guy last weekend. Sorry, if you want to get back to the race, go on to it. Who is looking at moving from Legends racing, and he had an accident. And I said to him, actually, we were trying to pair him up for the 10 grand bounty with another guy who used to race Legends, who were going to be quick. But he looked at it and he said, I don't think I could efficiently do the driver change and being hauled out. It's not going to do his back any goes. Love to race it because it would be better on his back than another accident in a Legends car. If you go up over a sausage curb and barrel roll, he doesn't want that again. Yeah, you need to be fit, don't you, to do the pit stops at the top level.
You certainly do, yeah, because they're getting driver changes done in about 15, 16 seconds, something ridiculous like that. So that is where a lot of time can be won and lost, that is for sure. Right then, round we go through Palmer's on the 3rd lap. It's still Vape Club leading the way, but Fabulous Randaccio was about 6/10 quicker than them on that previous lap, so he's now within a second of the race lead. In fact, off in the distance, they're absolutely together, so I think we're about to have a lead change this time, heading down the Bentley Straight, I would imagine. Fabulous will look to use the very powerful slipstream that these cars produce to find a way past Simon Coles, who's driven well, though, to lead the opening handful of laps. In fact, I thought Fabulous was going to try and make the move a little bit sooner as they headed into Williams' corner, but he should now have the slipstream down the back straight, and that will be enough for him to get to the front of the pack. Wait and see in a moment or two whether he's able to do that, but he was certainly more than close enough, you would think, to get that toe and to get the run. Here he comes to the inside line. Simon Coles, I doubt here, Richard, will be able to defend this.
No, I don't think he is. That's a great inside. Looks as if he's got his nose in front. He has, and we respect their name choices as well, don't we?
Yes, we do. We do. Absolutely. No aversion to having a bit of fun in this commentary box, that is for sure. Down towards the bomb hole they head. And Fabulous even into the lead of the race. Now, this is something that concerns some of the other teams when I was chatting to them this morning, because Uvio had been drawn so high up the grid. They were a little bit worried that if they got out in front, they might well disappear, as they've done so many times in the past. But actually, Farchini this morning wasn't brimming with confidence. He said that car feels like it's down on straight line speed for whatever reason, and that's maybe why they haven't won a race yet this year. But it's been a long time. I did suspect as much, but I'm just passing on what he said, Richard.
Yeah, it's fair enough, and you kind of understand with the others, but it's the same every single round. Everybody has exactly the same chance, you know, and a grid position could be totally negated over the course of the 4 hours and the pit stops and the strategy and the safety cars. It all plays out well in the end.
Does indeed. Now, there goes Neil Burrows defending here his 5th position from, in fact, no, he's just reclaimed 4th position from MJ Tech, I beg your pardon. So it was MJ Tech who were ahead. They lost that position down the main straight. This is quite a gaggle of cars, isn't it? Got PLR Racing in there, then the number 257 Supercharged Performance, who thankfully, mercifully, have been listed with the correct number on our entry list, because that was confusing us both at angles here. Definitely 257, not 251. And then Axiometrics also part of this gaggle as well, but it looks to me as though Will Abraham is keen to try and get back on with this. He's back up the inside of Neil Burrows and reclaims 4th place, heading towards Agostini.
Yep, neat move down the inside. Classic passing position here, and one of the things I love about, I think probably in terms of overtaking opportunities, Snet's my favourite track, along with probably Donington GP and Silverstone Nat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've had some cracking races here over the years. A lot of the drivers actually were saying that they prefer the 200 circuit because it is a bit more slipstreamy. This infield section, they said, can sometimes spread the field out. The trouble with that is it's a much shorter lap. The good thing about the 300 circuit is it keeps drivers, keeps teams on the lead lap for longer. So when there is then a safety car, you've got more people in contention. So I'm all for it.
Do you know, it's been a long time since I've seen a race on the 200, let alone called one.
Yes. I suspect the last time I did was Fun Cup back in, oh, now you're testing me, 2014, I think it was.
Oh, just kick the seat. You've probably heard apologies for that.
Yes, 2014 we raced on the 200 circuit. And it was one of the least interesting Fun Cup races I've ever seen, actually. So maybe it's for the best that we're back on the 300, although that was because, again, a bit like today, actually, it was baking hot that day, and there were a lot of overheating issues in the opening half hour, 40 minutes, which took some leading contenders out. And that, Richard, is definitely something on the minds of the teams today. They've said as soon as you're in that tow, the engine temperature just starts to climb and climb and climb and climb, and that has got to be managed.
Yeah, it's a concern, isn't it, for the motors on the car. It's a concern for the drivers as well. So if you're watching, maybe got the stream on around the circuit. Remember, you don't see too many spectators on circuit on the banks, but this is a 3-mile circuit, 303 miles, just a shade under. So there are a lot of spectators here, and it was really nice to catch up with a few people this morning. And if you are out there, or indeed maybe watching on your phone out in your garden, keep dehydrated, keep your water. I'm sorry to bang on about it, but it's really, really important for your health to do that. The drivers will, when they come in, they'll all get a drink break. But I must admit, this is probably one of the days I wouldn't want to be out there and driving. Definitely wouldn't be fit enough to do this personally.
I think I'm with you there, to be honest. Even just standing in the commentary...
you agree? You would be. You're all right. You're a youngster.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Even standing in this very warm commentary box is going to be a test, I think, for the next 4 hours. But we will enjoy it, that's for sure, as the drivers will enjoy their racing. Again, that's something that Craig Butterworth was saying to me earlier on this morning. He said when you're in the car and you're racing, you don't really notice it because the adrenaline sort of pushes through and that carries you through it. It's when you get out of the car, actually, ironically, and you have a chance to cool down, that's when you realise just how warm you are. Right then, Greenheath here at the inside of GCI Racing, and they're both sort of bottled in behind Ratters Racing. That was a bit of a squeeze there, and the GCI Racing car has a bit of contact. Now, that has folded the left rear bodywork look onto the left rear tyre of the GCI car. I noticed Greenheath were already missing a bit of front splitter as well, so may not be the first time that those two have tangled, but that bodywork rubbing this early in a stint, Richard, that will be a concern.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a worry. They'll want a safety car now, won't they, to maybe sort that. Well, Simon Rudd, I think, was it 12th I saw on the last lap?
Yes, I think so.
By the way, making progress, so picking them off in early doors. You can see why they, there's a good case for leaving. Oh, that is definitely rubbing his racing, but he won't be racing very much longer with that. That could be an early stop, couldn't it? Just to do a damage limitation exercise on that, keeping out of the way of the other cars. Not what you want early doors. You can see the idea. I mean, sometimes it's a good case to leave faster driver in for later. Sometimes a good idea maybe to put the faster driver in to work their way through the field, and that's possibly the thinking for the reigning champions.
Yes, quite possible. They've got Ian Wood in now, Craig Butterworth to come after. Graham Butterworth, always on the entry list, but never seems to actually drive these days. But Graham, with a lot of Fun Cup experience, is here helping with the team, but doesn't often get into the car himself. But I suspect he will have a bit of work to do in the pit lane now if they choose to bring that car in, although the smoke now seems to have subsided a little bit, so maybe they'll be okay to carry on. We'll see whether or not they choose to come in, because of course if you pit outside of the pit window, it doesn't count as one of your mandatory pit stops. Side by side across the line there, Skull Club Racing with the Wave 9 car going to their outside. as at the head of the field, Richard, Uvio not dropping Vape Club with EDF, are they? Simon Coles is sticking right with Fabulous Randaccio.
Yeah, that's true, and it's not about being in front, it's the distance, isn't it, really, that you need to put away. You might be managing it. Was there much talk in terms of tyres and heat and how durable they are?
Not a lot, although it will be a bit of a concern because this place is difficult on the tyres, the rear tyres particularly, because there are lots of traction zones out of low-speed corners, but these tyres should be more than capable of doing it. They've done 8-hour races before without changing tyres. The tyres are not such an issue. It is more the fuel mileage, because you use a lot of fuel on a lap round here. Obviously, that has a big effect on strategy. One of the harder circuits to double stint at, I would say, as far as fuel loads are concerned, and also managing those engine temperatures as well. Very often we'd see drivers working with each other in a situation like this to try and pull away, but actually you don't really want to be tucked up behind another car for any longer than you have to be today.
Simon Rudd challenging for 9th place, appropriately enough, the Wave 9 car. That's the other teammate car, isn't it? That one, the 214.
Ooh. And here comes the 220. Now that is the FFS car. I'll leave you all to figure out what that might stand for. Nick Heighton at the wheel for the opening stint. Barry Thompson and Lewis Thompson to take over later on. So that's one of the teams that are up for the prize money. As round the outside goes Simon Rudd. Continuing to make progress here. I think he's into the top 10 now because he's just passed Wave 9, who were in 10th position. The trouble is that the leaders are quite some way ahead of this lot. The leaders are at Murray's now, and they're only at the bomb hole. So yes, he's into the top 10, but quite some way off the lead group.
Yeah, that's a lot of track, isn't it, to make up. But from the back of the grid into 9th position in just a handful of laps, it's pretty good. 15 minutes of racing from Simon Rudd. I've got to say, I've known Simon in various formulae over the years. This is the happiest I've seen, the most relaxed I've seen him.
That's nice.
In all of that, and I guess he's enjoying it, otherwise he wouldn't be here. But it's lovely to see a driver settled into a formula and enjoying it.
Exactly, and a really talented driver as well, no doubt about that. But yeah, sometimes you can go pursuing greatness, can't you, and actually lose touch with why you started racing in the first place. Now that was a big moment for Team Summers, the 158 car being driven at the moment by Christian Rose, who has had success here at Snetterton in the past, as indeed have the team behind him. That is the PLR team. It's actually started by Ben Pitch, but Neil Plimmer, who he shares that car with, has definitely won a few races here at Snetterton over the years. But Ben Pitch up the inside of Christian Rose now, heading down towards the braking zone at Agostini, and I think that's going to be move made, isn't it? PLR Racing winless as well for a good number of seasons now, but they're always consistent. They're always inside the top 5, banking points, and as a result of that, PLR Racing arrive here at the back end of the top 10 on points before the drop scores are calculated, but still right in contention after those drop scores are added on. Taken away, whichever way you want to look at it. But anyway, he's up into 4th position now. We'll see whether or not he can make any progress towards the leading 3.
See from the timing tower, we've got seat data in the pits.
Oh, yes.
So first stop, and as you mentioned, Andy, outside the pit stop window, as we look at Christian Rose again, making his way to try and see if he can get back on terms with Ben Pitch. Here they come down the straight. This is a terrific, iconic shot, and you can see how hot it is. You can see the heat haze down in the distance. Brilliant place to come and watch as well. So the other thing I like about Snetterton, like Brands Hatch GP, if you are here for this sort of event, it's a great event to just have a wander around the track and see what's going on from different points.
Yeah, absolutely. So many different vantage points that you can go and take in, not just on the inside of the circuit, but on the outside down here at Brundle and Nelson. That's always a popular place to go. Saw lots of photographers out there first thing this morning during the qualifying sessions. It's a good place to go and get some pictures as well. So, yeah, do have a wander if you're out and about around the circuit. But right now, I would be training your eyes on that lead battle, because it's all been quite steady and sensible with Uvio and Vape Club just sort of working together at the front. But now the arrival of MJ Techlook has spurred Simon Coles into making a move for the lead again. He goes to the outside of Fabulous Randaccio through Rich's corner, but for the 3rd consecutive lap, Will Abraham sets the fastest lap of the race, and he is right there with them now as they head towards the Wilson hairpin. Uvio on the inside trying to defend the lead, but it's that 3rd place car, Richard, which is setting the pace.
It is, isn't it? Was that really 1.1 seconds down when they went across the line? That's incredible, isn't it? 3-way battle for the lead, and we've got 4 hours to go. Going back to Fabulous, it was lovely to see him. He, on the grid walk, had gone back, loads of handshakes, not just him, everybody. Really good camaraderie. in the pit walk, which again I'd not seen. I'd not seen the pit walk before.
Okay.
So really, really friendly if you're thinking of coming in and want a great environment. This is the place. JPS livery though, black and gold out front at the moment. And yeah, how intense do you think you should get at this stage though?
Well, the logical answer is not very, but the drivers don't tend to listen to logic, do they? There goes Will Abraham, look, proving my point up the inside of Simon Coles for second place, but there's definitely an argument to pace yourself. A lot of the drivers this morning were saying that's what they were going to do. They were very mindful of, you know, mechanical sympathy, looking after the cars, but it's very easy for them to say that to me in the hospitality awning at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a different matter when they get out on circuit, and certainly the rate at which Will Abraham's been going in this opening stint, he will want to push on here. He'll want to get to the lead and try and pull away, because he might just feel that he's got the pace to do that. He's up into second place now, and I suspect we're going to see a challenge for the lead before too much longer through Brundle and Nelson. No real overtaking opportunities between now and the end of the lap, but once they get onto that centre straight, the slipstream once again will present an opportunity. Simon Coles tried to go around the outside of Fabulous a lap ago. Will Abraham, easy for me to say, have any better luck? Well, we'll find out in a few seconds.
Had a good run, haven't they, that P2 car this year, and keen to improve their points. And yeah, the UVO Hoffman car, we needn't have worried really about him getting to the front, because we've got a quality trio at the front.
That's absolutely right. Will Abraham then, is he about to make his move then? Across the line we go, down the centre straight, and he pulls to the outside line, does he? Let's wait and see. They'll appear at the left-hand side of the screen. There he goes, to the outside of Fabulous, but this won't be an easy move to make. Randaccio will try and defend it, but no, Will Abraham sweeps through and does become the third different leader of the race inside the first 20 minutes of the race. Will Abraham then to the front, and Fabulous Randaccio has to settle in line in second, although he's just peeking back up the inside actually through the Wilson hairpin. And went back through. Okay, that was a short-lived stint in the lead then for Will Abraham. I'm surprised he left the door open, actually. Maybe didn't expect Fabulous to bite back straight away, but Randaccio wants that clean air. He doesn't want to be tucked up behind the MJ Tech car. He wants to be out in front, but how long can he stay there?
Yeah, that's key, isn't it? Clean air. He's coming back. Here we go, side by side. And again, Fabulous. Oh, I was going to say giving him room. That was very tight indeed. That was proper racing. And it's the MJ Tech car that goes back into the front. Now we've got a challenge on for second position. PLR back up into fourth, by the way.
So that's Abraham off. That's Abraham off, and through goes Simon Coles. So Simon Coles into the lead now. But what happened there? Will Abraham just suddenly seemed to understeer off the road. I don't think Fabulous was up the inside of him. Just a bit of a mistake maybe from Abraham.
Yeah, very possible. Still side by side for the lead. So it's the 246 car looking on the outside here, grabs a little bit of dirt on the exit as they come onto the back straight here. Too far back, I think, to do anything about Uwe Hoffmann's at the moment in lead, or are they? Now getting the slingshot out of the slipstream and down the inside into Brundle, but it's going to be the outside for Nelson, still side by side, the Uwe Hoffmann car. Fabulous Randaccio will hang on to it.
Wow, this is elbows out stuff, isn't it? Fabulous really does not want to give away this lead. I'm quite surprised at that. What was it you asked me a lap and a half ago about how intensely you should go in the early stages? I think this is rather proving my point, isn't it? Fabulous not keen to relinquish the race lead. Simon Coles with an opportunistic bit of driving was briefly back out in front, but actually after all of that, it will still be the Uwe Hoffmann Motorsport car that leads. So the lap charts will say there was no lead change on lap number 9 of the race. There were about 5, I think, over the course of that lap, but it is car 225 that's back out in front again as they arrive at the timing line this time around. So
do you put an asterisk by your stats for those ones, by the way?
Oh, if only I had enough time to work that out. Now, significantly, as Coles goes for the lead, there's a bit of contact is there at Rich's corner, but MJ Tech are in the pit lane. MJ Tech are in the pit lane, and I reckon that's because of that grassy moment at Hamilton. The radiator might well have grass in it, and on a day like this, that's the last thing you need. So MJ Tech having to make an unscheduled pit stop, that could have big ramifications for the championship. I know, Richard, it's early in the race. They've got time to bounce back from this, but that is not ideal for the team that is second in the championship.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a worry, isn't it? I think it comes back to, like you said, the race lead when you're running in close proximity is all down to wanting that clean air. It's going to be so key, isn't it? The field does get strung, and that's not a huge problem, but if you can get the air into the car, keep it going sweet, that's absolutely fine. So PLR racing up into third. Now the 158 car, Christian Rose, getting going. Simon Rudd up to 7th now as a result of that. He's made up another place since we last did a check on him. The fabulous Randaccio out front took that early lead, and he'll be happy with that for the moment. What are we? Still nowhere near into pit stop territory at the moment, so remember, leads can be undone very quickly by safety cars. We've had 2 pit stops, haven't we, so far? So lucky that we haven't had any stoppers. I'm sure we will at some point.
Yes, news on that actually from the pit lane. Jamie reporting that the C Data car had contact with another car which caused a puncture, and whilst they were sorting that out, they were investigating another issue that they had as well. So that's why they're in the pit lane. There is the 257 car trying to get up the inside of Team Summers' Christian Rose, but Christian defending that place nicely. And yes, look, in the background, car number 1, Simon Rudd, just creeping slowly into contention. Now, drive-through penalty has been given actually to car 257. So that is the supercharged performance car of John Perrott, and John unfortunately is going to have to head for the pit lane. I did spot that a lap or so ago, but didn't have time to mention it, so he'll have to come in soon, otherwise that drive-through penalty will become an even more severe penalty.
What's he done?
I'm not sure. Well, he's not come in, is what he's done, so he's come round for another lap. I will try and find out. There's nothing on the timing screen that's telling us what it's for. It was issued at 13:48. That was 8 minutes ago, Richard. So he must have passed the pits 3 times since then. And he's now actually going around the outside of Christian Rose. So no interest in coming in to serve a drive-through penalty just yet.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
I don't think that will fly.
Always works, that argument, doesn't it?
Yes,
wasn't
100% success rate. Yeah, absolutely. Julian Floyd might look dimly upon that, but we'll wait and see. Simon Rudd sneaking through as well. So Christian Rose just starting now to slip down the order a little bit, but Simon Rudd doing the exact opposite.
Yep, another move from Simon. So the number 1 car. This has been a very, very impressive stint, isn't it? You know, regardless of track position, certainly race position, very, very handy indeed, and not that far away from top 4 really now, you've got to say.
No,
sorry,
it's all right. Just grabbing a quick refreshment. It's one of those days. I'm taking your advice, Richard. I'm taking lots of fluids, definitely. So Simon Rudd into 5th place now. Then he was half joking this morning, I think, when he said it would take him only 2 or 3 laps to get to the lead. Whoops, that's 2:10 off the road. Fueled Up Racing. Wendy Ellis-Smith in the car, sharing, as always, with husband Paul. First time that they've ever raced together, just the 2 of them. They've always had a 3rd member of that team in the past, and they did have Paul Taylor down to race with them this weekend, but Paul not racing, and so Wendy and Paul, for the first time ever, I believe, are sharing a car just between the 2 of them, and Wendy having a bit of a slip off the road there at Palmer's.
Early doors, you're allowed the odd one. Every driver, if you think about it, if they split it 2 hours between them, you're not going to have a perfect 2 hours, are you? So
no, absolutely not.
Extremely understandable.
Yes, hopefully no damage done. Seemed to avoid damage to that front splitter, which is always the worry on a Fun Cup car, particularly on a circuit such as this one, where it is just so technical and you really do rely on that front splitter, which generates quite a bit more downforce than you might imagine. Without it, you can be perhaps a couple of seconds off the pace around a circuit such as this one. Here we go then. Rubio now really starting to extend that margin, aren't they? They go across the line now, and what is their gap going to be back to the Vape Club with EDF car? There they go across the line, 5.5 seconds behind. So that gap has suddenly shot out, hasn't it, with MJ Tech slipping off the road and having to pit. 257 are in now. John Perrott in serving that drive-through penalty. He's going to rejoin the circuit just ahead of the School Club car, I think, which has slipped down the order a little bit. But yes, the lead gap shooting out as we approach the end of the opening half hour. Unlike the last couple of races that we've had, by the way, the 3-hour races at Anglesey, because this is a 4-hour race, the stint lengths are slightly longer. So the first pit window will open at 12 minutes past 2 because it's a 40-minute stint as opposed to a 30-minute stint. So 40-minute stints, still the 5 pit stops over the course of the 4 hours, but the driver's got a little bit longer behind the wheel, which is perfect really, certainly around a longer circuit such as this one. If you were to get a safety car period, it's less likely to eat into your entire stint length. So Still 12, nearly 13 minutes away from that pit window opening. But of course, the other thing with pit windows, Richard, is that, of course, you're allowed to pass that, or you have to pass the pit window open board once before you're allowed to stop. But because it's such a long lap, actually, you only have 2 or 3 laps realistically in which you can pit, so you've got to be on it and make sure that you're focusing on the pit wall and that you don't miss the fact that the pit window's open, because you only get a couple of chances to go by before it's closed again.
Yeah, that's true. Is this the longest lap in the UK? Probably is, isn't it?
The Silverstone GP probably longer, isn't it? Although
boring doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't get used a lot for club motorsport, certainly. So yeah, I'd say of the ones that we regularly use at the BRSCC, definitely.
I can't remember if there was a 3-miler at Rockingham, if they used all the twists and turns in ancient history. Going back to Andy's on the case, so it's always a spreadsheet handy, isn't there? And I probably need to share some of my stuff with you. I started building some Mazda stuff, but
oh really?
Yeah. So I probably need to let you have a look at that. But yeah, I won't go rocking back. It needs to be open again. Now that, and I was saying last weekend actually on the commentary. Now that we've got a new government that are open to building things and changing planning regulations, maybe they could use it as was it called a grey belt or something? I know Lawrence Tomlinson was interested in Rockingham years ago, and he couldn't do it because one of his other business concerns is care homes, L&T Group, and I think I may be wrong, and Lawrence, I apologise if I got this wrong, but was looking at the possibility of buying Rockingham and popping a care home on the extremity of it as well, which would have been great because the old diddlies in the care home would have been able to watch the racing. Nobody would have complained about it. And but he wasn't allowed to, because at the time you weren't allowed to build on it. But hopefully, we can get some planning and do something constructive racing-wise with the likes of Rockingham if we can. Go on then, what's the...
their longest track was only 2 miles, actually.
Only 2?
Yeah, because it was a very compact layout, wasn't it? Lots of corners, so the lap time was quite long, but it didn't really... It was 2.05 miles, and that's the International Super Sports Car Long, catchy name, layout that they used to use for British GT, which had the extra little bit down the bottom.
It's a nightmare with lap records and things on when you look back at Rockingham for the different configurations we had.
Isn't it just? Yes.
Yeah.
Fun Cup actually did race at Rockingham before it was a championship. So back in the 2000s, they did have a couple of races at Rockingham. I forget now which version of the track that they used. In fact, that'll be the next thing that I'll check in the TSL timing data banks. But they have raced there before. But no, this definitely at 2.95 miles or whatever is certainly the longest lap on the Fun Cup calendar anyway.
And all that was about the pit window, and you're saying they've got to be on the case to. And
exactly.
You're absolutely right, they have. And it catches me out as a commentator here, the fact that it is a long lap. You think that you're going to be in for a 15-20 lap race, and it isn't. They're usually about 3 laps, including 2 laps of safety car, depending on what you're watching.
Yes, indeed. No, I'm not going to say that. Towards Coram Corner they go. We are half an hour into our 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and now we've got another penalty, a stop-go this time, for 220. That is Team FFS. I think they'll be reciting their team name in the garage right now at the news that they have got a penalty to be served. Nick Hyton, again, not sure what the stop-go penalty is for. Track limits, possibly, this early in the race. I'd be surprised if that were it, but it must either be that or an out-of-position start of some sort that is leading for them to be handed a stop-go penalty as well. So that's 2 teams with a penalty. We've had MJ Tech in to presumably get some grass cleared from the grill. Seed Data are still in the pit lane. This is often the case here at Snetterton. We come to race at Snetterton. It's a bit of a car killer anyway, because it does demand a lot of the drivetrains with all of those traction zones. On a hot day like this, often it becomes a bit of a battle of attrition, and I wonder if this is already a sign that will be the case again today.
From talk of battle of attritions to maybe a talk of battle for 3rd place here, as Ben Pitch is being caught by Simon Rudd. So Simon, remember, starting stone last, and in this first session we've only got, or first section, we've only got just over 10 minutes left before the pit stop window opens. Rudd is now challenging for a podium position. He's put the team in a superb place already, regardless of whether he manages to get past Ben Pitch in the PLR racing car to take an early potential podium position. He's going to be definitely in need of a drink when he gets out of the car, isn't he?
Definitely, yes. They will have the cold water bottles ready and waiting. I just saw a message, there we go, from Jamie. So, car 214 is out. Seed data out with an engine problem. That is a shame, isn't it? 220's penalty was for track limits. 257 did serve the drive-through and then sped in pit lane. So they'll be getting another penalty for doing that. He also reports, as here comes Simon Rudd up the inside of PLR. We'll get this overtake done before I continue working through my list of notes from Jamie. Nice move made that by Simon Rudd, who is now into the podium places, having started 20th and last on the grid. Only took him, 32 and a half minutes or so to achieve that. Last bit of news from Jamie, 249 was a right rear puncture. So it wasn't actually to clear the grass out of the grill, but perhaps that's why he was on the grass in the first place. I said at the time it looked a bit odd that Will Abraham just sort of slid off the road like that. A right rear puncture, snap of oversteer on turn in, and off he went.
Was he on the inside of Fabulous when you made that move? I'm wondering whether there was contact and whether we didn't see that.
Yes, maybe. At one point he would have been to the left-hand side, definitely. Down the pit straight he was, wasn't he? Could well be right. So that's why MJ Tech were in. So that was a puncture, which means they've changed a tyre and are how far back off the lead? Well, we'll wait till they get across the line, but I think they're still within about 45 seconds of the lead. That is pretty impressive tyre changing skills, isn't it?
And again, you know, a little bit of a bonus, isn't it, for being here on the 300, because you don't lose a lap, and it's not an issue now, but it could be come safety car time.
Yeah, indeed. So they're going to be at the line.
If and when.
Or
when, I should say.
I will have a stat in a moment about safety car probability here at Snetterton. I seem to recall it being fairly high over the years. MJ Tech are still not actually at the line, so they're further back than I thought they were. It's going to be about a minute, I think, that they've dropped to the race leaders. There they go, across the line now, and they are, 57 seconds off the lead, MJ Tech. So they could do with a safety car. They ain't going to gain a minute over a team like Uvio, but with a safety car, they'd be right back in it.
They will.
Sorry, and Jamie also confirming, yes, it was contact with Uvio that caused that, that puncture.
Well done, Jamie. Good that Jamie's listening. He was saying about this being an air-conditioned box. I said, well, the window is open.
that is a luxury that we're not normally afforded, in fairness, so I'm not going to complain too much.
No, Brands Hatch is the one, isn't it, when you're at the top of Brands in the greenhouse there and you can't open the window. Extremely
warm, usually, in there. Right, you wanted a safety car stat. Well, you might not have wanted one, but you're going to get one anyway, a safety car stat. The Snetterton 300 circuit. As I said, we have raced on the 200 before. On average, 3 safety cars per race through the 10 races that we've had on this track. Who says I've got too much free time on my hands? So on average, 3 times the safety car will come out on the Snetterton 300 circuit. But so far, so good, Richard. It's been a relatively clean race.
It has, as we boil our way down, literally boil our way down to the first pit stop window. Uvio Hoffman's still out front. The gap now out to 7.472 seconds. Another 2 seconds down to Olympian GRD, the reigning champions. We're looking at Wave 9 in 5th position, ahead of Team Summers in 6th. Still plenty of cars in contention for this one. Remember, with all of the potential drama still to come, that being, of course, pit stops, possibly safety cars, possibly a little bit more. Now, when I say contact, I mean rubbing contact, not full contact, to differentiate. Still all of that to unfold, but the way it all lines up at the moment has, I think, for me, exceeded expectations with the way that the one car's come through. Uvio Hoffman getting out the front, 246 car in the mix as well.
Yeah, this lead for Uvio, this is, as I said, what the concern was for some of the other teams. It might have been different had MJ Tech not had that puncture, but yeah, for now, the lead of 8 seconds for Uvio will be a little bit concerning for the rest of the field. We're on lap number 16. On average, the first safety car here over the years, lap 15 when you work out all of the averages. So we are now past the point that on average we might have seen previously some safety car interference, but for now a clean race up to this point as Uvio continues to lead the way. We're now 3.5 minutes away from the pit window opening, with Vape Club with EDF in 2nd position and Olympian in 3rd. Now Olympian GRD are, well, on the last lap they weren't the fastest car on the track, because that actually was PLR Racing. They did a personal best lap at 19.869, but Simon Rudd is quicker than the 2 cars ahead of him quicker than Vape Club by about a second second a lap, and about 3 or 4 tenths a lap he's got on the race-leading Uvio car. So Simon almost now within striking range to try and have a go for second place. Not quite close enough this time down the Bentley Straight, but look, he's dragging with him Ben Pitch. This has been one of the best stints I've seen for some time from Ben Pitch, actually, and he is well and truly on the pace right now of the championship leading car out in front of him.
Yep, all good stuff. And yeah, pit stop window. They're getting ready with the board, I think. So the pit window is going to be open very, very soon. And then we get to see early stops, late stops. How is this all going to play out for everybody?
Yes, indeed. So we're going to use now the stop-go penalty for 257 plus 10 seconds. Now, I think this is actually their third stop-go penalty that they've now had, so I wonder whether they've sped in the pit lane again whilst serving a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, because they're now being told an extra 10 seconds will be, well, they'll have to stop for 10 seconds in the penalty bay, so they're going to be summoned back in again. That's a shame, though, because they had some good pace in the early part of this race, didn't they? And not really going to have a lot to show for it as we head towards the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, it is a pity, isn't it? Lead gap's come down from 9 seconds to 7.9, so just under 8, only a second or so. But Vote Club with EDF and Olympian GRD both closing in on the leaders. So I'm wondering whether Fabulous is just getting into the mindset possibly for an early start. I can never remember who goes first at the drive-through. So the drive-through with 257, the supercharged performance car, John Perrott. As not the happiest of stints for him, but he'll get another go. John is out. They're basically mirroring or repeating the cycle. John handing over to Stuart Kinner later on, one of the masters, and he'll be out second a little bit later on.
Change for second here. That's Simon Rudd up ahead of Simon Coles. So we could sort of see that one coming, couldn't we? But I reckon now we might see that lead gap come down even more with Simon Rudd in second place. I also would not be surprised to see him stretch this stint because it is Chris Devell getting in next. I imagine that Simon will try to maximise his driver time as much as he can so that he can maybe bring that car in the race lead, or at least close to the race lead. Be interesting now, though, Richard, to see whether Ben Pitch can follow suit and find a way past Simon Coles as well. Simon will no doubt try and stay in the slipstream here and work with Simon Rudd to sort of find a bit of extra pace. Slipstream around here, Simon was telling me this morning, if you had a slipstream around the entire lap, it's the best part of 2 seconds that you can gain. So it's a big benefit.
Is that one of the nuggets he gave you? So he said, I've given Andy some nuggets to make you sound more professional. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Unless he's fed me false
we
information.
We need to get to professional first before we get more professional. But, well, I do. You're there already.
I'm not sure about that. But yes, thank you, Simon.
It is handy, isn't it, to know, to get drivers feeding that information back. And just sort of like, that's a lot, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's mainly down these two big straights, but of course the whole track really, that slipstream does take effect. You can see it working there. Simon Coles very much staying with Simon Rudd, and they took another best part of in fact over a second out of the leader that time. Simon Rudd did a 19.9 and the leader Fabulous Randaccio a 21.2, so 1.3 seconds gained on that lap alone.
Ben Pitch still there, and as you said, having a good strong first session is Ben Pitch. So come on, who's the money on? Who's going to be first to pit? We'll go with the leading group.
First to pit, so who have we got up there? Well, I don't think Uvio tend to go long, don't they? Certainly Simon Rudd will go long. Simon Coles, I think, will probably do the same. PLR, maybe PLR, potentially. Neil Plymmer has traditionally been a little bit quicker than Ben Pitch, although, like I said, Ben absolutely on the money so far today, isn't he? So he's clearly found a good rhythm here at Snetterton. So maybe PLR might be the first to blink of the leading group, because it's then another 6 seconds or so back to wave 9 in fifth position. But usually, Richard, as you'll know now, we see the cars further down the order. They're the first ones to pit because they're sometimes the ones that have quicker drivers to come, or they've had some dramas in the first part of the race. So maybe we would be looking at certainly people like Skull Club. I think they'll want to get Jack Constable in nice and early, won't
and you might want to be looking for a change in the race rhythm just to get things back on track for the second stint. The two Simons, though, enjoying their run at the moment, and they've got the Uvio Hoffman car in sight when they go down the Bentley Straight, so that's a good thing for them. Ben Pitch has got second and third in his sights as well. Still fastest lap, not with either of these guys. It's actually with Will Abraham still, isn't it? From those early stages. And a very quick driver pairing. Scott Jeff will be able to bring them back in as well, I'm sure.
Will Abraham is the fastest man on the track still as well, so he had the fastest lap. But he's doing 19.1s, whereas no one else really is getting into the 19s at all, apart from Simon Rudd.
That's impressive stuff. They've got ground to make up, though.
Yes. Well, they've gained about 4 seconds since I last mentioned them. Now, they've got 55 more to gain, but they're at least on the right track, aren't they?
They are. Here's our race leader. Comes out wide, grabs the line down into turn 1. The gap as they cross the line now down to 6.6 seconds. So pretty close. And then the next thing, of course, we do once they've all had their stops is pull those to pieces and work out how much time is lost and gained by each individual driver. It's going to be fascinating to see how they all handle them. Hopefully they come in at different times so we can observe each one.
Yes. That never happens, though, does it? They all wait until the last minute and then they all come in together. But we'll do our best because there is time to be gained through the driver change, of course, and how seamlessly you can do that. There is no minimum pit stop time in Fun Cup, as we've said before, so the quicker you can get your driver out and new driver in, then the quicker your overall pit stop will be. But also, whether or not you choose to take fuel. Now, as I said earlier on, because these are longer stints anyway than we've been used to in recent races, 40 minutes as opposed to 30 minutes, that means a double stint is an hour and 20 minutes, so it's an extra 20 minutes to go if you're going to double stint on a tank of fuel, so that makes it harder to do. Also, this track is quite high on the fuel consumption, so we are seeing fuel going in here for the Caterham boys. Toby Clowes handing over to... Now, I was told before it's James de Lucene, which isn't how it's spelt, but that's what Jamie told me is how we pronounce that name. So
I was going to ask, so I'm glad you got to it first.
Well, yes, I apologise if I've got that wrong, but if I did, then that's what Jamie told me, so go and take it up with him. But apparently James de Lucene with Simon Goodwin to take over for the third stint, and James is getting plugged into the car now. They've done their refuelling, the driver change is almost complete, the engine, as you can hear, is fired up. Very shortly be back on his way. So we've had 97. GCI Racing have been in as well, interestingly. So that will be now Craig Butterworth taking over, and Team FFS and High Peak Racing also in the pit lane.
I was thinking of the fast show. If you knew that. Yeah. Have I stumbled on something that's the right age-ish?
Ish. Not quite. Not quite. Not really my cup of tea, if I'm honest. I have to give it a bit of a go, but...
that's brilliant.
Yeah, maybe. I need to give it a proper watch, I think, probably, and actually concentrate on it. But, yes, maybe that is what the team name is all about. I don't think it is, but let's go with that. It's a slightly more broadcastable story, isn't it,
for flip's sake.
Exactly that. Simon Rudd, then, through Rich's corner with Simon Coles predictably, really, staying with him and putting in his best laps of the race. Also predictable, really, given the slipstream that he's got, and they're still taking 3 to 4 tenths of a second a lap at least out of Fabulous Randaccio out in front. But realistically, well, we're at halfway through the pit window, so they can probably do another 3, maybe 4 laps, probably 3 laps, really, before the pit window is closed, and then they'll all be in.
They will. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, more action down in pit lane. This is Gary Boat with a damage on the front there.
Yeah, quite a few cars missing bits of splitters, aren't they? This is the car, remember, that had contact with GCI Racing earlier on, so that perhaps is where that damage came from. And just in front of them, 195, that's Ted Bradbury now at the wheel. Spoke to Ted earlier on today. He obviously had that nasty accident at Anglesey, didn't he, with the throttle sticking open. He said he's more or less healed, which in racing driver speak probably means not really healed at all, but still wants to be in the car. So I do remember them saying it would probably take 6 to 8 weeks for that to heal, and it's not been 6 to 8 weeks since he had the accident. So he's possibly going to be in a little bit of discomfort by the end, but you know what he's like. He's up for the fight, and really said now with the championship more or less gone, the pressure's off, they can just go out there, have some fun and try and win some races.
He'll be okay. I mean, going back to the conversation with Dr. Nessa, he said it's the fastest he's seen anyone heal, that injury heal. So, and he would have said don't race if it wasn't appropriate, to be fair. So that's good. I'm glad. It's funny, isn't it, with Ted Bradbury? Again, sort of talking about, sorry for talking about Mazdas, but there's a connection with Ted doing it, but he sort of pops in and out very quickly in the Mazda stats, doesn't he, just for last year?
Yes.
Which is a little bit of a pity, because you want drivers to be around and build up a bit of a bit of history. But
well, I suspect there are some other drivers on that grid this year who are quite glad that he only did 1 year, because I think he would definitely have been a championship contender this year.
We missed you, by the way, last weekend.
Yes, I did miss being there. I was watching along when I could. It's some good mass racing actually, given the conditions that we had at Croft, and much nicer.
Transferable skills to come and race here as Ted's crew.
100%. And I know there are lots of other quick MX-5 drivers who want to come and give this a go. I believe Luke Pullen is...
is he?
Well, I'm trying to talk him into it. I've been trying for a couple of years, but he's now seriously interested and wants to try and get a group of other quick MX-5
Something
drivers.
clicked with Luke how good he is on the podium with the interviews. Very good, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And I think he's realised that, hasn't he? That's probably his big selling point going forwards. But that's an important part of being a racing driver. It's not just what you do in the car, is it? It's how you handle yourself out of it.
Yeah, and again, great camaraderie last weekend up at Croft.
Yes, shame not to be there, but I've been dodging the rain. It was very nice at Donington Park, where I was last week, and it's very nice again here, so bringing the nice weather with me. That is, it's no longer Christian Rose, it's now Gary Summers, the car that Gary Summers owns.
That is a lovely purple on that. Sorry to be in touch with me colours and stuff, but on the grid in the sunshine, that purple looked absolutely superb.
Did look good, very good, and lots of eye-catching liveries out there actually.
Yeah.
And the cars, they take a bit of a beating sometimes over these long races, but they always end up looking pristine again at the start of the next one. There's a lot of time and effort put into the upkeep of the cars, much of it by JPR, of course, who provide their services to a lot of the teams, but not all of them. Some of these cars are privately owned and prepared, with perhaps assistance from JPR, but they do the bulk of the work themselves. Right then, we have got a minute and a half before the pit window closes, plus 1 lap, because remember you can extend that by a lap if you want to, and still about a third of the grid yet to pit, including, predictably, the top 6 cars. MJ Tech have pitted now. That pit stop is the scheduled one, so they haven't made their first scheduled stop of the day. So the top 7 cars then all yet to pit. Same is true of Fueled Up Racing, although they're a bit further back. In fact, there they go up the inside of Gary Summers. And they've got the 49 car in behind them. That's Signature RV Steve Ruston was at the wheel. It's actually now Marcus Clutton. So what's the betting that car sets a fastest lap inside the next half hour or so? We know Marcus is a bit of a dab hand in a Fun Cup car, amongst other things. And the body language of that car says that he's pushing Richard.
Yeah, always quick. Always a joy to watch Marcus as well, and to chat to. I spoke to him a few times in his GT Cup tenure, so always really good to look at. Team Summers in 8th place.
It's PLR in. You can see Chris Davell there with the England flag, St George's Cross on his helmet in the background, so he's going to be jumping into the Olympian car. And out goes Neil Plymouth. I'll be interested to see where this car comes out. It's one of the first, it really is the first of the leading group to pit. I'm sure I said they'd be the first of the leading group to pit earlier on. And out they go now back into the race. So they'll be sort of in no man's land for the time being, but it'll be interesting to see over the next lap or so where some of the front runners come out in relation to them, because that looked like a pretty good pit stop.
That was good. We'll start getting some reaction, won't we, from Jamie once the top guys have been in and got themselves some refreshment as well, no doubt. But Neil Plymouth, I think Neil was racing at one of the very first meetings that I wasn't commentating on him. He was in Formula Ford. It would have been Mallory Park back in the day when he was doing Eurocar. So yeah, a name that's been around all the time that I've been in and out of commentary boxes, which is a lovely thing, because it's been a long time now.
I'm sure you've told me this story before, but when was your first
first commentary? First commentary was 96, I think.
Oh, okay. 28 years ago.
Yeah. So I started quite late, really.
Yeah,
as well.
I suppose so.
It wasn't sim racing to do when you're 5 back then. But although ironically, I'm getting more into sim, which is weird, and I love it. It's great fun.
It's good fun,
really,
isn't it?
Really good way to spend the evening. But is there a sim Fun Cup championship?
There has been during lockdown. Actually, they did. That was my first introduction to sim racing. Actually, because Riley Phillips, who we'll see out later on in the Olympian GRD car. Speaking of which, there it is on screen. Oh, hang on, they're ahead of Uvio. What's going on here? We'll get back to that story about sim racing after, because that's been a lead change. Uvio had a really slow lap. They were 5.5 seconds up at the beginning of the lap. I think they're all going to head to the pit lane as well. I told you that would happen too, didn't I? So in they will come. And but something dramatic has happened there for the Uvio car to have lost the lead, and now the top 3 cars all come in together. Now there is no fuel going into the Olympian GRD car, there's no fuel going into the Uvio car. Pan to the left, we can see what's going on with the Fake Club with EDF car. Jamie is there though, so hopefully he can let us know if they're taking on fuel, but certainly not for these two. And look how quick that pit stop was.
Very well drilled.
Wow.
So too was the Uvio one as well. You know, barely losing a lot of ground there because he came in second place, immediately behind the number 1 car, and that is how quick. If you blinked, you missed it.
That, well, sensationally quick pit stop.
It won't take long, did it?
I think that made sense. Yeah, what a pit stop that was for Olympian with GRD then. Slightly slower for the 246 car, which Jamie tells us did not take any fuel. So no fuel, dry pit stop for all 3 of them. So having said that this is a hard place to double stint on fuel, all of the front runners basically double stinting on fuel right from the start, so maybe it's not quite as bad as I thought. PLR Racing, I suspected the same because they're not far behind either, but that was a real turn up for the books. 2 laps ago, Simon Rudd in car number 1 was about 6 seconds behind the leader, and now as he hands over to Chris Devell, he is 3.5 seconds, or that car is 3.5 seconds ahead of the Uvio car. But can Chris Devell now maintain the pace that Simon Rudd had in the previous stint?
I've said how attractive this formula is to drivers coming in, but one of the things that people are cautious about is just how well drilled the teams are on the pit stops and how good the front runners are at coming through. Because if you, I haven't seen the Autosport Motorsport news journalists this weekend. I'm sure they're around. Probably Peter Shearer, isn't it, for these?
It is, yeah.
Some stuff in. But you know, the story is, or part of the story is that the guys that won the double at Anglesey have come through and led a little bit of contact there. So all going up. Yeah, the story is that Simon Rudd got through from the back of the grid into the lead in that first stint, and that's one of the things. It doesn't put people off coming in, but they know how it makes them realise what a competitive top level in terms of experience championship this is.
Indeed so. Now, is that Gary Summers off the pace? He's been off the road, I think, hasn't he? Yeah, definitely damage to the right front corner. Now, is he maybe just recovering from that, or is the car wounded after an off-track excursion? Not entirely sure, but anyway, he's perhaps picking up the pace a bit more now as he heads down towards Agostini. So, pit window closed, all pit stops now done. And yeah, good point there. Simon Rudd did go from the back to the front within his stint. Took him 21 laps, but he got there just about, literally for the last few minute or so maybe of his stint, but he did lead the way. And those top 2 have just crossed the line, 0.6 of a second apart. So Chris Devell is already in danger, look there, of being repassed by Farchini, who is now at the wheel of the Uvio Hoffman's motorsport car. And in fact, here he comes, look, up the inside. Farchini is going to make this very, very simple indeed, and slips back through into the lead at the Wilson hairpin.
And he had to work for that, though. You saw the body language of the car coming into Wilson's Montreal, as it was back in the day. Can we still talk? Can we say back in the day on the 300?
I think it's been long enough now, hasn't it? Yeah. 14 years, I think, that we've...
Is it that long?
I know, terrifying,
wow.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So, yes, as I was saying earlier on, all of the corner names, almost all of the corner names anyway, are named in honour of motorbike or race car drivers. Race car drivers, that doesn't sound right, you know what I mean, racing drivers from history, or indeed, in the case of the final corner, famous motorsport personalities through the years. Got on Murray Walker having a corner named after him. And yeah, each of the corners presents a unique challenge, doesn't it? It really is a difficult place to wrap your head around this. But clearly, Farchini and Fabulous have managed to wrap their head around it pretty quickly, because they're back in the lead. They're already starting to extend their margin over the Olympian GRD team. Now, for the first time, I believe, we can head down to the pit lane, and we can catch up with, for the first time during the race, Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yeah, I'm down with Simon Coles, who's just jumped out of the 246 Vape Club by EDF Motorsport. One word to describe that stint: hot.
Yeah, you've just taken the words out of my mouth, actually, as you can see. If you sort of mean, very kind of the team to be cooling me down. If you sort of mean, so you get met with a cold water bottle and a leaf blower. You never felt more VIP when you got a leaf blower on the back of your neck. But yeah, cooling down a bit now.
And it was a cracking first stint. You got to the front pretty quickly, and you stayed there. Great battle with Uvio as well, and you were just sort of hanging on there, doing what you needed to do for the first stint.
Mate, it was absolutely fantastic. 22 were really fair off the start, so yeah, you're absolutely right. Car was mega, and then you could see UVU just making the catch because I was the target they were chasing. So let them through and just tucked in behind, and you could see they've got a looser car than us. They were using a little bit more of their new rubber, so he's using more of the track than I was using. So I thought when I had a decent run, you know, maybe we could work together or something, and I was clear, but clearly not. Maybe he didn't see me or whatever and just turned in, and that was a real heart in the mouth moment. That when we connected it, turn one. So after that, I think a little bit of tyre scrub, so the car was a bit rubbish for a couple of laps, and we got a little bit of toe. When you're hard on the brakes, car pulling a little bit. Other than that, the car's still good. So kudos to EDF for building a strong car.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll let you go and have a rest, mate, and enjoy your next stint.
Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot. That's Simon Coles from Vape Club by EDF. But back to Andy McKeown and Richard John Neal as it's hotting up on track.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. And a possible drama we're hearing, yes, for Morpheus, because Ted Bradbury has just pitted, and this is very much out of the pit window, Richard.
Yeah.
We're hearing maybe an issue with the door.
They're not having the luck, are they?
No, they're not,
they
are
not
they?
having the luck.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know whether we'll get some picture. In fact, he's just headed back out of the pit lane. We think the door wasn't shut properly, and of course these cars are centrally seated, so the driver probably strapped in as they are can't reach the door on either side.
I'm paranoid about doors. You know, when you're interviewing on pit lane or anywhere about shutting it, and very often I'll do it twice just to make sure it is shut now. So yeah, you need everything over the course of a season. You need everything to slot into place. All those cogs need to intermingle and work together at the right point, and it's just not been their last couple of events, has it, unfortunately?
No, they had that win, didn't they, at Croft, which was a fantastic win, and Ted Bradbury really sort of blew us all away with his performance there, as we've seen on a few
him
occasions.
locking up, going for places in my mind's eye.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that was very spectacular stuff. But what a battle he had with Scott Jeffs at the end of that race as well in the MJ Tech car. Denied MJ Tech a third win on the bounce, but yeah, aside from that win, it's just not been a fortunate season. Actually, funnily enough, I noticed that they'd rejoined the track now after that latest pit stop, right behind MJ Tech. So that gives you an idea of just how much time they've lost. They're about 55 seconds or so off the race lead. So we are nearly an hour in to our 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. The race is being led by Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, Farkini Diot at the wheel, and he is 2 seconds clear of Chris Devell in the Team Olympian with GRD entry. Then Vape Club with EDF, that's Vlad Vasiliev, who's now taken over from Simon Coles as their Axiometrics nip up the inside of Wave 9. That was for 7th position down at Brundle and Nelson. 4th place PLR Racing, that's now Neil Plimmer. 5th for Signature RV, Marcus Clutton. Again, fastest lap of the race for Marcus Clutton, not a huge surprise, a 2:18.3, one of only 2 drivers actually to have got into the 18s, the other one being Simon Rudd. Then Team Greenheath, number 14, that car now being driven by Paul Turner. Wave 9, as we just saw, have lost 7th place, so actually it's Axiometrics number 103 into 7th. Chris Wetherell making that move stick against the 207 of Mark Burton. 9th position for Ted Bradbury, although I think he might have actually slipped behind Scott Jeffs as he came out of the pit lane. So Scott Jeffs, I think, 9th for MJ Tech, and 10th position for Morpheus, but they're the best part of a minute off the lead.
Loads of work to do, and this is where you kind of, now we're into the 2nd hour of the race, you can start to get a picture of what's going to happen. Olympian GRD still running strongly, aren't they, in 2nd position? Lost a little bit of time on Uvio Hoffman's at the moment, but nothing too bad, and Chris Devell will be happy to continue the great work done by Simon Rudd. PLR still there in 4th place. Signature RV with fastest lap. Did you cover that, Andy? Sorry,
Yes.
I might have missed you.
Yes,
Yep,
I did.
you
Yeah. That was Marcus Clutton, wasn't it? But he's
It was,
23 seconds behind PLR Racing. Those top 4,
Wow.
Richard, are in a league of their own, aren't they?
They are. It's going to be interesting to see that gap come down, actually. Marcus Clutton at the wheel, see if he can. But wherever you look, there are quick drivers, so there aren't any easy times to beat, are there?
No, there aren't. That's the problem. I was chatting to Farkini about that earlier on, actually, and asking him whether the reason that they haven't won a race is because everyone else has taken a massive step forward. And he said, well, I think we're just getting a bit old, to be honest. That was his
By the
answer.
way, if they sign autographs, if the kids go up and get autographs, do they sign under the pseudonym? Do you know?
That's a very good question.
I wonder if they, I bet they do.
They probably do, yes. In some spectacular Italian handwriting, so you can't really tell what it is that they're actually writing. Right then, let's head back down to the pit lane. Jamie Peters-Ennis has got some more news for us, so let's head down and hear from him.
And I can see they're probably...
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm down with Fabulous Randaccio. He's just having a quick chat with Chris Wesley. It looks like he's got to go somewhere. Okay. Unfortunately, we were going to have a chat with him, but I think he's may have been summoned upstairs. So we'll throw back to Andy and Rich while I find out what's going on.
Thanks, Jamie. It'd be great if you can. That was interesting, but storytelling nonetheless. You know, when you're going to get a driver interview lined up and you get to see, expect to see what's happening, and then of course he gets caught. Wondering whether he is off to the clerk of the courses office, maybe, to talk about if there was a rub earlier on. We talked about the tyre that needed changing. So it could well have been that. Meanwhile, we've got a scrap on for second position here as Vape Club with EDF starting to close down Olympian GRD with Christo Vell at the wheel. Pass could well be on here again. Classic passing place here at Snetterton as you come down into Agos, as I heard it called earlier on. Agostini, of course, to give it the proper name. And Vlad Vasilev at the wheel now, just about to, couldn't quite make the move stick there. So possibly going to try and tee up another move as they go through Hamilton and Williams, then onto the Bentley straight. So might be able to tee up a move at the end of the straight now and have a look at the inside run as they come into the Brundle-Nelson complex. We'll see whether that is the case. So Vlad will get the benefit of the slipstream as we switch away, and to Caterham boys out front here, the new team. Enjoying their one. Let's have a quick look and see where the Caterham boys are. Okay, not showing on the timing tower at the moment, but a good battle here. So let's see whether James can make his way through. That's the Caterham boys heading down the straight past the... Interesting, if you look along the... You don't necessarily get the view from the stream, but the main straight, the centre straight, actually has a kink in it. The kink is round about where we can see now, away to the right. So it's not actually a straight, pretty much like the way Park Straight is at Cadwell Park. And you won't appreciate that unless you actually come to the track and maybe view that straight from the exit of Murray's. Meanwhile, we pick up on the race leader, Uvia Hoffman, still there. And 8 seconds clear now. I think the optimum in the first section was 9 seconds that they were clear on the first section of the race. So very nearly got to the optimum lead that they've had in this race. Next couple of tours could well do that. Vape Club with EDF now in second position after we switched away from them. So Vlad Vasilev now up into second position. Christo Vell still in podium territory and has got 3 seconds clear of Neil Plymouth in the PLR racing car. So Neil will be trying to hone down on the third place cars. We look at the second position machine. More cars exiting pit road.
That's a drive-through penalty for Greenheath for track limits and exceeding of track limits. So that's why they've been in. It's been a bit of a difficult day. They've now joined Class B, haven't they? Because they're just behind Morpheus and MJ Tech, who themselves have had extra pit stops. So the runners who have found themselves in a spot of bother in this race for one reason or another, all still inside the top 10 though, so not bad going really. So MJ Tech, where are they? 52 seconds off the lead now. So, and interestingly, getting away from Ted Bradbury, you have to wonder whether Ted's
fully fit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hot day. It's, like I say, a very technically demanding circuit, this. So it may be that he's just not quite able to run at the pace that we're used to seeing from him. He's doing high 2-minute 19s. He's not slow by any means, but the fact that Scott Jeffs is getting away from him in the way that he is, perhaps a little bit concerning. But maybe we'll have a chance to catch up with Ted a little bit later on in the race. For now, though, I think Jamie is catching up with somebody else down in the pit lane, so we can head down there and hear from him now.
Yeah, I'm down with Steve Ruston, who's just got out of the signature RV49 car. Steve, your first stint was busy. I mean, we saw on the live stream 3-4 wide going into the S's, and you were in the middle of it.
Yes, it was pretty hairy in the middle there, but I just had to stick with them as best I could and to keep us on that lead lap ready for Marcus. So.
Yeah, you got Marcus back with you this weekend. Of course, qualifying, as we saw this morning, you were straight on the pace, as per usual. And of course, you had that great win at Alton Park last last year, but it's your first full year this year. You're still learning, aren't you?
Absolutely. This year you need at least a year in this series to even get anywhere near. And every round we're just chipping away. There's a lot of really good drivers here, and it's tough. It's really tough.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of your stint next time out and go and get yourself some water.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Back to Andy and Rich, as I understand, we could be having a change for third place.
Yes, there it is. We've had a change for third place because Neil Plymmer has got himself ahead of Chris Devell. So Neil Plymmer now onto the podium for PLR Racing, up ahead of the Olympian with GRD car. But don't be too concerned, this car will be a factor before the end of the race. Of that, I am fairly sure. They should be pretty safe in fourth place as well because Marcus Clutton is the next car behind them. Yes, he's the fastest man on track most laps, but he's also 17.5 seconds behind. So with only now, 12 minutes left of this second stint of the race, they should be pretty secure in that fourth position at least. And if Chris can just try and tag along with Neil Plymmer, then might still be able to remain within 20 seconds or so of the race leader. Plymmer, though, I think is on course here to catch Vlad Vasiliev as well, because he's been lapping a little bit quicker than Vlad in the recent past, and might be able to close in on the second place man before too much longer. There is Vasiliev. Look, the EDF car with smoke. Is that smoke coming out of the side of the Vape Club car? I think it might have been. Maybe just a bit of bodywork rubbing as it came towards us down the Bentley Straight, but the 246 machine just with a whiff of white smoke coming from the right-hand side of it, and that will further incentivise Neil Plymmer and give him the opinion that he might just be able to catch that car and hand it back over to Ben Pitch in second place instead of third position. So across through Coram Corner they go. We've still got, by the way, I think I'm right in saying 18 cars on the lead lap, although a couple of them are about to go a lap down, but given the fact we haven't had a safety car yet, that's pretty impressive. 18 cars still on the lead lap. If we were to get a safety car, then that, of course, would really bunch everybody together and give us plenty of teams still in contention for a race win. Here are a couple of the cars about to go a lap down, because there, look, is the race leader, Farkini, who exits the Wilson hairpin, and so he's about to catch, I think, the Caterham boys and High Peak Racing. They're the two who are battling here. 107 High Peak Racing, Caterham boys number 97. Farkini about to put a lap on them. Now, that looked like a slightly darker sky over towards Rich's and the Wilson hairpin end of the track. I'll try and get a proper look at that in a moment, Richard, but remember, I had seen this forecast that there was a chance of some rain at about 3 o'clock. Well, it's 20 to 3 now.
Some of the people in the paddock this morning were talking about thunderstorms.
Yes, yeah, I believe so.
Do we carry on, or do...
Well, yes.
I think touring cars we had, when we had the ITV broadcast with lots of cameramen outside, it was decided that safety for the cameramen, and if the Alpha cameramen are listening, we're not dismissing you guys, but which is why, if you've got people in, I know the gantries aren't quite as big for these, and I think they tend to be magnets or lightning conductors.
Yes, that's a good point, actually. I hadn't really thought of that. Yeah. I mean, you think of the rain and the wetness of the track, but yeah, if it is a thunderstorm, it just looks quite ominous, doesn't it, in the background? My coat.
You've got your coat. Did you bring a coat with you?
No. No, I didn't. No,
I didn't either.
Dressed for summer only today, which would be just my luck, wouldn't it, if it were to, if the heavens were to open? But it would certainly spice things up a bit, wouldn't it, if we had a change of conditions? Hopefully, that's not the case. Though we want to see it.
People were having a go at me in the talk about clothing. Why are you wearing jeans? And aren't you hot? Are you hot? Well, yes, because the one thing people tell you is, I shouldn't wear shorts on camera. If
really?
I did that for the other lot, I'd get told off.
Well, yes, anyway, that's why I shy away from the camera where I can.
Enough sartorial advice. That's,
yes, no, I don't get my legs out very often. Might be a good thing, but
it's very nice.
Thank you very
much. Beard's coming on well too. It's the first time I've seen you with a beard.
Possibly. I don't really like it, to be honest. But,
it suits you.
Yeah, well, thank you. I used to, when I was younger, we're going massively off topic here, which we tend to. When I was younger, I used to do it because I was sick of getting ID'd in pubs, and I found it was the only way that I didn't. I was of age. I was, early 20s, but I used to do it to age me. Now I sort of should be trying to do the opposite, really. Now I've hit 30, but Anyway, yes, dressed for the summer, and I do not want to see any rain, that's for sure. I want it to stay dry and sunny for the rest of the afternoon, but it does just feel a little bit cooler. There's a bit more of a breeze coming across the track now, and those dark clouds in the distance, that could just be threatening a little bit of moisture with it. Now, Jamie says... The wind is picking up and the sky's darkening. Thank you. Breaking news from Jamie Peters-Ennis down in the pit lane. That's exactly what we were just saying as well. We'll go to him for a weather report maybe a little bit later on. If you look that way, it's fine. Let's just keep on looking at that end of the track because it's a nice blue sky over towards the Coram and Bombhole end of the track. It's over here from where the weather is coming though. So watch this space. That could spice things up.
Uwe Hoffmann, 12.3 seconds, so yeah, better lead than they had on the first part of the race, which I think topped out around about 9, so 12 is good. Vlad Vasilev second, Neil Plymmer in third place, and what's the gap? Back to the 49 car, Marcus Clutton, 28 to 4, yeah, still a good gap back to them.
Now, Greenheath, sorry to change subject slightly, Greenheath we've seen in serving a drive-through penalty for track limits, haven't we? Well, they've now been given a stop-go penalty for track limits. It could only have been 2 or 3 laps ago that they were in to serve the first penalty, so the fact that they've done it again is not really a good sign, is it? So Julian Floyd, our race director, is hot on track limits. He always is. Of course, this being a Motorsport Vision circuit, there are sensors placed around certain parts of the track where it's being monitored. And Heath, unfortunately, picking up a bit of a penalty. As the Uvio car there slipped up the inside of a back marker. And I think that's actually going to lead to a positional change just behind them because the 2 back markers that they've just put a lap down are fighting for position. That's the 97 and 107 cars. 97 trying to go through here, ultimately not quite able to make the move stick.
I love drivers and track limits when you hear the, when you hear them moaning about it. And there was a guy last weekend at Croft who said, I'm sure others were doing it, and because they spotted me do it once, he said they carried on, and my car was marked. I was going to get a penalty. The officials try and be as fair as possible. They really, really do. I can't emphasise that enough. I know it's hard for drivers when you get that penalty, but
yes, exactly. You could debate the necessity for track limits regulations, but the fact is that we do have them, and the officials do definitely try to be as fair as they possibly can be. But, yep, the rules are the same for everybody. And in Fun Cup racing, of course, those track limits, the track limit counter, if you like, resets at the end of every stint. So you don't end up picking up a penalty, in theory, for something that your teammates have done. Now, Neil Plymmer has got moved into second place here. He's up ahead of Vlad Vasiliev, so I thought that might have been on the cards. Really impressive run this for PLR Racing, isn't it?
it is a great one. Going back to track limits, does that mean that you can ping a couple of track limits in
right at the end of your
stint?
Right
at the end of the session.
Yes,
so
I think you
has
can.
anyone actually done that? Has anyone spoken about
Almost certainly.
that?
They've never admitted it to me, but I'm absolutely certain that,
play the game.
Exactly so. Paul O'Neill's given me some nuggets on that over the years as well, and how touring car drivers will, knowing that they're on the last couple of laps, if they've not been given the warning yet, then we might as well just take the mickey a bit on the last couple of laps, which, fair enough.
I've had officials say to me, well, if you're not doing track limits, you're not trying, so you should be getting at least one in. And that's an official.
Absolutely.
Who didn't say it officially as an official.
Of course.
We could get into Yes Minister territory there, couldn't we?
Yes, exactly. That's what we want to see. We want to see drivers on the edge, don't we? We want to see them not afraid to push to the limits. And, if you go a bit too far and you get caught, then, penalty will head your way. But that certainly has been the case for Greenheath, who have now made their 3rd visit to the pit lane, and only one of them scheduled for a pit stop. But the way the cars wriggle around there through Coram, that is such a tricky sequence of corners, isn't it, at the end of the lap? And that camera angle really shows that nicely. As Paul Ellis-Smith has a quick rotation at the Wilson hairpin. Wendy was off in that car earlier on, and you said, I think, over the course of 2 hours each in the car, it would happen.
Hope he didn't give Wendy any grief, because it's just come back to bite him, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed. So there goes Neil Plymmer. Now, 14 seconds they are off the race lead, but as we were saying, putting in a really consistent run here. Good to see PLR up near the front again. trying to remember when they last had a podium. I'm sure Jamie will remind me of that. But PLR Racing haven't had a race win for a long time. That much I do know. I think it was when would it have been? Longer ago than I thought. Actually, I think it might have been 2017 potentially. No, it might have been longer ago than that. Surely they've won since. Well, they had a win in 2014 at Anglesey. Surely they've won a race since then. Maybe not, but as we said earlier on, perennial top 5 finishers, PLR Racing, and still up there in the championship once those drop scores are taken into account, aren't they?
They are, you know, and racing your career can ebb and flow. You can have a little bit of a lean time and then come back. And this is a very strong podium type performance at the moment. And who's to say that they can't get the win there? I definitely would not bet against PLR at the moment with the way they're going. And super first stint, even better second stint, getting up onto the podium and now into P2. Still coming under pressure from Vlad Vasilev. This is not done by any stretch of the imagination. We've got 2 minutes before the pit stop window opens. And these two dicing hard. The gap out front has, I was going to say levelled, it hasn't. It's gone out to 14 seconds now. Uwe Hoffmann to PLR. Now, these two battling, or are they going to work together to try and stabilise the gap to the lead?
Definitely saw Simon Coles working with Fabulous Randaccio, didn't we, a bit in the first stint? So I wonder whether Vlad might see the benefit of doing the same. I think he probably will, really. They've done enough Fun Cup racing now, these two, over the last few years, that they know the score, they know what it takes to be up there challenging for podiums come the end of the race. Now, there is the 195 car. Now, this is not actually a battle for position. They've just gone past the 257 to put them a lap down. But look how much ground they've lost to MJ Tech. MJ Tech have actually climbed up into 6th position now. Remember, they were absolutely nose to tail, MJ Tech and Morpheus, after they both made those unscheduled pit stops. Morpheus only 9th, so, well, now 8th, because they found a way up past the Wave 9 car, the 207 that heads through. But MJ Tech making really good progress, actually, and Scott Jeffs comes across the line 49 seconds back, so he's gained nearly 10 seconds, actually, since he took over that car nearly 40 minutes ago.
And if you maintain that progress over the remainder of, you know, since any problems, that's doable to get podium-wise and also lead. That's what they're working towards. And that's why you've just got to have a long strategy which can change as the 4 hours goes on. Should see the pit stop window open any time now. Again, I wonder whether we're going to see some quick changes up front. Possibly not. Christo Vell may be the first one to come in.
Yes, I would imagine so. Yeah.
Had a good stint though. He's in 4th, so he's gone from 1st to 4th, but still there and thereabouts with a 3-car lineup. This is very, very good indeed.
Yeah, Riley Phillips getting into that car next, so they're going to want to try and maximise his driver time, aren't they? This battle, or that battle that just went out of shot, has been raging on ever since the start of the stint. It's off the lead lap now between 97 and 107, but it's been a brilliant battle. And here is Vlad Vasiliev apparently not working with Neil Plymouth and trying to find a way back ahead of him.
Just to get into P2, down through Bomb Hole up towards Coram. Not close enough to make a move at the moment. It's about working out where you're quicker on track, building the momentum up to try and make a move somewhere where you know you've got the strength. Here they come through Coram. Let's see what Vlad can do.
Yeah, Vasiliev closing in. Will he try and get the slipstream maybe down the pit straight? It's a headwind down the pit straight, I've noticed. Since this wind has picked up, it is definitely a headwind down the pit straight. So that will strengthen the effect of the slipstream. Are we going to see Vlad Vasiliev pull out of that slipstream? Well, he's closing as they cross the line. Can he make a move into Riches? He's going to go to the outside line. Neil Plymouth will successfully defend that move, though, I think. 2018, by the way, was Neil Plymouth's last win. I knew I'd missed one there. 2018 at Anglesey again, so they've always gone well up at one of their local tracks at Anglesey. This one is probably their least local track, but they've had some success here at Snetterton in the past as well. So out of the Wilson hairpin he goes, still in second position, but now that they're fighting, look, they're losing time to Uvio. On that previous lap, they were about a second, 9/10 of a second or so, slower than the race leader. So it's not really what Neil Plimmer and Vlad Vasiliev want to be doing here.
Those seconds can be crucial, can't they, when you get to the end? We've seen how close the finishing can be.
Exactly so. So, and there's still no sign of a safety car either, nearly an hour and a half in now. We've had 2 races
That's
at
the curse of
Snetterton.
the commentator coming up there, isn't it?
Usually, if I mention the chance of a safety car, something happens. And we've had 2 Snetterton races in the past which have gone safety car free. One was only a 1-hour sprint race, but we did have a 3-hour race, I believe, 4-hour race, sorry, 2 years ago, 2022, that went safety car free as well. So it can happen here. Only a handful of races. I think it's something like 10 races in the history of Fun Cup Championship that haven't had a safety car. As Greenheath are double fueling. So I think we'll see a lot of this now, Richard, because not many of the front runners at least fueled at that opening round of pit stops. I wonder whether we'll see a lot of them now brim the tank to try and go another 2 stints without having to refuel again.
So double fueling, that gets you through to the end?
I would say they'll need another. It'll get them to the end, to pit stop number 4. I would have thought. I don't think it'll get to the end. No, maybe to pit stop 5. Oh, there we go. First gear was in there somewhere. So Greenheath, they've had a troubled day, haven't they, so far? There's the 220 though. 220 Team FFS enjoying their first race. How are they getting on, the newcomers? They're 14th at the moment and only about 10 seconds away from the top 10. So not a bad showing. And here they are, actually. They've just overtaken the former champions. Craig Butterworth has just been overtaken by the 220 car. So that's a pretty big scalp to claim, isn't it?
All good drivers in that car as well. You mentioned that Lewis is the reigning Caterham champion. We didn't see him on the, as we've got PLR racing in the pit, didn't see him on the final round. They guested with us on Toka, the Caterhams, last year. And it was at Silverstone, but he sat it out because he didn't want to risk losing his point. So that was his drop score round, but he put all to rights at Alton Park and did if you got to see it, absolute treat of a race from the Caterhams. Had a really, really good run and won for the ITV cameras then. So he actually pinched the engine out of Nick Hyton's car as they run as teammates. And Lewis was saying, actually we think Nick had got the quicker engine, so because he didn't win on the Saturday, and they did an engine swap overnight and came out, but Nick still finished well. So whether it was a bit psychological that the engine changed, but great team, lovely people to have a chat to. And now we've got Riley Phillips out.
We have. Now what we didn't see, crucially, was what they did with fuel. PLR also pitted, as you said, so we've had 2 of the front runners in. I reckon that Olympian car is quite a bit... now hang on, Olympian were behind PLR, weren't they? Yeah, I think that's probably a similar sort of gap, actually, to what they had before the round of pit stops. Maybe they've closed in on PLR slightly, but whether that's fuel related or whether that is... here we go, Olympian single fuel, PLR double fuel, interestingly. So PLR with 2 churns, whether it was 2 full churns, I don't know. At this stage of the race, I'd imagine it probably was. So double fuel for PLR, single for Olympian. So that's why that gap came down slightly. But that will now carry PLR racing through towards the end of the race now without having to refuel again.
Johnny Molam heading out. Another good name to have in the car, isn't it, Johnny Molam? And he'll stick some good times in. Next set of stops, obviously only 35 minutes away, will bring us to the halfway point of the race, so we'll get a clearer picture on how things are going. We've got the lead car in pit at the moment, so it'll be Fabulous going back in, or Sloke, as he has on his crash helmet.
Double fuel. Now let's see how much of that second churn goes in. That's the key. So the first one is in. Out gets Farkini. Fabulous waiting. Out goes the first churn. Now, how long's this second one in for? They're putting a good amount in, aren't they? So I think they're going to brim this, put 2 full churns of fuel in, and then they will get the driver change done. Yeah, that's pretty much 2 full churns, I reckon. So they should... will they retain the lead? It depends a little bit what... yeah, because it was a single churn for Olympian, double for PLR. Vapor Club are in as well, you can see just in front of them, but they're going to get out in front of them. As 225 were being shown a black and white warning flag there, weren't they, I think? So Uvio, presumably a track limits warning.
End of the stint.
Exactly, yeah. See? They all do it. So there goes Uvia. Now in the background is where the battle's going to be really, because Vape Club are going to come out where in relation to the PLR racing car. I think they're going to be somewhere ahead of PLR actually. Yes, PLR have only just gone across the line, so the order is going to be, when this is all done, Uvio, Vape Club, PLR and Olympian GRD, with some gaps between them now, but of course we know how quick Riley Phillips is, so the man in 4th place is going to be on a charge.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, another fascinating battle to take us to the halfway point. So we've got some drivers on second stints, others on their first, depending if it's a 2 or 3 car outfit. And is that Ted Bradbury still out? I've lost count whether he's been in the pits or not now.
195. Where is 195? Oh, there. No, he hasn't pitted yet because he's up to 4th place. So this is actually for position technically. And this will give us a good idea actually of what sort of pace Ted's got, because he and the Uvio team usually reasonably evenly matched.
Yeah, if Ted is still a little bit, needs a bit of physio, then it's going to be showing now at the end of a 40-45 minute stint.
Yeah, exactly so. So still on the lead lap though, even once they pit they'll still be comfortably on the lead lap. There's the MJ Tech car, so they're actually running in 2nd place at the moment, but again haven't stopped. As Fabulous Randaccio slips up the inside of Ted Bradbury, takes the place pretty easily. And is this a drama maybe for Axiometrics, Richard?
It looks like it, looking into whatever the problem is, so not great for, this is Greg Evans, isn't it, due to go in if this is part of the scheduled stop. Yeah, it doesn't look happy at all. It's in no urgency, it doesn't look like it's going out. The driver, I think, is unbelting and about to hop out of the car. Whether that's Greg in there already or not, I don't know. I don't know the helmets on this.
That's there is Chris Wetherill, who's just got out of the car. Right. He was just there. Is
so Greg was.
Yeah, that's Greg. So Chris was saying something about on the in lap he felt or heard something, but I didn't hear exactly what it was that he felt or heard. And they're preparing to push the car out of the way, I think, aren't they? So I think that car might be heading into the garage.
That's a shame.
Yeah, that is a shame. It won't fire up, apparently, that's the issue. Out meanwhile gets Ted Bradbury. I'd love to have a word with Ted Bradbury, or for Jane to have a word with Ted Bradbury, find out exactly how he found that first stint back in the car. But Ted Bradbury, who unfortunately had that accident at Anglesey and perhaps still nursing a bit of a wrist injury. But good to have him back on the grid anyway, because we were slightly concerned as to whether he'd be out on the grid this weekend at all. Out he goes, that car fires up, but yeah, apparently the 103 just will not fire back up, Richard, that's the issue.
No, it's a big thing. Ted was quite pleased by it, because I name-checked him with the C1 race with Brady, and said we might have another Ted Bradbury.
Yes.
He was quite pleased.
Yeah, they all really like that actually, yeah. He's definitely caught a lot of people's attentions, as Ted. I feel like we talk about him a lot, but with good reason. He's a really promising young talent, and
it's great to see that talent coming through club racing and not necessarily going into the sort of accepted route, if you like, or the expected route would be, Ginetta Junior or F4 or something like that. But there are so many good young talents coming through proper grassroots racing.
Yeah, absolutely so, and of course, budget comes into that a little bit, but that all the more reason to talk about them, I guess. I don't know whether you've heard, Richard, motor racing costs a few quid these days, but all the more reason, I think, really, to big him up and drivers like him, because, they need all the help they can get, really, and definitely on purely a talent level, absolutely deserves to be racing at the very top levels. So I'll continue to follow Ted's career closely over the next few years, that's for sure. Also really impressed with how he's come on as a person as well, his confidence levels outside of the car. I remember meeting him at the first round of the MX-5s last year at Silverstone, and he was just a really shy teenager, didn't really want to talk to you, didn't really...
Can't shut him up now.
Exactly.
But that's what you want, isn't it? No, I didn't mean it like that.
No, definitely not, no. But he came up to me in the awning this morning, tapped me on the shoulder, said hello, and you never would have got that out of him 12 months ago. So, yeah, it's... we don't give them much choice, do we, though, because we insist on sticking microphones in front of them when they don't really want it.
But we want to hear from them, It's any youngsters out, if you're watching this and thinking about getting into racing, come and talk. I always say, come and talk to the commentators, not just the live stream ones, if you're on the infield, you can't come and talk to us on the outside behind you. But inside the track, Tony Coles and company doing the business of the track. Go and talk to them. They'll talk about your sponsors. They'll get your value up and bring people into your racing business world, which is exactly what you need. And take a story with you as well.
Absolutely. Now, this is the other Morpheus car, the 109 car. Chris Hart, you can see in the background, stood there with his hands on his hips and a pensive look on his face. There's an issue with this car as well, by the looks of it. You can hear that it has fired up, so it's got the same issue as we had for the Axiometrics car. There is...
Talking about Jeanette Junior's, Charlie Hart's first senior race, I think, is going to be Fun Cup, isn't it? Later in the year.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
With Schwartz, Hugo Schwartz.
Oh, is he doing that?
I think so, yeah.
Now that will be a quick pair. Very quick pair. That could be interesting. Okay. So, yeah, Charlie Hart.
Get the 10 grand out of the safe.
Exactly. There'd be an irony as well to it going, if they were to win it, for a member of the Hart family to take that money, because they've... Chris Hart has put enough money into this championship, racing in it over the years, and yeah, I think it would be kind of fitting, wouldn't it, if his son were able to take home the prize. Well, it's not Jack Constable anymore, it's Russell Joyce once again in the Skull Club car, but they've just been handed it was either a drive-through or stop-go. The message has gone off the timing screen now. It was a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And that's 2 or 3 speeding in the pit lane penalties we've had so far. We don't often see that many, do we? So something's catching them out today.
Signature RV now in the pits for their scheduled stop, so we're going to get a handle on how things are playing out. MJ Tech. Have MJ Tech stopped? Say no. No, they're now. They're in the pits now. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Hoffmans will be leaders in the clubhouse, if we can use the golf analogy, with Vape Club second. So that's pretty much as they were before the pit stops, then PLR, then Olympian. So basically, nothing's changed.
Yes, except for the drivers in the cars, because now Riley Phillips is in that Olympian GRD car. He should be capable of closing in on the cars ahead. Let's see what his lap times are like then. So Uvio go back through to the lead. They did a low 2-minute 20. EDF a mid 2-minute 20. PLR a high 2-minute 20. Riley Phillips 2-minute 18. So he's already over a second a lap quicker than the race leader is Riley Phillips. He's 22.5 seconds back. Can he get there before the end of the stint? That might be a tall order, but if he can just get that car back into contention, then they've absolutely got a shout of a third win in a row.
It's great for the teams when the status quo is maintained through the pit stop. Status quo, Rick Poffinger, is he going to have a go? RPJ, we need to get him in here, don't we?
There's a good idea. Hey, I mean, any status quo link we can make is...
Are you a quo addict?
I've just bought my tickets to see them for, I think, a 6th time.
Oh, wow.
On what may or may not be their final tour, actually. Mr. Rossi says. So, yes, they're my favourite band.
It's a shame that Rick's not with the band, but it's still... Francis Rossi still takes the... They sponsored a car in the very early 70s before you were thought of.
Really?
And they sponsored a hot rod guy called Ray Vale. So there was one of the first things I saw when I was going racing was a Ford Escort Mark 1, which always reminds me of the modified Fords that we've seen. But Status Quo actually had their own race car.
Never knew that.
And sorry, gone off track a little bit here, but as ever I do. Anyway, they came down for a big meeting, and the driver, Ray Vale, actually won the final, but then got disqualified for making contact. So I don't think they were very impressed. But Ray's son built a replica of the car a few years ago, and the original members of the band did the signatures on the roof, and it was actually identical. It was to promote the album On the Level, if you're into anyway, sorry, I'm whittering on about old stuff again. But
honestly, you could get me talking about Status Quo, and we would still be here in 2.5 hours' time. But we better
playing the same chord.
Very good. I walked into that one, didn't I? Right then, we've had a change, far more importantly, we've had a change for 4th position. It's actually 3rd position, really, because Signature RV have now pitted, so they'll drop down the order. So that was Ricky Phillips, and then he called him then, Riley Phillips. Got Rick on the mind. Riley Phillips up into a podium place. That's step 1 of this recovery drive that they're sort of on now, completed. Let's see what the gap is to the race leader then, as they will come across the line. Now they are 20.9 seconds back, so even with an overtake, 1.6 seconds faster than the race leader.
Wowza.
Yeah. So, what do you reckon then? He's got about, how long, when's the next pit window? Next pit window will be in 25 minutes-ish. So he's got about 25 minutes, presumably about 35 minutes then before he gets out of the car. Can he catch Uvia? That's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Chris Dovell going in next again, isn't it? Because I think we've got Simon Rudd and
Yes.
Riley doing the last two. So
Correct.
a little bit of jinking around in terms of the driver order. So why they do that, I don't know. It'd be interesting to go through. And I know the last two drivers, I suppose you've got, it's the chasing, isn't it?
Yes.
The last two sections.
And if there's a safety car before that point, it brings them right back into it, and they've got their two quickest drivers ready at the end of the race to bring it home. And you know, I speak about this almost every race, I think, how Simon and Riley are the two quicker drivers in that car. And I really don't want people to think that I'm talking down Chris Dovell, because I'm absolutely not.
No, 'cause
He has
he's
come
quick
on
anyway.
leaps and bounds,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he really is rapid. But it is Chris who comes up with the strategy. He is the strategist in the team, and like I said before, he was ringing Simon Rudd when they were both on holiday to
Team
discuss
is
strategy.
the key word, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly so, and he understands where he sits in that team dynamic, where the other two sit in that team dynamic, and he said that. Simon Rudd said to me this morning that Chris obsesses. He's got a spreadsheet that no one else is allowed to see, which is a shame, because, you know, I like a spreadsheet, but he won't even let me have a look at the spreadsheet. It is top secret, and that's where he works out lap times, average lap times, pit stop times, how long it takes to put this much fuel in, and whatever else is on there. And he will sit at home and think about this strategy and come up with what he thinks is the right way to do it. They've landed upon this idea now where they basically have him in twice in the middle of the race and then leave Simon and Riley to bring the car home. And it worked, because they won both races at Anglesey using exactly the same strategy.
Paul Trustwell has the same things, doesn't he? I mean, Paul does commentary on endurance races with us, and I met him for the first time at when we had the 24 hours with the C1s at Silverstone, and he was talking about, and you know, his understanding of pit strategy is incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the same for Chris.
Well, and actually, speaking of Paul has, I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying this, won the Spa 25 Hours Fun Cup race
Right.
as a strategist, because all of the big teams in Europe want to have him on board. So he goes over there, or used to go over there anyway, every year for the Spa 25 Hours to do strategy for some of the leading teams. And they will have 9 or 10 cars that he's in charge of the strategy for 25 hours. You know, he's famous for staying awake for the entirety of a 24-hour race. The same is true there, I'm sure. And he asked if I'd like to go over one year and help out with it, and I said I'd absolutely love to, but that makes my head hurt just thinking about it, just dealing with one car's
I don't know,
strategy.
does it?
Unbelievable, isn't it? So, yeah, I've done a couple of Fun Cup races with him over here in the UK, and I thought I knew a thing or two about this championship, but what he doesn't know about a Fun Cup strategy, certainly, is really not worth knowing. So, yeah, very impressive, and there will be people up and down this pit lane who are just as obsessed with that as he is. Chris Dovell absolutely being one of them, and that's how you become good at this game.
And the other point is, you could put someone else in the car and they wouldn't be as good as him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like I say, come on, leaps and bounds from where he was when he first started racing here. So yeah, he comes up with the strategy. He realises this is the most likely way that they will win races, and he now will be sat back watching Riley Phillips do his thing. And as I say, that actually wasn't quite as quick as the leader last time around, but I suspect maybe traffic had a little bit to do with that. So everyone having now made their second mandatory stop of the race. It's Uvio that lead the way by 10.3 seconds now. Fabulous back in the car. It's Simon Coles in second place for Vape Club with EDF. I don't think they've ever been lower than third in this race so far, have they? So a really solid run. Yes, they had a good grid draw, but still they're running well for the time being. And then this is the battle for third position. Olympian GRD, Riley Phillips having got past Ben Pitch though. And again, I can't say enough about Ben Pitch today. He is sticking with Riley Phillips, and that is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's good stuff, isn't it? And you know, it's going to build up later on. Maybe it's just one of those days where things are working well. If you're feeling good, both drivers feeling good, the car's working well, the team are gelling well, and the timings work out superbly. Yeah, looking really handy. Maybe to get back on that podium. Possibly, you don't know how it's going to fall for the first win since 2017. I think you said earlier on.
18.
2018. Beg your pardon. Yeah, could be their day. But yeah, impressive stuff so far. And that's the chasing car we're talking about there, the PLR Racing Machine P4 at the moment, 10 seconds ahead of the 249 car down behind them. That's the MJ Tech car with Will Abraham back at the wheel. 19 minutes till the next set of stops. The gap now 10 seconds. So we had, I didn't write the gap down. What was it? when they came in for pit stops?
The last round of pit stops, it
18?
was, yeah, something like that, wasn't it? Yeah. Are we talking Uvio to Vape Club?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was a bit less than that. I think it was
14, 15,
something like that. Yeah. So 10.9 seconds then the gap at the moment. Olympian and PLR third and fourth. MJ Tech are in fifth position. Signature RV sixth, seventh for Wave 9, eighth for Morpheus. That is Neil Burrows now back in that car, isn't it? And not really catching the car ahead actually. Then Red River Sport running, in ninth position. Ratters Racing inside the top 10 as well, doing pretty well. I'm just sort of scanning the timing screen to see where the best of the battles may or may not be. Really, this is the closest pair of cars on track for the time being. And further back, got a reasonably close battle actually between the Caterham boys and Fueled Up Racing. That's coming down as well, that gap between those two. But things just settling down now a little bit as we head into the middle portion of the race.
It'd be nice if Jamie's able to get a chat with a couple of the newcomers just to see how they found their first stint, if he's able to. I know Jamie's busy getting news and passing it through on text and everything else, so he's got enough to do as it is, but it might be interesting to just get a perspective on what the newcomers think.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It'd be good to hear from them in pit lane with Jamie, who we do often. I used to make the joke when we were doing circuit commentary, myself and Jamie, that I would lose him for a bit in the middle of the race. That's usually when one team was doing the tea and biscuits rounds.
Oh, is it? And, right, now we're getting there, aren't we? Yeah.
And he would vanish into a garage for 20 minutes or so, and then the biscuits never did make their way up to the commentary box, interestingly. So yeah, so that was always a bone of contention. But anyway, the leaders head through. Jamie, I'm sure, is now scuttling out of a garage at the mention of his name to hopefully try and dig out some stories.
Dr. Nessa normally has good shortbread, by the way. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
well, don't tell him that. We really will lose him then. Like a bit of shortbread, actually. Yeah, that would be nice. Anyway, change the subject quickly before I start drooling. 11.7 seconds the lead gap, and it is growing as well for the time being. Got a penalty as well, interestingly, Richard, for the 155 car, and that's another speeding penalty for 155. That's Ratters Racing, isn't it, I think? So
yeah.
Something in the water today, isn't there?
There seems to be.
Speed gun's getting some use.
Yep. Is it actually gun, or is it, I don't know whether it's monitored from the course of the, during the course of the race? Just speculating on in terms of speed. I've not clocked this, so is it somebody with a gun?
Yes.
Who's there, rather than it being a
yes, it's normally Dave Clark, or Scrappy, as he's affectionately known,
right,
who's raced in Fun Cup himself as well. He parades up and down the pit lane with a speed gun. Sees a car coming in, he'll whip round and give it a scan. Yeah, pretty much every single car if he can. Now that is the 107, which isn't breaking any speed limits at the moment because it's recovering from a spin. That is Paul Calladine in that car at the moment. He's had a rotation up at the Wilson hairpin, but seemed pretty harmless. No major damage done, and he continues on his way. So the lead gap 12.1, Vape Club second. They've just got across the line actually. Olympian GRD now. Are they getting away yet from PLR Racing? Well, not really. There they go. Look through, only a second or so between them at the moment. Then fifth position, MJ Tech Racing. Now I just want to wait until they get to the line if I can to give you their gap. They've just gone through. They are 31.5 seconds off the lead. They were 58 seconds off the lead when they first had to make that pit stop for the puncture. And a man who potentially can tell us a little bit more about their story is Scott Jeffs, and he is down in the pit lane now, catching up with Jamie.
Yeah, I'm down with Scott Jeffs. He's jumped out of the MJ Tech car. Scott, you spent, as you say, most of that stint on your own, sort of banging the laps in. As we said just now, sometimes it's actually harder because you've got nothing to gauge on and no reference points.
Yeah, it's difficult coming through by yourself. I think I was doing a good job, like doing consistent 19s, and we have got a little bit of a misfire on the engine, so I was really happy with that. And we've gone from last after Uvio decided to take us out again to 4th or 5th, I think now. So yeah, and I'm happy with that. About 30 seconds behind them. So yeah, I think they need to watch out if they're going to take us out. See what's coming to them.
Okay, and obviously, are you mindful of the weather? Wind's picking up, clouds are starting to darken. There is a threat of rain. Is that something you're just going to cross that bridge when you get to it?
Yeah, I quite like rain, so if it rains, I'll be well up for that. I just hope with this little misfire we've got, the car lasts. Yeah, I think a bit of rain will make the race a bit more exciting, because Snetterton does tend to create a little bit of a less exciting race, just the way the track format has it. It drags everyone out, so yeah, a little bit of rain would really mix things up.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's Scott Jeffs. Now, what we're going to do, Johnny, if you want to follow me, we'll give Andy and Rich a little bit of a break. Guys, do chip in if something happens on track. We're going to go all the way down to the other end of the pit lane, because I know why they've done this, to have a chat with Ted Bradbury. And so we're certainly getting my steps in here at Snetterton, but thankfully going down to the end of the pit lane is nicely downhill, so that will make my life a little bit easier. But yeah, the wind's picking up a little bit, and the clouds are darkening. That's your little weather report, and as we say, the threat of rain seems to be coming and going, and so forth. As we got the C Data car here, unfortunately they are a confirmed retirement, which is a great shame after their Angle C 4th and 5th place, as I make sure I don't bump into Neil on the way past. So let's pop down to Morphus Motorsports and have a chat with Ted Bradbury. We've also got the Axiometrics car in as well. They're still working on their issue. It was just refusing to fire up. Chris Weatherall brought the car in and it was fine, and then it just refused to fire up. Right, unfortunately, I've come all the way down here and Ted's not here. Yeah, hopefully we can get someone to go and grab Ted for me. We've just got his dad through. Let's have a word with Mr. Hart very quickly while we're down here. It's been a bit up and down for you, isn't it? You had a bit of a problem towards the start, and you had some left rear damage.
Yeah, Steve got a puncture. I think he had it early on, to be fair. He was probably trying to keep going, stay on the lead lap. We didn't quite manage to. And then actually we swapped the tyre and the pace was pretty good. And then ironically I got turned around from a driving standards officer. But anyway, it was all good. It's all good fun.
And you've now confirmed you're back for the rest of the year, and potentially, apart from brands, and potentially a full campaign next year.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Maybe another car for next year as well.
All right, brilliant, thank you, mate. That's Chris Hart. What we'll do is we'll go throw back to Andy and Rich, and I'll go and find Mr. Bradbury.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thanks for keeping us up to speed with that one. We look forward to hearing from Ted a little bit later on.
It's very lively. What's Ted Bradbury done now?
Ted? No, it's Ted. It's Father Ted. Do you not remember?
Oh, I see.
Ardlo Hanlon.
With you now,
Not
with
that
you
old.
now.
Probably too young to remember that as well.
No, I have watched a bit of Father Ted. Yeah, I like a bit of Ardlo Hanlon. Yeah.
Very
okay.
funny.
Okay, I'm with
hard-hitting documentary about the Catholic Church.
Yes. I think that might be a very different kind of... anyway. Yeah, okay. Ted Bradbury. How was Ted then? I confess I was...
He wasn't there, so he's gone to find him.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Right. So...
Ted's gone to see the spider baby. That was the funny one, wasn't it? Remember that one? Anyway, sorry,
Yes.
we're back here.
Yes, and this, I think, is just been a change, or is about to be a change for 11th place, is it? GCI... no, being caught by Team Ratters Racing, actually. So Team Ratters Racing, Peter Ratcliffe back in the car now, catching up to the 111, which is Ian Wood at the wheel as we tick towards half race distance. Pit stop's due in about 10 minutes' time.
It's interesting that Scott wanted to do it. It's lightening up again, by the way. It's not, I think, looking out of the side window, I'm not sure for any rain, but it was interesting because this is not a bad race, and things get strung, but you've got, and his car in particular is closing in.
Yeah.
The timing of that could coincide, that progress, assuming the misfire doesn't get worse.
Yes.
Could coincide with the grandstand finish.
That's interesting, isn't it, that he's got a misfire, of all the places to have one as well. Snetterton probably not great. We're hearing, we're hearing from our director Rob that Jamie Peters-Ennis has found Father Ted down in the pit lane. I bet Ted Bradbury has never watched Father Ted. If Jamie can slip that question into this interview, I'll be very happy.
Yeah, I'm down with Ted now. We had to prize you out of your nice air-conditioned truck. Bit of a struggle that stint, mate, wasn't it? You said that you had to make an unscheduled stop because the door popped open.
Yeah, the door popped open. You can't do anything about it. Obviously, it's not ideal, but it happened, and yeah, just the conditions are changing left, right, and centre. So obviously, you got to adapt to that. And some laps I was struggling with it, but I found some pace in the middle of the stint. I've just got to keep calm. At the end of the day, if there's a safety car at the end, it's anyone's, and I'm here to win, like I've always said. So if we get the chance to, I'm going to be there.
And how's the rest? Is it bearing up? I mean, you're running the power steering, so hopefully it's a little bit easier, but it's still hard work around here, isn't it?
But yeah, my wrist is feeling fine, and then I was losing grip, so I just went, you know what, I'm banging off the powered steering, and I need to, because I'm always driving without powered steering, so, and then I seem to go a lot better, so yeah, the wrist is feeling well, thank you.
And weather's, in the minute, it can't decide what it wants to do. Are you sort of being mindful of that as well?
Yeah, I'm ready for anything. Like I said, I'd love a bit of rain to come down right now. I mean, I think it'd throw dice. But yeah, like I said, I'm ready for anything. And I want to say thank you to the team, thank you to my family, and Sparky as well. He's done a brilliant job, and he's a really good teammate.
He's been electric.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
Sparky. Is he an electrician by trade? Is that why, to begin Neil Burrows, that's why he has the nickname? Well done, because it didn't get the question about Father Ted. Not that it matters particularly, but it's one for another day. But and then while that interview was going on, I'm racking my brains thinking, have we got a Dougal in the? We haven't got a Dougal in the championship, have we? We've probably got a few Father Jacks and stuff like a few Jacks, because that's quite a popular name.
Yes.
Mrs. Doyle's definitely not racing today. But.
No, not as far as I know, but maybe she'll be up for the £10,000 prize if she does assemble a team in the future.
They're all wanting all the people who aren't in the top three who want to do a rain dance, don't
Yes.
they? It's funny that.
I wish I shared your optimism as well about this weather. It really does just look like rain. It's got that light, hasn't it, now, about...
it's not going to rain.
No, actually, if I look through that window, no, you're right, actually. So I hope it doesn't rain, but would spice things up a little bit. But yeah, interesting comments that from Scott Jeffs, wasn't it, beforehand, as we were saying about how this place, it generates a different style of Fun Cup racing. It's not bad racing, certainly, because you've still got the strategic element, and we are in a part of the race now where lots of the front runners are on different strategies, fuel-wise as well, and driver-wise, so that inevitably will spread things out a little bit, but it all tends to come together again at the end of the race, and it doesn't have to have a five-way slipstreaming battle for the lead to be a good race, although we have seen that, of course, in the past from the Fun Cup Championship. 109 Morpheus car back out on track now, that's good news. So Morpheus have got the second car running again, albeit down in 20th place and 4 laps down. 2 cars not running. We know the Seed Data car is out, they were out on lap 5. The 103 car, was good timing on the message from Jamie, wasn't it, has just retired with a cam belt issue. A broken cam belt, presumably. So that's why they're out. So 2 cars not running, both of them unfortunately are out for good. Scott Woodward, by the way, reminding us there was a Dougal racing in the MX5 Championship at Croft. I'm glad someone listens to us, Richard.
Spot on, Scott Woodward. He is the man, isn't he?
Thank you, Scott. I always wonder what Scott gets up to during these Fun Cup races.
Dougal
Obviously
McGregor,
glued to our
Dougal
coverage.
McGregor.
Yes, I think it was. I think it would have been. Yeah, absolutely. So is that Clubman MX5s perhaps that he was in?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So right, thank you for that, Scott. That's, we'll think of some other silly questions to get answers for now. 257 up the inside of the School Club 22 car. Oh, School Club getting on. They've had a bit of an up and down day, haven't they? They've had an extra pit stop. They're not the only ones. 13th place they are at the moment. They're just ahead of Team FFS, who aren't that far behind them on the track either, but they're about to be lapped by the second placed car. And the sooner that Simon Coles can get this move made, the better, because he's definitely being reeled in by Riley Phillips, who was only 3.5 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. PLR Racing also now less than 10 seconds ahead of Will Abraham in the recovering MJ Tech car. But here comes Team Olympian with GRD. And a quick stint this, as you would expect for Riley Phillips. Heads down towards the bridge. He's got a couple of back markers now between himself and Simon Coles, who's got a sideways 257 car of Josh Go ahead of him. And hasn't been able to make the move past the 257 just yet. Josh doesn't exactly make things easy for Simon through the bomb hole either. And look at Riley Phillips pushing on, 2 wheels over the exit curb there, coming out of the bomb hole as he tries to take advantage of this bit of traffic that Simon Coles has found himself in, and Riley Phillips sailing around the outside of the Morpheus car, wanting to get through this group of cars as efficiently as he can. He's up the curb though, that lost him a bit of time in actual fact, coming off the corner. And so Riley Phillips, who made that sensational pass in the grass a few weeks ago in Anglesey, is continuing to push on. Across the line he goes, 3.5 seconds becomes 1.5 seconds, but of course Riley now has to work his way through this group of back markers that just delayed Simon Coles by so much. PLR Racing 5 seconds further back, but losing on that lap 2 full seconds to Will Abraham. Will Abraham and Riley Phillips, Richard, are comfortably the 2 fastest drivers on track right now.
They are. I'm not sure they'll be happy with the progress that they've made over the course of this stint, to be perfectly honest. And this is sort of now got that look of Uvio Hoffman's. They could lose it last knock-ins as they did.
Yeah, that's true.
Anglesey?
They did at Anglesey, yes. They were leading until late on, weren't they, I seem to recall. Certainly led a lot of laps.
But it just looks a lot more assured in this one, and they're there, and the gap at the end of the first stint, 8 seconds, 15 second one, 10 seconds. Clear now goes up to 13, so pulled out 3 seconds just over a couple of laps. Looking very healthy.
And it is really, isn't it?
But we can't write anybody else off because we're not even at the halfway stage yet. So
no, exactly. The key is, I mean, we're now, 2.5 minutes away from the pit window opening, which means we're probably 12.5 minutes away from this car pitting, because we know that Riley Phillips will go right to the end of that stint. Now, how close he can get to the Uvio car is key, because we saw when Chris Devell jumped into the car at the beginning of the second stint of the race, he was in the lead. He lost the lead pretty quickly, but then he was, 10 seconds or so adrift of Uvio at the end of that stint. So if he could hand the car over to Simon Rudd, 10 seconds adrift of Uvio again at the end of the next stint, then I think they'd still well and truly be in contention, even if they were 15 seconds or so back. But that all really relies on Riley Phillips getting onto terms with the Uvio car in this stint if he can. But he's got to try and get past the Vape Club car first. He has made pretty quick work of that traffic, though, all things considered. He now sets off after the 246 car of Simon Coles ahead of him. But this is a crucial 10-minute window now, I think, for Riley Phillips, as he tries to just dig this car back into contention. Starting at the back of the grid really did them no favours, and that really is the only loss of time that they've had. And when you consider that they did start right at the back, Uvio were leading by the end of lap 1, and here they are still only, 13 or 14 seconds behind. There's not been a bad drive so far for the number 1 team.
we were speculating about Simon Rudd having a careful opening lap so that he didn't get involved with any shenanigans and just sort of, I don't know if that's the reason why, but I think he was 20th at the end of the first lap, but worked his way through and led by the end of the stint, as we said. The other fascinating thing I find about Fun Cup racing is the that you get 3 wide driving 2 hours into a 4-hour race, but also is the fact that the drivers find themselves racing against other partnerships in the team. So whereas in the first stint you had Simon Rudd coming up with Simon Coles has now got Riley Phillips in the car, so you'll battle with the same cars but with different drivers in, and sometimes it matches up all the way through. Obviously the 2 driver combinations like Farkini and Fabulous are going to come up with exactly the same drivers in their stints because they have to swap over. But where you've got the 3 driver stints, it can make a real difference to how the racing progresses. Riley Phillips is closing in now though, isn't he? Yeah, definitely. Now he's got through that traffic. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Simon Coles. Well, he was at the start of the lap. He's about 1.5 car lengths back now as they turn through Oggies and up towards the right-hander at Williams, so more than within slipstreaming range. And Riley really needs to try and get this pass done now, doesn't he? He's got about 10 minutes before he hands the car back over to Chris Devell. If he can clear Simon Coles quickly, he could take another few seconds out of that lead and give themselves a decent chance. Uvio, by the way, being warned about track limits again right at the end of the stint. We saw that last time, didn't we? So they are playing the track limits game. Here comes Riley Phillips up the inside. That was a really nice late move on the brakes, and he gets the job done. Yeah, that was a very, very nice move indeed. Through, and we're now into the pit window, so how much extra time can he take away from the 246 car, but also eat into possibly the race lead? 13 seconds. I'm not sure he's going to cut that down by a huge amount.
Let's see. When he was in clean air before, he was a second a lap quicker than Fabulous on average, I'd say. So let's see what the gap is now. He's got probably another 4 laps, perhaps could stretch it to 5, more than likely 4 laps before he hands over, and he crosses the line 12.2 seconds back. So even with that overtake there, of course he had a really good slipstream down the back straight, didn't he? He did a 2:18.4. That was actually that car's personal best lap of the race, interestingly. It was matched nearly by MJ Tech a lap ago too. They were both in the mid-18s, but 2:18.4, 2.4 seconds he was quicker than the leader that time. Now that's because of the slipstream, no doubt about it, but in clean air, I think he's got a second a lap over the Uvio car. Could get it down to 7, 8 seconds, maybe. I mean, that's not bad. A quick pit stop. What did they do on fuel last time? Did they single fuel? I think they did, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
So they might have more fuel to take on board. That's the other element to this.
But will they want to encumber Chris with the extra fuel?
I'm trying to remember back to Anglesey, and I think they did the double fuel as they put Simon in. I'm pretty sure they said, right, we'll lose the time just before we put the quick drivers in. I think that was their plan last time. I'm pretty sure that's what they did on both occasions. Certainly one of the races anyway. We'll see if that's what they choose to do. They might have enough fuel to go another stint without putting any more in. So I'll have to wait and see. The 97 car there having its pit stop made, as the pit window is very much now open for a third time in this race. Morpheus Racing are in, so Ted Bradbury getting back into the 195 car nice and quickly. But really important little stint in the red, like a mini stint within a stint here for Riley Phillips. Now he's into that second place. He really needs to try and get his head down, and what he won't want to see is 2 back markers side by side in front of him.
Certainly won't. Pit stops continue. In comes the 14 car, the Greenheath machine. An interesting season so far. Mixed weekend on Anglesey with an 18th to the 3rd. And away and out. Yeah, gap still 12 seconds first to second place. A little bit more traffic looming for the reigning champion at the moment. So down through Murray's Corner onto centre straight, very slightly uphill. Right kink, and then downhill towards turn 1 they will go. Going to get this done by the time we get to the point. He's making the move now, just pulling out the slipstream.
Another 1.8 seconds gained, and that was through traffic as well. That was pretty impressive. So Riley Phillips with the bit between his teeth here. The screech of tyres as he arrives at the Wilson hairpin. I hope he got the car through the Wilson hairpin. And look in the background, that was a very sideways Will Abraham. So Will Abraham almost in touch now with PLR. Look, PLR at the front of this group, and there the white and orange car, Will Abraham, MJ Tech. So his last lap was a 19.1. So he's every bit as quick as Riley Phillips at the moment.
And that's with a supposed misfire.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Now, misfires can come and go, can't they? But if it's a constant one, you'd expect him to be losing more time than that. But then they're very quick, and so maybe they're just able to drive around it. But there's life in this race yet. We're only halfway through, Richard. It seems like we've been going for a while, but we're only halfway through. I think there's definitely life in this race, and I do think that Olympian and MJ Tech, they're both going to be a factor before the end of the race, particularly MJ Tech, because there is no weak link in that team. Both Will and Scott are very quick. They're both capable of running this pace, and they've already more than halved the deficit to the lead that they had when they had to make that extra pit stop for the puncture.
They are. I'll tell you what, is there such a thing as a safety car dance? We've talked about rain dances, but that would... Uvio definitely don't want it because of the work that they've put in thus far with that 10-second lead, but you have to say that's not a huge lead.
No, not at all. For 2 hours and 5 minutes of green flag running, that's not long at all, is it really? Now, Uvio double fuel, didn't they, last time?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure. Vape Club, I think, did the same. PLR, I think, did the same. So Olympian are the ones that are off strategy. I can't remember what MJ Tech did, if I'm honest. I think we did see the pit stop, but I just can't remember what their fuel strategy was. we really should make notes of this, because MJ Tech in particular never want to tell us. When we get to the end of the race and we go and ask them the question,
Well,
they never
none of them want to
us.
impart anything because it's their strategy, isn't it?
Exactly.
We need Jamie to log basically how many changes still go in, how long the stops were, how long it took him to get the driver out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm joking, Jamie.
Sure, he can manage that. It's only a short pit lane here at Snetterton. He can position himself in the middle of it somewhere and probably keep an eye on everything. 9.3 seconds now, the gap between Uvio and Olympian, so it came down by another 1.2 that time. And Simon Cole's, in fairness, not being dropped massively, is he? Then we've got PLR in the high 220s and MJ Tech with a 222, so that's the damage that traffic can do for you sometimes. They had a big knot of back markers to get through there, and it was a slow lap for Will Abraham as a result. There he goes, through the Wilson hairpin. Accelerates out towards the sweeping left-handers at Palmer's. So I'm still waiting for pit stops to be done. Don't forget Olympian also, Will Abraham, a big slide there out of Palmer's. He caught it, but that was a huge moment for the MJ Tech car. Just about managed to gather that together, but that's a sign of how hard he's pushing. Again, the torture that these tyres, the GT tyres, are going through. As he accelerated off Palmer's there, which is an off-cambered corner anyway. The back of the car does tend to get a bit light. And Will Abraham did really well, actually, to keep control of that.
So PLR then, 4th position. Are they about, pit stop wise, to grab a 3rd place? Very possibly, with Vape Club with EVF ahead of them, trying to close down. So we've got 10 seconds, 9.2 seconds is the gap at the moment. Now, just going back to the first stop that we had, with after 40 minutes, the lead gap, which was Uvio Hoffman to Vape Club, was just over 8 seconds. So the gap, they've maintained that over the next sort of hour and a half, effectively. Then we went up to 15 with Vape Club second. It's still Uvio Vape 1-2. 3rd position's changed. We have PLR third at the first stop, and at the second stop, an Olympian 3rd at the last one.
That's interesting. So it is closer than it was then, certainly at the second stop, isn't it, where it was 15 seconds back to Vape Club. Well, they're only 11.2 seconds back now, albeit some of that because of the fuel strategy for Uvio, definitely. 2:19.1 for Riley Phillips, another 1.1 seconds gained. So, what did I say? I said you could maybe get to 7 or 8 seconds back. Well, he's 8 seconds back now and has this lap and one more. He can do 2 more laps, actually, before he pits if he wants to, and I'm pretty sure that's what he'll do. There is the PLR car in. And that is Neil Plimmer getting back in. Brilliant job by them so far again. Well, and truly in contention for a podium finish. Out they go. Back into the race. As we get a good view of the infield of the circuit there. There is Will Abraham, a bit more cautious through Palmer's this time maybe. Yes, he is. But what was his lap time? He did a 19.3. So yeah, only a couple of tenths slower than Riley Phillips for the time being. So yeah, interesting stuff. Hour and 50 to go, and it's all tightening up quite nicely. What a brilliant comeback this would be, though, if MJ Tech could get themselves genuinely into contention for a 3rd win of the year. Like I said, they were only 1 point behind Olympian GRD in the championship coming into the weekend, but I do think that's before dropped scores. But still, very, very close indeed. And looking to try and overcome that deficit. 3rd place actually was only, that was Uvio. They're only 8 points off the championship lead as well, so...
It's still all to play for, isn't it?
Very much so, and it so often seems to be those 3 that end up at the front at the end of the race, isn't it? So if this does boil down to a final round decider, we're in for a treat.
Last round's Alton, I think. Is that one of our single day? I think I'm on for that one as well, so
good.
Looking forward to coming up. Had a couple of other things come through, but I think the 2 final weekends for BRSCC were one clashes with the Jeanette Scholarship, so I'm having to miss that for not having to, but I've elected to miss it to do the finals of the I think it was the TCR weekend, so we can see out the Fiesta Juniors and the Fiesta Championship. So much great racing that the club puts on these days for drivers and spectators as well. And I think it's the most full season I've had with the club for a while. It's been really, really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been great having you, and a lot of people commenting on how they're enjoying the coverage as well now that you're on board a little bit more regularly. So thank you very much. Always a pleasure to work with you. And
likewise, I mean, it's the whole team's great. We love working with the Alpha guys. The people in the club enjoy it as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's some stresses and strains, but they get put to one side, and we, hopefully deliver. I think it's a good thing. I've watched some of it back, and it's a super job.
Good. Yes. No. Good fun. That's I think a team that's enjoying working together will always put out a good product, won't they? And that certainly seems to be the case at the moment. It's a nice place to be with the BRSCC right now too. They're really starting to go places now, and under the careful management of Paul McCurlian, who thankfully hasn't graced us with his presence this weekend, but I'm sure he's watching at home and hanging on our every word. I await the angry text message from our Lord and Master, Mr. McCurlian. We do miss him when he's here. So weirdly puts a lot more pressure on us as a broadcasting team when he's not here, because that means he's sat at home watching the coverage, and we can't get away with any slip-ups. But Paul McCurlian has done a fantastic job, and his whole team as well.
Stop talking about me and talk about the race.
More than likely, actually, yes.
Has he raced one of these? Has he been out in Fun Cup yet?
I don't believe he has.
Do we need him and Greg to go for the 10 grand?
Well, if they did, I think the 10 grand would be reasonably safe. So I think Paul Rose would be all for that. But they've done some MX5 racing together recently.
And Luke Souch as well. We might as well get the three of them out.
Jamie has read our mind. Don't forget, Paul McCurlian has raced in Fun Cup. So yes, he has.
Thank you.
Can't remember when, if I'm honest. But,
right, so we can't go for the 10. So it'll be Luke Souch and Greg Graham for the 10 grand then.
Yeah, I don't think that'll worry Paul either too much. I was chatting to Luke actually about he's got a rather beaten up Master MX5 from an accident he had at Donington Park a few years ago, which I never mentioned, and whether or not he's going to go back out and race that again. Hopefully he will one day. Anyway, back to the racing in hand, and that is a very close move for GCI Racing around the outside of Ratters Racing. This is for position. Ratters Racing have gone past GCI earlier in the lap. GCI now getting it back again, and then Ratters Racing back up the inside again. That was 3 changes of position in 2 corners between these 2 drivers. And this is all over 11th place for the time being, as they head up through Coram Corner again. The pit window is now closed, by the way. The leading 3 are all in. Well, one of them is out, actually. That's Uvio back on their way. Again, we've got there just in time to miss what they did with refuelling. But anyway, Uvio back on their way.
Jamie will give us the time in a minute.
Exactly, yes. With his 3 stopwatches. We can see what happens with MJ Tech. That's 1 churn of fuel by the looks of it going in. And Scott Jeff's also about to go in. Will Abraham comes out one side, trudges away. I think he's a little bit worn out after all that, isn't he?
Not surprised.
Not at all. There is the GCI car still battling with Ratters Racing. It's a brilliant scrap. This goes to show you don't have to be in the lead group to be engaging in some good door handle battling. And that's definitely the case between these two, who have been together for much of this most recent stint. No fuel for Uvio. Vape Club 1 churn, we're hearing. Olympian come through. Now, Olympian must have just pitted as well, haven't they? So what did they do, I wonder? Out comes MJ Tech. But yes, so no fuel for Uvio. That's interesting. So they double fueled last time, and that meant they could have a very quick pit stop this time. So that gap will now definitely have extended slightly.
So I think they're going to get back to the 15, maybe to 20 seconds lead as they head into the penultimate stint at the end of this section. Far too early to talk about that, but gap-wise, that's what they're going to be looking for. At the moment, as you can see on the clock, it is 17 seconds. We've got Chris Devell back in number 1 now, so we can expect that gap to go up, particularly as Uvio didn't refuel. So the car's going to get lighter, but then the gap will close up on the next set of stops, which will be going into the penultimate set. So Uvio Hoffman's out front, 17 seconds clear. Olympian GRD in 2nd position, the reigning champions, with another 4 seconds back to Vape Club EDF. MJ Tech Racing 45 seconds down. So probably need to jot those down so we've got a rough idea on progress.
I'd give that a lap, because that doesn't sound right. I reckon MJ Tech should be closer than that. I wonder if it's because of where they're positioned in the pit lane, because of course this is the first time they're going to break the timing beam.
That is true.
On track.
I can cross it out and we can see
You may be right. They may have had a slow pit stop. I don't know what they did with fuel. Oh, they took one churn, didn't they?
Yeah.
One churn MJ Tech. So I'd be surprised if they've dropped that much time. Let's see. Uvio go through. That's Farkini back at the wheel. GRD, Olympian GRD will come through in second place, what we're thinking about 17 seconds back or so. And you might be right, because they've not got here yet, have Olympian GRD. Now they go through. In fact, it's more than that, 20.9. So they lost about 12 seconds. So they must have taken fuel then. That's the only explanation, really.
Yeah.
Vape Club are 23.5 seconds back. PLR Racing 28.1 seconds back. And MJ Tech Racing we are waiting for. They're just coming out of Murray's corner now. So no, you're absolutely right. They're going to be about 45 seconds back, I think. So I can only imagine that Uvio were the only ones that didn't take fuel on that most recent round of pit stops. We've got 2 pit lane speeding penalties, by the way. One for 158, Team Summers. Who was that for? Well, it was Christian Rose getting out and Gary Summers getting in. So let's hope for Christian's sake the pit lane speeding was done on the way out, not the way in. That would be a slightly awkward conversation to have after the race. The other one was for 220. That is Team FFS. Again, perhaps living up to their team name. Right then, now we can head down to Jamie Peters-Ennis in the pit lane, I believe. I'm not sure who he's catching up with this time, but we can head down anyway and hear from Jamie. Perhaps who can give us a little bit of a weather report as well.
Yeah, I'm down here with Josh Go, who's just jumped out of his first ever stint in a Fun Cup car. And Josh, it's your first ever race in anything. How was that?
That was phenomenal. It's nice to be out there. Like, I wasn't really sure who I was racing, but I was giving it my best shot. And I was overtaking, then they're overtaking me, then I was overtaking them. Oh, I can't explain it. It was phenomenal. It was really, really good.
And yesterday was probably the first day you really sat in the car, but you're pretty much on the pace with some of our mid-runners. You're doing solid 22s and 23s. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, chuffed. All my goal for this weekend was to complete the race, don't do any damage, bring the car home, and just be consistent, nice and smooth, and just give it my best shot. I'm living the dream, just being here, which is good.
And at the minute, it's just a one-off, but is it going to be like I want to come back and do some more now?
Yeah, I think so. Next year I'll maybe do a couple of races, then hopefully maybe in 3 to 5 years we'll be doing seasons. We'll see. It links in with how good my business does and how we do there. And if I do well there, more racing for me. So it's all good.
Well, as we say, welcome to the party and enjoy your next stint.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks a lot. That's Josh Go. Big round of applause for Josh. It's raining down here in the pit lane as I hand back to Andy McKeown and Richard John Neal.
No way.
Oh no! Now, which of us said it wasn't going to rain?
I think it might be me.
I think it might be
Andy,
you,
I think
yeah.
it might be me.
Yeah.
Anyway, changing the subject about getting things wrong, which I do frequently. Josh Go, Director of Supercharged Performance in and around Ipswich, so obviously a home track for him. But how enthusiastic, how great to get a newcomer. And again, it just goes to prove, if you're looking and worried about coming in, I know drivers with reputations, I've said before, worried about coming in and what you're going to come up against. And we've had a couple of conversations today that Jamie's facilitated in pit lane saying, yeah, you need to probably, and with any formula, allow a little bit of time to bed yourself into it and get to see what happens if you're an established driver. But if you're a new driver coming in, getting your ARDS licence, your racing licence for the first time, you've just heard it there from Josh. How much did he enjoy that?
Yeah. Exactly.
Brilliant story.
That's
well done,
so
Jamie.
nice to hear. Yeah, good stuff there, Jamie. Right then, so the story now is that the weather has started to arrive and the lap times really reflecting that, because teams who had regularly been lapping in the 2-minute 20s are now lapping in the 24s, 25s. So they're dropping 4-5 seconds a lap, 3-4 seconds a lap anyway, as Ratters Racing fling the 155 car into Williams. This is still an ongoing battle between Ratters Racing and GCI Racing over 11th place, but Ratters Racing just with a small gap now ahead of their rivals. But yes, this weather coming in, this could change everything. The teams who have had the pace in the dry, are they going to be able to replicate that in the wet? If teams are driving round certain issues, might that be made worse or made easier by a slight change in conditions? Certainly not torrential rain, it's just a little bit of drizzle here and there, and there is blue sky coming, so I only expect this to be a short shower, but it could just be enough to catch a few of them out.
It's not wet though, because there's only a couple of wipers on. So
Yes. Psychological rain, I believe they call it in...
not heard that one.
Yeah, it's a two-wheeled expression, I think that. Bikers tend to use that. I quite like it. It's just enough to let you know that it's raining, but actually not enough to make the track any slipperier.
You wouldn't want to race a bike in wet,
Oh no, not in any conditions. No. I've got the utmost respect for the. Stood on the pit wall at the Donington last week watching the World Superbike Championship, and oh my word, that really takes your breath away as they flash past you down the pit straight there. Great characters though in bikers. We've had a few bikers come over and do Fun Cup racing in the past, and I'm fairly certain, I'm not dreaming this, but Sylvain Gintoli was one who came over to do a Fun Cup race a couple of years ago, amongst other races, actually some MX5 racing too, I think, with the BRSCC, and they found it quite a challenge as well. And of course the most famous one, not Fun Cup related, but we've seen the Doctor himself, haven't we, making a transition from 2 to 4-wheel motorsport with quite some success of late. So it goes to show, doesn't it, if you've got that competitive edge and that understanding of how to go quickly on a racetrack, it doesn't really matter how many wheels you've got underneath you. If you've got it, you've got it.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. One of my favourites was when we were covering SMRC stuff was Kenny Thurwell. He was a front runner in minis, went on to race bikes, and he was quick in that. I'm not sure what he won. I managed to lose touch, but he was. I'd love to see him out in this actually.
Yes, that'd be good.
A good Scottish team coming down and having a go would be fun.
Right then, battle.
When was the last time at Knockhill, by the way?
Me personally?
No, for a Fun Cup.
Never
done Knockhill.
Never raced at Knockhill.
Go to Knockhill.
I
they
think
probably
so,
won't thank me for that, but
I've always wanted to see it. I think part of the problem there is their pit lane is tiny. I mean, really tiny, but they could probably make it work. There was some talk of a C1 race there. I don't know whether that ever happened a couple of years ago, around COVID time. As far as I know, Fun Cup have never made the journey north of the border. Imagine this lot hurtling over the chicane in the opening few laps. That would be quite the sight, wouldn't it? Right, speaking of quite the sight, this is an entertaining battle for second place about to break out. Olympian GRD were in second place. In fact, they've already lost that second place because both Vape Club with EDF and PLR Racing have found a way through. So that is Vlad Vasiliev now back in the 246 car. It's Neil Plimmer back in the 146, and they both found a way past Chris Devell. But Chris just doing his best to hang on, stay in touch with the leaders. We know that the leaders will have to take fuel between now and the flag, probably at the next round of pit stops. That will bring that lead gap down again. And then it's down to Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips to try and get that car back into contention. But Neil Plimmer doing exactly what he did in his previous stint, took over the car in fourth and built his way into second position by the end of the stint. And I think he's about to do the same now.
If we're getting a little bit of rain, if it gets worse, that could bring the safety cars.
It could. Very good points.
Upset the tulip cart again.
Yes, no, it could. That is a very good point, actually. We still haven't had that safety car, have we? Here comes Neil Plimmer, though, the inside of a not at all defensive Vlad Vasiliev. In fact, you don't see a wave then as Neil Plimmer went through. Now, if anyone can adapt to mixed conditions, it is Neil Plimmer. Neil Plimmer, a great driver in the rain, but it's these in-betweeny conditions where you never sort of second-guessing yourself into every braking zone. That's where experience really comes to the fore, isn't it?
It is. I'll tell you what, they're looking very good, aren't they? Yeah. Very strong at the moment. Sure, we're only just past the halfway point, but that PLR racing machine has just looked strong since the word go, and it's everything seems to be connecting together. Now, what's Chris Devell got? 16 seconds back to MJ Tech, which is Scott Jeffs now, isn't it?
It is.
In that one. Is he going to be able to close in before the end?
Well, at this rate, yes, I'd say. He's 16.3 seconds back, and on the previous lap was nearly 3 seconds quicker than Chris Devell. He's also the fastest man on track right now, is Scott Jeffs, into the low 21s as the lap times are starting to sort of come back to them a bit now. So MJ Tech still very much part of this battle. I am intrigued as to why they lost. I suppose they lost about the same amount of time as everyone else, didn't they, really, to Uvio? Maybe a little bit more. I wonder if they double. No, we saw them with just one churn, didn't we? So anyway, they must have just been a slightly slower pit stop for MJ Tech to end up that far back again. But Uvio with some big gains, and crucially, Farkini now backing that up with some really good pace on track. Apart from Scott Jeffs, he is the fastest man on track, is Farkini, and he's continuing to build this advantage.
Yeah, looking good for them at the moment.
Oh, sorry. That was Neil Plimmer catching my attention then. Well held.
Second, third and fourth all together here.
Yeah, Neil suddenly seems to be lacking a little bit of grip, doesn't he? Had a big slide through Brundle, then went a bit wide out of the bomb hole. The car's wriggling around again heading through Coram, so I don't know if the rain has just intensified ever so slightly. see with the lap times, I suppose, but he certainly seemed to have a little bit of a lack of grip.
I think it might have done because all three of those have got wipers going, and before we were only seeing the odd one with the wipers on. It's not coming in through our window, is it?
Not yet, no.
Remember the old box here? It used to be an old airfield box going back in the day, and broken windows and all sorts of things. So if it was raining, you got wet as well, as did the electronics.
Yes, well, that would be my concern. Quite a few wires in the commentary box. But yes, I'm just looking to see if I can even see it or feel it out the window. There doesn't really seem to be any on the pit straight. It's all just over at the top end of the track. But Farchini just not bothered one bit by this, is he? 31 seconds up the road. He's on the previous lap was nearly 2 full seconds quicker than this group. It's not like they were really battling on the previous lap either, so Farchini just really stamping his authority on this race. Uvio, it's been over a year since Uvio won a round in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Their most recent win was at Alton Park. Sorry, that wasn't. I'll go on the right page of my spreadsheet. Their last win was at Anglesey last year, and Anglesey was a bit earlier in the season last year as well, so it's been about 14 months, I'd say, 15 months since Uvio won a race in Fun Cup, which might just be their longest winless streak, I would say. So yeah, it's about time they won one.
It's interesting what you were saying, and he maybe being a little bit defensive when he said, "Oh, we're getting too old for it." Well, I don't think you ever do, and particularly here, you look at the amount of very quick masters you've got in this championship. I don't think they are. It's just a break, maybe other people coming in. They've definitely got the pace, they've got the strategy, they've got the machinery. So, but you can't afford to have that doubt, can you, really, about yourself in racing? I'm sure he hasn't.
No, doesn't usually lack confidence, does he? Farchini, whoops, Neil Plummer up the curb. Yeah, he doesn't normally lack confidence, nor does Fabulous, really. But I think it is just that everyone else has taken a big step forward, and it's not that they've taken a step back, although Farchini and Fabulous have both been very open in the past in saying that they don't do any testing. They're one of the few teams that never test between rounds. They just don't enjoy it. They don't really see the point in it. They'd rather just turn up and have a bit of fun at the weekend and then go back to their day-to-day lives. And you know, maybe some other teams take it a little bit more seriously than they do, and that's benefiting them. But the fact that they're still, you know, they might not have won a race in over a year, but they've been contenders in every single race since then. They've always been a threat. So it's not like they've slipped massively off the pace, that's for sure. And now, given a day where, so far, touch wood, nothing's gone wrong for them, they have pulled out a big lead. Now, this is drama for School Club Racing. This car started on the front row, but it really hasn't been their day so far, has it? And it's getting no better.
It's not good at all. So best thing to happen now is that whatever it is can be diagnosed, get them back out, continue with the stops, and hopefully sort something out. But it doesn't look promising, does it?
No, it doesn't. I wonder whether I saw some fluid on the floor behind the car, but looking deep into the engine bay. Mid-engined cars these, although essentially rear-engined, as you can see how far back the engine block itself is. Single-seater chassis underneath. Jamie, I believe, has some news. They've had 2 rear punctures and have now found a leak. Apart from that, everything's fine.
Yeah, just add to the growing list.
Right, so they've obviously diagnosed in replacing the tyre. They've realised that something's leaking. So I was right. There was a little bit of fluid at the back. Jamie also reports that Olympian double fueled, which explains why they lost quite a chunk of tyre. So that is different to what I think they did at Anglesey.
They lumped all the fuel on Chris.
Yes, essentially, yes. So, but then they could do that because Riley had bought them so much time in the previous stint, got them within 6 seconds or so of the lead. So, you know, it all works out, doesn't it? Marshall jogging there down to... Perhaps he'd just been to take a comfort break or something, but I wonder whether he was sort of jogging over to an incident that had happened. Doesn't appear to be the case, but Neil Plummer here desperately trying to hang on to this second place. Vlad Vasiliev not being dropped by the PLR racing driver, but nor, crucially, is Chris Devell.
No, he's having a good stint here, isn't he? I mean, he's not under the rear wing of the cars in front, but it's still a group.
Yeah.
And that is very, very good indeed. Challenge here going into Coram, and Neil Plummer under pressure, but has got the sweep. But the key thing is here, they're not working with each other, they're battling. The lead gap is out to, well, I can't remember what it was. It was
over 30 seconds.
Over 30, yeah. Goodness me. Could even be more if they... And that's the thing, do you work with each other? Do you battle? We talked about clean air. I think it's much, much cooler now than it was when we got going.
So perhaps not so much of an issue. Now is the battling, well, Chris Devel's dropped a little bit there on the second half of that lap, I think. 33 seconds the gap first to second. The Olympian Homes car still very much there in that 4th place, and it's another 12 seconds back to MJ Tech.
Yeah, MJ Tech are 46 seconds off the lead. They're not really gaining on the leader, but the leader we think is going to come back towards these teams when they inevitably have to take fuel at the next pit stop. So that will tighten things up a little bit. There's presumably the leak. The source of the leak has been found now on the School Club car. That's good news. Hopefully they can get that sorted as Neil Plimmer has his nose almost taken off completely by the Summers car, which then gets very sideways. That's Gary Summers in that car again. And that was a bit of a heart-stopping moment for Neil Plimmer and for Vlad Vasiliev, in fairness, who was tucked right up behind the PLR car at the time. Is he close enough to have a go into Agostini? No. Plimmer defends the inside. There's contact though, and Vasiliev is on the grass. That was a little bit clumsy. Hard to tell from that angle whether Neil pulled back over onto the racing line or Vlad just misjudged it. But anyway, he's the one that's ended up losing a bit of the front splitter. But lucky, actually, there, Richard, that didn't do more damage.
Yeah, and, well, whatever damage there is might not have manifested itself yet either. We'll have to wait and see, because we've had a couple of incidents like that in the very early stages of the race. I think we might be able to have a look and see how that unfolded again as the group comes down into the complex.
Yeah, see, Vlad gets the run through Hamilton. Neil does defend, and then Vlad sort of goes back to the left-hand side of the road. And I reckon Neil just kind of merges back over onto the racing line. Vlad's quite late on the brakes. It's not a big bit of contact. It was made to look worse, I think, because he then went bouncing down the grass. But anyway, should get away with that, and he's not been deterred. He's right back on the tail of Neil Plimmer again as they head towards Murray's.
Yeah, there's always a worry that there's going to be damage, but I think all okay, and they'll just resume. Sometimes a little tap like that can just put you in the mindset, hey, yeah, something could have gone wrong, so it might prevent a bigger one.
Yep, absolutely. Here they come then. Slipstream takes effect. Vlad Vasiliev pulls out of the slipstream, looks to the outside line, and heads for Rich's corner. Still in 3rd place, though. Can't find a way past Neil Plimmer for now. Lap times, by the way, still hovering in the 22s, so I don't think they're fully back up to speed yet, although they are battling this group, of course. The leader, though, in the low 21s, so I think that rain has probably passed now, and we should be clean for the rest of the race. So, the PLR car continues on in 2nd position. 35 seconds now, though, nearly off the lead of the race, and that's not going to come down as long as they keep on battling. And Vlad Vasiliev back to the outside line, into Agostini, couldn't find a way through there. Accelerate out of view. There's the GCI car. They've sort of shaken off Ratters Racing now, haven't they? Or actually been shaken off by... In fact, no, hang on. Was that GCR Racing? It can't have been, because they were only 4 tenths behind Ratters at the start of the lap, but I didn't see the Ratters Racing car in shot. So round Oggies they go then. Vlad Vasiliev still snapping at the heels of Neil Plimmer, isn't he? Is there an opportunity maybe now down the Bentley Straight to use that slipstream to try and make the move stick? Oh, Wave 9 are off, but they're getting going again. Steam possibly coming from the back of the Wave 9 car. Now that looks like it's up at the exit of the bomb hole, and that's not a good place to have had a spin. But crucially, they keep the car going. They get back on the road. The steam seems to have abated as well, so I think they've just about got away with that, the Wave 9 team, who were running in 9th place at the time. They may now be out of the top 10. And you can see there Mark Burton just shaking the car. No, there is steam, and that's fluid, isn't it? Is that fluid coming out of the back of that car? I think it was. Oh dear. Now this could be interesting, because I don't think Mark Burton realises that, oh yeah, you can really see it there on that shot. There is definitely fluid coming from the back of the Wave 9 car. And look, the Ratters Racing, Green Heath are off. That's on the exit of Palmer's, though. I don't think that's anything to do with the Wave 9 machine. But if there is now fluid, yes, now Wave 9 are pulling off at Rich's. Now this is going to be a safety car, Richard, no doubt about it. That car clearly is expiring. Oh, he's limping his way back onto the road, but there must be some sort of engine issue, and I just don't see them getting back around to the pit lane.
That's a shame. One of our front runners on the early stages of the race. Do you know, I just literally written down my top 6 for the end of the stint, and Greenheath were in there getting up into the top 6 for the first time and had that moment. Not sure if they've hung on to 6th position because it seemed like it was a quick recovery. I think Wave 9 are going to make it round now.
MJ Tech are in the pit lane. MJ Tech are in the pit lane. This is not in the pit window. This is a drama for the MJ Tech team.
Is it that misfire?
Could be. They had a puncture earlier on, didn't they, which led to an unscheduled stop. But now MJ Tech Racing are back in the pit lane again. And this could be really significant for the championship. Back to the second place battle, meanwhile. They've just gone past the ailing Wave 9 car. If that car gets back to the pit lane without causing a safety car, that's a bit of a miracle, really. Doesn't now appear to be dropping any fluid, at least, which is good news. Especially since Mark Bird is continuing to run on the racing line. But yeah, big drama then for MJ Tech Racing. They're back out again, so it was a quick stop. Surely not another puncture.
2 other guys have got axiometrics and C data in there.
They've been in for a while, haven't they? Yeah, they're both out of the race, I think, unfortunately. But what was the story for MJ Tech? I await news from Jamie. Hopefully he'll be able to let us know. As the Wave 9 car continues on its way, now seemingly picking up speed again.
It's a mystery.
That was a song, wasn't it?
Toya.
That's right, yeah. So, lots of music talk today. I like this. This is, see, we've got a wide range of interest as commentators. Yes. My dad used to do an impression. I won't go into this, but yeah, that's where my knowledge of that song comes from. Anyway, PLR running second position, and this has been a brilliant battle, hasn't it, between these three, and it's all playing into the hands not only of the race leaders, but also Olympian GRD, who are staying well and truly in touch with this group. There's a driving standards black and white flag for car 207. Well, that's Wave 9. Now, that's not track limits, that's driving standards. So there's something else that they're not happy with the 207 car. 249, by the way, MJ Tech, a coil pack issue now replaced. So they've replaced a coil pack on that car. And that's another bullet, really, that they've dodged, isn't it? Because that's 2 incidents that could have, arguably should have, lost them more time than they actually have ended up losing. And if we were to get a late safety car, they'd be right back in this.
It's a real fight for second position now. Vlad was having a look as we now see the Wave 9 car coming into pit lane. Jamie Petersen is poised to find out what the issue is. Very definitely steam coming out the back.
Yeah. Suggests it's overheated, but whether it's something more sinister than that, I don't know. Anyway, out gets Mark Burton. Out also, there goes the School Club car, so that's good news. They've sorted whatever that issue was, found the source of the leak and plugged it up. Sent him back on his way. Oh, now there, Vlad Vasiliev up the inside of Neil Plymmer-Richards. This could be finally another change for second place. Not quite.
Yeah, wrong bit of the track, but still, they're still squabbling, aren't they? Lead gap out to 37 seconds, and this is why Chris DeVel's had a very good stint here, isn't he, to keep in touch with these three. What was it Drive was saying about it gets strung out around here? These three haven't.
Yeah, well, Scott Jeff said that, wasn't it? And a couple of drivers earlier on said that to me as well. But yeah, second place on back, it's pretty close. But yeah, you have to say this is Uvio's race to lose now, really, isn't it? Here comes Vlad. He's got a run. He's got the inside line this time. This could be the move for second position. Hour and 21 minutes still left on the clock. No, he still can't do it. Neil Plymmer is defending this very, very well indeed. Can Vlad go around the outside at Brundle? That would give him the inside line for Nelson, but Neil Plymmer still hanging on, and this is a textbook defensive drive from Neil Plymmer. That PLR racing car is clearly working well, and he does not want to relinquish this second place.
Yeah, he's fancying getting back onto the podium. And bear in mind, if there's a safety car, if there's a problem for the Uvio Hoffman's Lotus car, then this could be the kind of move, the kind of pace saving or position saving that could get them onto the top step of the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. And this it's so important, isn't it, really, that Neil tries to maintain this track position. The pit window will be open, or the pit window open board will be out. In fact, it's out now. So they're seeing that board now. There it goes, just as that group comes through. So I think they would have just about seen the board if they were focusing on that. I'd rather suspect they weren't, because they're side by side again into Rich's corner. And Vlad Vasiliev to the outside line. couldn't make that move stick. Now down towards the Wilson hairpin, and still Neil Plymouth defends the place well. Right, before this really kicks off, let's head back down to Jamie, who I believe has got a story about the Wave 9 car that we saw in the pit lane momentarily. Let's see what the issue was.
Yeah, I'm down with Jason Minshaw now, who was due to get into the Wave 9 car. And Jason, this is not the time I wanted to talk to you because you were running in your best ever 6th place. What's the matter?
I think the term is something happens. But hey, yeah, it looks like it's chucked a belt off the water pump and fried itself, so one of those days.
Is that game over?
Yeah.
Oh, hard luck, mate. All right, thank you. Back to you guys.
Okay, well, that's pretty definite, isn't it? That car we won't be seeing again. I did say at the start of the day, Richard, this race always is a bit of a car killer for some reason, especially in temperatures such as these. And yeah, that's unfortunately another to add to the retirements list.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but this battle still goes on, and Vlad Vasiliev still putting Neil Plymouth under a huge amount of pressure. One feels that this might get resolved in the stops because we're a couple of minutes into the window having opened. And from here, I guess if you've got a lot of pressure, do you then want to say, OK, forget it, I'm going to go in and take a break? Or do you carry on? If you've got your faster driver out, probably want to carry on and just prove the point. But Vlad, again, having a look around the outside, it's the same move, doesn't quite work. Still putting Plymouth under pressure. Fascinating battle though for P2.
It's almost as if the EDF car isn't quite as quick in a straight line, and that could be that damaged front splitter that's just affecting the aerodynamics in a straight line, because with a slipstream down that back straight, by all rights, he should be able to really slipstream past Neil Plymouth. There's no doubt Neil is good on the brakes, and that's part of why he's keeping hold of the place, but I do wonder whether the EDF car maybe is a mile an hour or so down on top-end performance. But yeah, really entertaining scrap this, and Chris Devell, with a grandstand view, pretty happy that at the very least he's keeping that car in contention for second place, but they're all in the pit lane, so you're about to get your wish, Richard. This is about to be resolved in the pits.
It is. This is going to be fascinating to see where they all come out. Here they come. Great shot. Second, third, fourth places, all into the pit lane, and just watch how quick this is executed.
One churn of fuel for Olympian. What are PLR doing? I think they've got a churn in as well, have they? Yes, they have. EDF, I can't quite see from that camera position. Out of the window, I don't think they're fueling the EDF car. They might have just been... Oh, no, they were fueling, yes. They've all put one churn in, I think. Out goes the Olympian with GRD car, and they leapfrog the pair of them. Wow.
Job done, Chris Devell.
Very good stuff. Very
good team on the stop as well. Let's not take anything away from the team.
Well, yeah, because as far as I know, they all did the same thing with fuel then, and yet they've come out, what, 10 seconds quicker than the other two?
To show, doesn't it?
Yeah, amazing. So, no, I stand corrected, not for the first time. PLR double fueled, which means that EDF probably did as well. So, because they've come out more or less together. So, and look at that, MJ Tech, even with those cars having made a pit stop, MJ Tech haven't been able to get past them. So they're a full pit stop behind the podium battle.
Yeah, the progress they were making in the earlier stages just suggested to me they might close it down, but something's happened. It's just not, whether it is the, well, they had that stop, didn't they, as well, the extra stop, possibly the misfire. Team Summers having a little moment there and recovering.
Yeah, so Gary Summers, once again, that's his second moment of the stint, I think, but learning with every lap that he does. Uvio are in, so the race leaders are in. This, again, is a significant pit stop. They've got 2 churns of fuel waiting. This will get them to the end of the race now without having to refuel, you would imagine. But it will be a slower stop. We've seen the difference that refueling can make to your pit stop length. So, Fabulous will get back in now for his third and final stint. Farkini having not quite finished his day's work. And that was pretty much 2 full churns, I'd say, that they just put in there. So this will be a lengthy stop, but they should, Richard, still come out with a pretty healthy lead because they were nearly 40 seconds up the road, weren't they?
They were, and again, it's executed superbly by the team. Back out, and we'll see where they are in relation to the other cars. Remember, Olympian GRD now into P2. So this, the penultimate stint of the race. One more scheduled pit stop remaining. The race leaders are back on track. Can we see Olympian GRD down the back of the straight. We can't. They're coming round Coram. So great work by our directors picking up the second position car. And that's clear. It's on its own. So we've got, it's now, for the next few minutes, it's going to be looking at the clock rather than looking at cars dicing. And again,
well, sorry, go on.
Go on. No.
No, I was going to agree with you.
All
Yes,
right.
because we've now got Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips into the end, haven't we? So we know that this car is going to be very quick. And
31 seconds.
Ooh, that's not as bad as I thought, actually. That's come down, hasn't it? So because, of course, of the double fuel for Uvio. And do we think Olympian can get to the end? If they double fueled last time, they might be able to get to the end from here. It'll be touch and go, but maybe just a splash needed at the final stop. So 31.7 seconds. Oh, who's that going slowly? In the background, there was a car going very slowly around the first corner then. On the grass, I thought. Hopefully not limping to a halt. But yeah, 32 seconds then. Is that doable with an hour and a quarter to go? This is going to be very interesting, isn't it? I'm going to make a note of that. The gap of 31.8 seconds. There is Simon Rudd. But yeah, the point I was about to make, the fact that they cleared PLR and EDF in the pit lane and didn't have to do it on the track, that could be crucial because it means that Simon doesn't need to waste any time now battling with lead lap cars. He can just get his head down, use this clean air and show us exactly what sort of pace he's got.
Some big gaps there. Now, are these guys going to hold on to it and get their first win of the season? It's going to be fascinating to see. 31.7 the gap on the previous tour, so we'll see on the outlap what progress has been made here by Simon Rudd, who, remember, got that car from the back of the grid up into lead. We never found out what the issue was on the last lap of the first stint, did we?
No, we didn't. No, that's interesting. Yeah, maybe we can have a... who would... it would have been... was it the first stint or the second stint?
It was the first stint.
End of the first
stint. Because there was there was 3 or 4 seconds at the end of the first stint, and then when they came in, Simon had got the car into the lead, so something had happened to the Uvio Hoffman car.
Yeah, good point. So, well, it was Fabulous who was in the car at the time, so we won't hear from him now, but maybe after this stint we can try and have a word with Fabulous Randaccio. That car really doesn't have any front splitter left, does it?
It's a bit battered, isn't it?
A little bit battered, and yet still gapping the rest of the field. MJ Tech, by the way, have just done their personal best lap of the race, a 2:18.5, so they're light on fuel at the moment, of course. But that's a pretty impressive lap time. They've still got a couple of minutes as well before that car has to pit. So for the time being, they are third position on the road.
4 seconds taken out on that lap. 4 seconds.
Oh, my word. Wow, OK. Well, in that case, we've definitely got a race on our hands, haven't we? Was there traffic for Uvio? I didn't see any.
I didn't see any.
No.
Unless it was his battering, but I don't recall seeing more... Well, don't recall seeing less of the front.
Yeah, that's a good point. Have they been off again, I wonder? That's interesting. Right, OK. Well, 4 seconds. It was a slow lap, actually. No, I think you're onto something there, because that was a 2:24 for Fabulous. And that's quite slow, I would say. So bear in mind the rest are in the 20s and 21s. So I do think he's had a moment there. Need to watch to see whether that becomes a trend or whether it was just a one-off thing. But that 4 seconds gained now for Olympian GRD could make a huge difference in an hour's time, couldn't it? In fact, you could just see the Uvio car coming down the Bentley Straight as Simon was heading towards Hamilton. That's always good as a driver, isn't it? If you have a reference, you can see the other car, especially when it's a 30-second gap. You can't see them directly in front of you, but a track like this, actually, if you've got your wits about you, you can take a look around, can't you?
It's amazing how many drivers that even like karting indoors, you see it, don't you?
Yeah,
you see
yeah,
a car, it's... Yeah, amazing that carries through the sport wherever you are, whatever level you're doing it at. That's a great point.
Yes,
he's now on the Bentley Straight.
Yep, 28 seconds. Well, this is always the fun time, isn't it? An hour to go. We've got one more pit stop left, and you finally start to get a picture of what the complexion of the race will look like. There is the Uvio car. I agree. I don't remember it missing that other half of the splitter, the left-hand side of the splitter, last time we saw it. Let's see what Fabulous's pace is then. He's about to come across the line to complete his 71st lap of the race. And it's a 21.0. So he's back down to a 21. That's still not quite as quick as Simon Rudd has been doing, but that at least suggests that it was just a one-off blip rather than an ongoing issue.
Here comes Simon now to Murray's onto centre straight, foot to the floor. As we said, he's got that visual check now on the lead car, and that's what he's going to have to try and focus on. He'll cross the line now. 26, so he's got another second on that, more or less. 26.0 was 27.9, wasn't it, on the previous one? So that's another good lap from that car. The gap back to third place is 34 seconds. That's come down from 41. So they're all closing up. So 30 is 10 seconds between the pair. Yeah, so gap's coming down and changing.
So there goes the Uvio car then through Oggies, and yeah, came down by, as you said, only a second that time. But so a second a lap. Well, what are we looking at? We're looking at probably something in the region of 100 laps, I reckon. I was actually just looking up the record here at Snetterton for laps completed in a 4-hour race. 102 is the record. That was with a safety car, actually, last year, the 2023 race, so very fast pace. That safety car free race the year before, actually, it was the same amount of laps. So 102 laps we've done the last 2 years here at Snetterton, with only one safety car between those two races. So if we go safety car free, we should be looking at about 102 laps or so, which gives us about 30 laps left. So at the moment, Olympian taking a second a lap, it would be close, but it is definitely doable. And if anything, Riley Phillips is even quicker than Simon Rudd, really. So if Simon can take a second a lap out of Uvio, Riley could be able to take a second and a half. But I'll tell you what, Uvio aren't going down without a fight, are they?
They are not. If you're going sideways, you're not going forwards. But yeah, 26 seconds is the gap at the moment, and reigning champions about to put a lap on our newcomers from the Caterham Championship. Was it another lap? Let's just have a look as they make their way around Corham. The move's not going to be completed by the time to get to Murray's, the 220 car, the TFFS. Now we'll see the move because Simon Rudd pulls to the outside line and should be able to complete the move. Yeah, he's ahead, and you can see now who's in 220 for stint 5, which we're in now. It's Barry Thompson, Lewis's dad, who is in there. Sorry I didn't get a chance to catch up with them in the paddock today, but hopefully will if they're here for the other rounds. It's good to make their acquaintance at Alton Park at the Caterham round, and great to have them in this championship. And I'm sure they are enjoying it. Doing a grand job at the moment. 14th place Team FFS, chasing the other newcomers, ironically the Caterham boys. So they are 13th and 14th, the two newcomer teams on this one, as we pick up on the Fate Club EDF 246 car, which is running in third place. 15 seconds down on the P2 Olympian. Skull Club back in pit lane.
He's still going. Technically lost a couple of places with that pit stop. Signature is their pit stop.
Driver out. You saw just how quickly the drivers are extricated from the cars. Rear panel back in, and the car will be on its way. Skull Club back in the race.
Yes, they are. So Skull Club underway, and late pit stops these, aren't they, really?
They are, yeah.
Yeah, very late, actually. I'm not going to speculate on whether it's too late, but we're, what, 3.5 minutes? It's just about, you could be about 4 and a bit minutes over in a way, couldn't you? Yeah, so if you just started a lap just before the window closed board goes out, then yeah, you do 2 full laps, that's 4.5 minutes, isn't it? So yeah, it's just about okay, I think. Just racing in. Interesting, on the same lap as GCI, with whom they've had this terrific battle for basically the last hour and a half or so, haven't they?
They have, yeah. It's been a good one to watch, and hopefully they've enjoyed it as well. Through, we'll try and see how much the gap has come down. Again, first to second. It's Jamie doing the business down there in pit lane, looking for the next story to get for us. Signature RV. Running in 7th place, just off my top 6 notes from the previous session. So they're chasing down Team Greenheath for 6 at the moment. Greenheath now with Gary Bate taking over from Paul Turner for the penultimate stint of the race. John Whitehouse in the signature RV car. There is the Greenheath car. So Gary Bate, one of the Masters entry in the championship. And this race, it looks like this has been coming to them because, as I say, this is the end of the last stint, the first time in terms of the stops. It's the first time they've stopped inside the top 6. So maybe a little bit more progress to be made, possibly at the expense of MJ Tech. MJ Tech 1:17, 1 minute 17 down on the race leaders at the moment. And we'll get the check on Greenheath when they make their way through. The gap first to second, 23.3. Another 17 seconds back to Vape Club with EDF as we pick up on Team Summers. Christian Rose for the penultimate session, his last one of the day. Stuart Kinner is in the 257 car now, and we'll see Joshua Go back in for the last session. So not only did he really enjoy his first stint, but he's going to be out to bring the car home to the checkered flag as well. Joshua did that third stint, had that really enthusiastic interview with Jamie down there in pit lane, and we've spoken about new cars and new teams, but new individuals can come in with experienced drivers. It's a point worth making. You don't have to be in a team of new drivers. You can be one coming in, and that's a great thing because all that help and advice will be available from existing drivers who can bring their wisdom and sort of coach you into it.
Exactly, and it's very much an open paddock in that sense. You know, the more experienced drivers only too happy to lend a hand to those who
tell you what the strategies are.
Yes, maybe not quite that far, no. But you know, they will certainly help with setup and you know, bit of driver tuition out on track as well. So yeah, it's a great place to come and learn your craft. Actually, did a really good interview with Johnny Molam earlier on, and Gareth Williams, with whom he's driving, and sort of asked Johnny about, you know, the role of a driver coach in situations like this. And he said the whole reason we're here in Fun Cup is that I wanted to race where my AM driver, if you like, Gareth, wanted to race. Often, you know, they sort of gravitate towards the bigger GT championship because that's where they can make a bit more money as a professional driver and whatnot, whereas, you know, he got to know Gareth and then he said, right, where do you think you want to race? And Gareth wanted to race in the Fun Cup, and Johnny said, right, fine. And then once he got here, he realised what a fantastic place it is to come and learn, and he said, actually, we couldn't have picked a better championship to come and do with Red River Sports. So yeah, that was quite interesting. Obviously they're in the same team, but there is a lot of assistance given from one team to another. You know, the more experienced drivers, the UVO drivers, the PLR drivers, for example, they're not too precious generally about giving a bit of a helping hand to some of the other teams. Right, change here for 6th position whilst we're wittering on. That was Morpheus up ahead of Greenheath. So Ted Bradbury in this car for stint. No, it'll be Neil Burrows again, won't it, in the car for now? Yeah, because Neil started, didn't he? Yeah. That's right. So Neil Burrows in, Ted Bradbury to do the finish. Do you know what? They've actually very quietly gone about their business today, haven't they? Up into 6th position now, despite having made 2 extra pit stops. They've been in the pit lane 6 times when they should have only been in 4 times. This has been a pretty impressive drive. Yeah, it's a good team, isn't it? When it all runs well for them, they'll be okay. They want to do the safety car dance. So we got any more rain coming? Those clouds don't look great, do they? I'm not sure there's enough in the inside. You're looking. It's all blue sky, I think, heading to, well, mostly blue sky anyway. Nothing too ominous, I don't think. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll stay dry. And if we do stay dry and we stay safety car free, then this could be a very interesting race as far as distance records. That's why I've been quiet for the last few minutes. Okay. I've had to do some maths, Richard. Are we going to break a record? We could do, possibly. So as I said, the Snetterton distance record, 102 laps. Well, I think we're just about on course to do that. The 4-hour distance record, mileage-wise, we're talking about now. Yep. Silverstone National 2019. Now, to do that, they would have to do 112 laps today. That might not quite be doable, but we could get somewhere inside the top 3 longest 4-hour races. As far as miles covered, although this won't help our chances of that, that's the Morpheus 109 car with some new bodywork on the front of that car, I noticed, from earlier in the race, and they've had a spin right in front of their teammate car, actually heading down into Agostini. A Walton Waltz. A Walton Waltz. Very nice. Very nice. So this is why we keep you around, Richard. You're a lot quicker than I am. No, not at all. Yeah, so thankfully Walton recovers from that little moment, carries on. But yeah, another moment. You know, all it takes is a car to spin, and it could be an innocuous little spin like that. But in this sort of heat, if the car stalls, very difficult to get the car restarted again, and that could very easily lead to a safety car that would completely change this race. Although, having said that, I'm not convinced that Team Olympian GRT are going to need a safety car here, the rate at which they're catching the race leaders.
Pace-wise, I mean, have Morpheus got the pace to, if it was all closed up, have they got the pace to take the race to, say, the top three, to the likes of Uvio Hoffmann, Olympian GRD? Are they on that kind of lappery at the moment to be able to do that? The fact that they've got into the top six, Greenheath have dropped out of my top six now, but not really being lost at the moment, Greenheath. Just wondering whether, still lots of sliding going on as the tyres disappear.
Yeah, I think that is tyre related now rather than weather related. Definitely not a wet track anymore. Another speeding penalty, Richard, this time 49, Signature RV. So, I don't know why we're suddenly getting so many more speeding penalties here at Snetterton. Maybe it's the heat, the lack of concentration maybe, but all of these cars have a pit lane speed limit button, so I can't imagine that's been programmed wrong for so many cars. It's not like it's just one or two teams doing it repeatedly, is it? It's been a lot of teams picking up these speeding penalties.
And again, it's marginal, isn't it? You want to get in and out as quickly as possible, but...
Sorry, the screeching of tyres had me worried then slightly. Sorry, carry on.
So is there a limiter you can use, or is it down to driver judgment? So it's basically not getting on the limiter quick enough.
Or getting off it too soon, yes, or setting the limiter at the wrong speed, maybe, because pit lane speed limits can vary, can't they? I don't actually know if this track has a different speed limit to anywhere else, but I'd be surprised if that were the case. Yeah, just maybe... do you know what it could be? And this happens sometimes if a pit lane has more than one pit lane speed limit line that is used. Do you know what I mean? So it could be that in pit entry there might be two lines on the surface and it's confusing drivers, and it might be that actually they think they're using the second line and in actual fact it's the first line. I've heard that excuse used a few times in the past. Whether that's the case here, again, I'm only speculating, but for there to be so many, we don't tend to get this many, do we? So it seems a bit odd. Anyway.
Sub 20 seconds now, the gap, the car at the head of this quartet, P2, Olympian GRD, trying to close down Uvio Hoffmann's, and yeah, still doable. We were saying a second a lap. 57 minutes on the clock, so we're into the last quarter of the race. Uvio Hoffmann's, Olympian GRD, Vote Club with EDF, PLR Racing, MJ Tech 5th, Morpheus up into 6th place. I think the weather's going to be nice. A few battle scars, aren't there, around?
Yes, it's been a bruising race, this, hasn't it, actually? As indeed was one of the Anglesey races last time, although this has just been lots of little sort of single car incidents mainly. 19 seconds then, one more pit stop to come. The thing that could decide this is the fact that I don't think Uvio need any more fuel, whereas I'm pretty sure Olympian will need at least a splash at the final stop. And again, a bit like we said with Riley Phillips' previous stint, really this race hinges on how close they can get to Uvio in this stint, assuming that they might then have extra time to spend in the pit stops at the final round of pit stop action. But if the rate he's going, he's taking around a second a lap still out of Uvio, with still potentially the best part of half an hour that he could spend in the car, although I suspect they'll try and get Riley Phillips in early again, as they often seem to do. I don't know, what do you reckon? Uvio have led for so long in this race, and they presumably will continue to lead for a little while longer at least. It would be heartbreaking if they were to lose it, but do you think Olympian have got what it takes to snatch it from them?
Gap goes down to 18. I think the answer is yes, because of what they've won so far this year, but you called it. It's going to be about the stops, isn't it, and how much longer that takes. It's going to be close. It's going to be close by the end for sure. That's why you've got to keep watching.
Indeed so. Well, I'm glad that you've said that you think they're going to do it, because that means two people have now put the mockers on them before I've had the chance to, because I've just had a message from Zoe Burke, well, Zoe Wenham, who raced in this championship for a number of years, and she also says that Olympian are going to win. She even says you heard it here first. So Team Olympian GRD, if this all goes wrong, I didn't say it first.
Zoe,
Richard
Zoe.
and Zoe both beat me to that prediction.
Did Zoe message it before I said it?
She did, yes,
Right, so it's
actually.
definitely her fault.
Yeah, definitely Zoe's fault, absolutely. And I'm only saying that because she's not here to give me a telling off in person, which she frequently used to do back when she was racing for a while with her brother, Guy Wenham, who, of course, a very successul young driver. I don't think he does any racing these days, which is a shame. He was involved in the social media for the championship for a little while after he stopped racing with us, and yeah, they were both great characters actually in the Fun Cup paddock. And I wonder whether we'll see them back maybe for another go at this at some point. It is one of those championships, isn't it? We say this time and time again, that once you get the Fun Cup bug, you just can't shake it. And even if you step away for 5 or 10 years, the temptation's always there to come back and give it another go. And we're always happy to have former drivers back in the championship, that is for sure.
I think I mentioned earlier on in the season, one of the great things about this championship is it doesn't change. The guys that run it know that everything is right, and also you know if you're going to come in and invest your time in it or invest in equipment, you know that it's not going to be messed around. You're not going to be told, oh, you need to buy a completely new car at the end of the season or anything like that. So stability is a big thing. You know, I'm sort of toying with the idea of getting something up and running myself, not in competition with this, but you know, a formula that I'd spoken to people about, and I really love the ethos that these guys have got. The fact that this championship has been running. You said this was the first championship you worked on.
Yeah.
And it hasn't. There haven't been those big changes.
Yeah.
In it,
Yeah.
and I just think, you know, it shows respect of the people that are organising it to the customers, existing and potential. We're not going to rip them off. We're not going to say, oh, actually, you need to replace the chassis within 5 years. Or,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really love that about this, and that's why people come back. It's one of the reasons people know that they're coming back into something that, sure, there might be the odd tweak here or there. It might be a slightly different tyre or something like that. But you know, you're changing the tyres every 3 or 4 meetings anyway. So you know, in terms of a new set. So I love that about this. Stability is great. It's not about making the cars faster and faster, as so many formulas do over the years. You know, I've seen the new, is it GB3 and GB4 cars coming in? Oh, we're making them faster. They don't need to. They don't need to do that.
No, exactly. I think very often there is change for the sake of change as well in motorsport, just because they feel, you know, we've had this car for 5 years now, time for an update. Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, there's nothing wrong with Fun Cup cars. There never has been. They've always produced this kind of racing, and so why bother making big changes? You know, why make them faster? Why give them more downforce?
I presume you can get a new chassis.
Yes, they are still,
but
I
they
believe, being
don't
built.
force new chassis down your throat. I mean,
exactly.
The F4 thing is about selling cars, isn't it?
Precisely.
And I'm not singling out F4 or GB4 and being rude about them, but that's the business. It's about.
Yeah.
But these guys, this is their business, but they don't do that.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because there is a market for them anyway. You don't need to push out a new kind of chassis. People are still buying these cars anyway because the product sells itself. Why would you not want to come and race in Fun Cup when you've got this sort of atmosphere, this sort of racing, you know? And it's not just in this country either. There is Fun Cup racing. In fact, Fun Cup is even bigger over on the continent, isn't it? You know, European Fun Cup racing is huge, and that's why that Spa 25-hour race will regularly generate grids well over 100 cars entered into that race, which is just astonishing. And they do run slightly different regulations over there. I suppose that's the one big change that we have had in this championship with the loss of the diesel engines. There was a period when Fun Cup first began where the majority of the cars actually were diesel powered, and when I started working with the championship, we were just phasing them out. Actually, the diesels were just starting to be phased out. But that very first year I did with them, we had 2 separate classes. There was a diesel class and a petrol class. That's changed now, but apart from that, yeah, the cars have stayed exactly the same. Some slight innovations, the flappy paddles now, that they never used to be a thing, but all of the cars pretty much now run with a flappy paddle gearbox, and I guess in the short term that added a bit of extra cost, but also they're more reliable.
But you're probably going to have a gearbox go at some point anyway.
Precisely.
So it's, you know,
yeah, exactly. And it was
sorry,
never
I sound like an advert there. It's enthusiasm.
It is. No, that's exactly where I speak from as well. And yeah, you know, but the point is, they weren't told they had to have flappy paddles.
No.
They just gradually were phased in as and when teams decided to go with it. They gave them the option, and gradually they all went that way. So yeah, I think it's really been handled and marketed very well over the years, this championship, and that's why it continues to be such a success.
15 seconds now, the gap, 1 and 2. 15 to 36, 2 to 3.
I'm sure our check is in the post from Paul Rose, by the way. I think we more or less earned it. No, we do genuinely speak with passion. I certainly do.
I wouldn't say it if I didn't think
No, exactly. So, right then, EDF up the inside. That car's starting to become a bit more dog-eared, isn't it, as well, in the closing stages? A bit more smoke coming out of the left front this side. A bit of bodywork rubbing, perhaps. They've just put a lap on GCI Racing, who have not snatched the headlines in quite the way I expected them to, actually, this weekend. It goes to show, again, if you take a bit of time out of this championship, it can be very, very difficult to come back in and immediately be as competitive as you have been in the past. Another drive-through penalty, by the way, as well, for number 257, and that is the supercharged performance car. I'm sure that's their second drive-through penalty. I forget what the first one was for, but this one's for exceeding track limits. And that will knock them further down the order. Where are they running? They're running 15th at the moment, so they'll lose one place probably to High Peak Racing as EDF go up the inside of, I think that was the Red River Sport car. Red River Sport inside the top 10 as well. They said they were targeting a top 10 at the start of the day, and at the moment they're on course for that. Although GCI Racing, right behind them, are 11th, so that is a battle for position. Red River Sport, the orange and white car, confusingly doesn't have an ounce of red on it, which is a bit of a missed opportunity. But anyway, a good-looking car nonetheless, and they have got GCI Racing in their wheel track now, so GCI trying to move into the top 10 if they can, as they round Murray's, head out onto the centre straight, and begin another lap. 80 laps completed by the race leader, so they need to do 23 more laps to beat the Snetterton distance record, Snetterton 300 distance record anyway, and 23 laps in 48 minutes. Now, my mathematics aren't good enough to work that one out. I'll have to break the calculator out in a second, but it should be close, I think, if we don't have any safety car interventions. And certainly that's something that this team do not want to see, because with just over 3/4 of an hour to go, they have still got the lead. It's halved, more than halved, though, hasn't it, since the last round of pit stops with Richard. So 14.6 seconds. What did we have it at earlier on? It was, I'm sure I made a note of it somewhere. 31.7. Yeah, so it has more than halved, but a possibility that it will go back out again at the next round of pit stops. It's fascinating, this, isn't it?
It is, and then we've got a pass to execute as well.
Well, yes, that won't be easy. That's but you know, that's, we don't want it to be easy, do we? If it was that easy that
No, exactly.
Olympian just sort of rocked up on the back of the Uvio car and got waved through, then that would take all the fun out of it. You can absolutely bet your bottom dollar that Uvio are going to defend this lead, because they haven't won for over a year. They're so hungry, perhaps hungrier than ever, to get a race victory that would also put them really back into championship contention as well. So they are not going to give this away without a fight.
With another win, that you've got career stats for wins and things with teams, and who's the most successful teams in terms of race wins over the many seasons that this has been running. Andy's scurrying away now into the spreadsheet. Now, not only am I impressed with the amount of data that you have in that, and the fact that you've put it all together, because I know how difficult it is and time consuming it is to do that, but it's how you access the data on race day. I can never look at my data on race day. I have to bring it sort of on a sheet because I can't multitask like that. But looking through,
14 times they've won races in the past, have Uvios. This would be their 15th. I don't think anyone else has won as many. Race Logic would be the next most likely. They haven't raced with us properly for a while. They won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So wow. This would break the tie. I'm glad you mentioned that now. Wow, that would break the tie. This would be their 15th win in the category. Wow, there you go. So
no pressure on them.
No pressure at all, no. As if there wasn't enough already.
And do the drivers tend to know that? Because I find it fascinating as well when you talk to drivers in any championship. Some are acutely unaware of records and things like that, and equally you get some drivers. Chatting to a driver on the phone the other day, was watching some racing on short oval racing on catch up, was talking to the driver who'd come and done some circuit racing, and he said, I think if you look through your records, Richard, as you've been looking at them, he said that I've still got the lap record for Cadwell Park from 1998 it was, and I looked it up and he was right. So some drivers are very, rightly so. If you've got a lap record from Cadwell Park in '98, why not be proud of it? And
yeah, absolutely.
But some drivers just don't know, and you probably get inquiries and saying, Andy, how many have I done? And
yes,
and I get that.
lap records and things. But yeah, some drivers do, some drivers don't.
Yes, well, I know that Fabulous and Farkini definitely do, because actually it was Fabulous who gave me the idea, and I'm still working on this, to figure out the last to first thing. That was his idea, like how long it takes the car that starts at the back to get to the lead. So that was their idea. And I actually seem to recall when I first put this spreadsheet together, it was because a few drivers had asked, you know, oh, is that the closest finish we've ever had, or, you know, most lead changes or whatever. So yeah, some of them are more interested in it than others, definitely. But yeah, those two definitely, they do like a stat. What I will say, just as a caveat to that, the Uvio car has won more races than that, but it was a different driver lineup. It was back in the sort of 2014 to 2017 era, when they had a completely different driver lineup in the car. These two together, I reckon it's 14 wins. So it depends which way you want to, you know, they were running under a slightly different team name back there as well, just JPR Uvio.
Was it the same sponsor?
Same sponsor, yes, on the car, but different drivers. Fabulous and Farkini, they'd taken a step away from Fun Cup racing and then came back about 8 years ago or so. Jamie is letting us know something about 249, but I confess, a track limits penalty. Oh, that's MJ Tech.
That's a shame.
Oh, it's just not been their day, has it, today?
So Bradbury Burrows up into 5th potentially. I'm not quite sure how far they are behind. Every time I look at the timing tab to see whether they're on the
nearly a minute.
Big gap, so they're not going to be able to get that. Not going to make any more progress. Okay, that's a pity for them.
But that will be now 3 extra visits to the pit lane for MJ Tech over what they should have done.
But they're still in 5th place.
Exactly. Jamie also tells me that GCI Racing had a knock on lap 3 that's knocked the tracking out, which perhaps explains why GCI haven't quite had the pace that I maybe expected them to.
1 to 2 gap now, 12.38 seconds. So Simon Rudd still doing the business in 2nd position, and for the 2nd time in the race, I don't know who he's dicing with, but ahead of Simon Coles. Remember, those two were in close quarters for a fair amount of time during the first part of the race, the first stint. So the way it's fallen with obviously the 246 Vape Club car has a 2-driver lineup, Simon Coles and Vlad Vasiliev, and the way it's kind of fallen now is that they've gone back to where they were against Simon Rudd. So the two Simons on track, not together, but at the same time anyway. So 12.3 the gap. Here comes the 2nd place car down the Bentley straight into Brundle. And what was it called before? Was it just the S's before it was Brundle?
I think it was, yeah. The Complex maybe, yeah. Brundle and Nelson. And Martin Brundle, of course, a bit of a local hero, isn't he? This would have been his local track growing up. Do they still live in the area? Do we know where Martin Brundle's relocated to now?
I don't know.
No, I'm not sure, but it was Norwich way, wasn't it?
Still got business that sort of way.
Do they?
Possibly, yeah. Started off as grass track racing, car racing, Martin.
That's right. Indeed so. And as good a job as Jamie did on the grid walk, I don't think anything's quite like Martin Brundle grid walk, because I'd love to see what he made of the Fun Cup grid walk. You'd probably find a lot more people willing to talk to him, I would imagine, than the grid walks he's used to.
I get so frustrated when they moan that a celebrity doesn't want to talk. So what?
Yeah.
If they're just enjoying their day, let them leave them to it, you know.
Good point.
But it does make a talking point, doesn't it? For
it
social,
does,
so.
yes, definitely. So 11.3 seconds the lead. Uvio back to Olympian. Another thing just to point out as far as the podium battle is concerned, it might not affect the leading two. I think realistically this is Uvio versus Olympian GRD now for the race win. Don't forget PLR Racing also double fueled at the last stop, and they're only, well, at last count, about 6 seconds. Let's get the gap now, 8 seconds behind Vape Club, so they could yet be back in contention for a podium finish as well, which would be a great story at the end of the day. Always nice to have PLR Racing up on the podium. About to see them in the background. There they go, just appearing out of riches as MJ Tech Racing heads to the pit lane to serve that penalty.
Do the records go right the way back to the day one, by the way? Have you managed to find everything back to day one, or have you got any bits and bobs missing?
There are a couple of races missing still, so until I've got them all, I haven't put that on a spreadsheet. That's why I started in 2011, but 2011? Yes, 2011, when it became a championship, with interestingly 2 races at Croft. I had a double header to start the championship campaign. But no, once I do need to do a bit more digging and find some of those lost results, because pre about 2006, 2007, TSL doesn't have all the results. I don't think every race was timed by TSL timing back then as well. So
they'll let you go and
and dig them out, because they offered me for some stuff a while ago. I never
Oh, really?
actually managed to take them up on it, but really, really helpful TSL.
I'll pop upstairs afterwards and ask the question.
Yeah. No, really, really helpful. I got the same thing on, and it's a job to know where to draw the line on stats, isn't it? Because I know with Mazda I started looking at, and this was when I was doing it before you got involved with it as well.
Okay.
How far do you go back? Because it was a non-BRSCC championship before it was a BRSCC one.
Yeah,
do you
that's
take
true.
it from the BRSCC years, or do we do?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah.
That. But you can never have too many stats. That's my attitude. So the further back you can go, the better, I think. It's nice to meet someone else who's got an interest for this sort of thing, Richard. I'm often left feeling like I'm a little bit.
I think it's nice to. It respects the guys that were racing. Back in the day, in sort of the Mazda Championship, got people like Rob Boston that were racing.
Yeah.
Paul Sheard, who we interviewed last week, was there back in the day, and he was quite keen to rubbish what he'd done. But he was a quick peddler.
Yeah.
Paul O'Neill, his name pops up on some of those early races as always winning in fastest lap.
Really? Now, he genuinely doesn't mention that, but I'm gonna pull him up on that when I next see him.
He would probably argue otherwise, but he has.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a moment there for the Vape Club car, by the way. Simon Cole's about his first mistake, really, that we've seen from him. Just slipped a bit wide over the curb, exiting Murray's corner. Comes across the line now. Lead gap 10.2 seconds, so we're almost into single figures now. And still, well, actually, the pit window has just opened, but that means we've got the best part of 10 minutes, potentially, before Simon Coles has to hand over to Riley Phillips. Do you think he'll come in early, though? I suspect that probably
Simon
is...
Coles?
Yeah. Sorry. Simon Rudd, I beg your pardon. Whether he'll come in early to hand over to Riley Phillips, who I think I called Ricky Phillips earlier on, so I'm not doing well with names in that team. Do you think he'll come in early, though? Because he's on such a run at the moment, in a way, might be better to keep him out there a bit longer.
It might depend.
Is this a puncture or something? That was a change of position. That was third place.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, the EDF car suddenly almost lost control completely and is definitely off the pace.
Not the side. That's not the side where we saw the smoke earlier on, is it?
I've seen it out of both sides, in fairness, but no, I think this is the right-hand side. I most recently saw it out of the left. So, but he had that moment up at Murray's. I wonder whether he's nicked a tyre on a curb or something and knocked it off the rim slightly. Anyway, he is touring back. Luckily, just as the pit window has opened, that could have been worse.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, he can come in.
That right rear a bit low. It's hard to tell. It doesn't look like it, does it?
Nursing it around. I mean, we don't know how quick or otherwise he's going at the moment, but it doesn't look wonderful, does it? So that's the erstwhile third place car.
I can't see anything obviously wrong with it, though.
Third now. No, I can't either.
Okay. He seems to be picking up the pace now as well. Anyway, Ben Pitch won't mind because he's just been handed third place on a plate. I was speculating they might gain some time after the next round of pit stops, but they might not need to worry about that now. It is, yeah. Neil Plymouth to take it home, presumably anyway, unless they've gone rogue on their strategy. Yeah, it should be Ben Pitch. So I expect to see EDF in this time, but that's a bit of a drama, isn't it? Because they were the best part of 10 seconds ahead of PLR a lap or two ago.
Gap down to 9 seconds, so we are into those single figures you mentioned.
Well, yeah, sorry, I posed a question to you then about whether they'd bring Simon Rudd in, as in comes Ben Pitch, interestingly, whether they'll bring Simon Rudd in a bit later than planned. Well, I'd say that's what they're doing, because they've had an opportunity. He's been through once and not come in. They're not going to leave him out. And interestingly, EDF, by the looks of it, have gone through... yes, they've gone through and didn't pit, so no major issues for them. No fuel for PLR, so yeah, they were set to gain a bit of time anyway in this pit stop. So then pitch hands over to Neil Plymouth. Oh, is that door closed?
Oh, I'm not sure it is. The engineer was in the way, wasn't he? As is his right.
You're right, yes.
For the shot, but it didn't look like a full shot, did it?
There was a tyre waiting for some team there as well.
Director's straight on it. Maybe it is.
Maybe he's been able to... no. Oh, well, the other one's open now. That's not even the door that I noticed. The left-hand side door is open. It was the right-hand side that I'd spotted.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's interesting. So they didn't get either of them shut. But Neil, I think, has been able to reach over and shut one of them, but I don't know whether he's had the left one. The EDF car's off again. No, yeah, that's right rear. Right rear down, definitely. So it's got a right rear puncture. I'm amazed.
That's a podium disappearing, isn't it?
It is, really. I'm absolutely amazed that they didn't pit that car. Maybe he didn't realise the pit window was open.
Yeah.
But you can see it's right off the rim now, isn't it?
And it's a long lap.
And there's the podium, MJ Tech going through. So if MJ, or maybe not a podium, that one would be 4th place, wouldn't it, that MJ Tech would take. But if they end up with 4th place at the end of this race, I think they'll count themselves very, very lucky indeed. But EDF, unfortunately, not enjoying a huge amount of luck at all. They don't deserve this. It's been a good drive for Vlad and Simon all day long, hasn't it?
It has, yep. They've done really, really well. But now is that contact damage? Is it wear damage? We don't know.
Could be anything, couldn't it? Like I said, we've seen them riding the curbs a lot.
GRD are in, by the way. Sorry to cut across.
What was that, sorry?
Olympian GRD
Oh,
in.
yes, they are. Right. This is a significant pit stop. Don't see any fuel. Looking out of the window here, I don't see any fuel going into that car. There it is, look. So Chris Davell there to wave them away. Riley Phillips is unleashed, so they came in right in the middle of the pit window, which seemed the fairest way to do it. And out he will go into nice clean air as well, Richard. No one else around him. That's good news.
That's very good news for him. Is that part of the strategy as well?
Maybe. With Chris Davell at the helm of the strategy calls, I would not be surprised at all. That's definitely the kind of thing he would look at, I reckon. Look at that, no one else in sight. So that's, well, there you go, there's a car in the background, but that's laps down, the Greenheath car. So this is it now, isn't it? Riley Phillips has to try and get his head down. The question now then is whether or not Uvio need fuel, because I don't think Olympian GRD put any fuel in that time. I didn't see any anyway. Jamie will perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see any fuel going into the Olympian GRD car. Look at the way that Fabulous is hurling the Uvio car around out onto the Bentley straight, but this is going to be, talk about the money stop, this really is going to be the money stop for Uvio. They need a perfect pit stop here, I think, to have any chance of keeping this car at bay.
Now, should the Olympian GRD car get the win, what's the incidence, sorry to if I make you probably know this anyway, but what's the incidence of 3 long-distance race wins on the bounce?
Well, okay, long-distance race. You asked me this at Anglesey, and I can't remember what my answer was.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Because it didn't, not at Anglesey, at Croft, because we thought MJ Tech were going to do it, and they just didn't quite. There is the EDF car in, by the way. You can see that right rear tyre being taken off, a brand new one being added on. I'll have to look back through the stats. I don't think it had ever happened. I think I remember saying at the time, if MJ Tech did it, or if it had happened, it had happened over a winter break, if that makes sense. So
that's fair.
It's still 3 in a row, isn't it?
Game,
bear with me, and I'll double check what my answer was.
And I feel a bit disrespectful to Uvio Hoffman's asking the question when it's the car in second position I'm asking it about. But and the next question was going to be talking about, in terms of how long has the Formula been running the previous race winner off the back of the grid? Has that been for quite a while? Or?
As long as I've been involved, certainly.
So it's always been
I think always, yeah.
But it doesn't make that easy, does it?
No, not at all, especially given the strength in depth that we have now. 2015, so I was actually wrong. 2015 it happened. Sherrodice UK won a race at Donington and both races at Anglesey. That's why I had Anglesey on my mind. So it has happened. I think that's the only time it's ever happened, 3 races in a row. And that was Peter Belshaw and Marcus Clutton who claimed those 3 race victories. So yeah, had a lot of success in the championship, has Marcus. So it has happened, but I think only once in the 13 years now that it's been a championship. So it is quite an achievement if they can do it. But if they don't do it, it means that Uvio have broken this winless streak that's lasted a lot longer than they're used to as well. So whatever happens here, it's a good story, isn't it?
It is, and if they don't break the winless streak, they'll do it next time because they know that they've got the pace, they've got the strategy, they've got the battle-scarred car as well. They've really thrown everything at this one. 34 seconds the gap at the moment. We'll have a look and see how it compares with the 9-second gap we had at the start of the opening of the pit window.
It's also got significance in the championship context, this as well, because remember, Olympian GRD lead the championship. They're 1 point ahead of MJ Tech, and they're 8 points ahead of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Well, you get for winning a race 70 points, second is 68, third is 66, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap. Well, the fastest lap at the moment is still going to Marcus Clutton's signature RV team, so it's a 2-point swing. It's very difficult to overhaul even an 8-point deficit, which is what Uvio have at the moment. They can't really afford to give another 2 points to Olympian GRD, which is what would happen if Olympian were to win this race. So it is important that Uvio hang on. I think they might be... No, they're going to stay out for another lap. got time for one more lap in fairness, haven't they? In fact, they've got time for 2 if they wanted. But interestingly, the top 3 teams in the championship, Richard, Olympian GRD, MJ Tech and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, they're all dropping the same number of points as well. So that is genuinely 8 points between the 3 of them.
Yeah.
That may change today with MJ Tech, depending on where they end up, because they're dropping a 4th place finish. But we think now they might be on course for 4th, don't we, with EDF having that issue. So might not end up changing all that much at all.
Olympian last lap, 2:22, sorry, 2:19 now, so we're getting, so quicker than Uvio Hoffman again.
By a second and a half. That is incredible. They did do a dry stop, by the way, so no fuel, Jamie has confirmed, for Olympian. Is it too soon to say the writing's on the wall here for Uvio? If they need fuel, I don't really see any way that they can keep Riley behind. It's crucial that they get out of this pit stop ahead, because at least then they can defend, can't they?
Yeah, that's going to be that's what we're looking for, isn't it? And they'll be in sight of each other for sure.
Yeah, definitely. But I think if you give this man track position, he doesn't often relinquish it, does he? We've seen that before. He's led races. Actually, not that often, really, these days, does Riley Phillips lead a race, because very often he jumps in the car at the end in exactly this position, chasing down the race leader. It's the way that they build their strategy. So he doesn't actually do a lot of leading, unfortunately.
A lot of drivers like the chasing rather than the leading, because it's a totally different mindset, isn't it?
100%, yeah. I've only ever done sim racing, admittedly, but I'm exactly the same on the sim. I hate leading a race. I would much rather be sat in second until the last lap, because you just overthink everything. You make mistakes. You're watching in the mirrors a bit too much. Of course, these drivers far more talented than I am. I'm sure they can handle the pressure. But yeah, Riley certainly seems to enjoy the chase, which is just as well, because that's very often his role that gets assigned to him. Right, are we going to see Uvio in this time? I reckon they could probably do one more lap if they wanted to. Let's see what they do. Off Marie's.
Pit lane marshals just switch over to window closed. So it is going to be after this one, isn't it?
Yeah, so one more lap then. But are they continuing to lose time? That was a 2-minute 20.2. We've seen Riley Phillips already into the very low 2:19s. So potentially could take another second. What was that gap at the start of the pit stop? 6 seconds or so? 7 seconds?
Yeah.
So here he comes. Riley Phillips. Oh, hang on. He's got a puncture. Has he got a puncture? No, he's got smoke coming out of the...
There's some smoke, isn't there?
It's bodywork rubbing, isn't it? It's not a puncture yet.
That's a lot as well.
It is. Now, they're strong tyres, the GT tyres. We've seen this a few times in this race where the bodywork has lost the battle over the tyre.
And that's
it's
going straight.
Oh, he's looking at weaving to try and knock the bodywork off, but it's not happening. Oh, is this going to cost Olympian GRD this hat-trick of race victories in 2024? At the moment, it's not a massive issue, but and it's not slowed him down either. He did an 18.8 that time around, but has he managed to dislodge it?
That's really smart driving by Riley Phillips to try and sort that out. I remember seeing the one. Do you remember when we had the big tyre stack on the outside here of the touring court?
Yes, yes, I do remember
wing
that.
mirror off. It puts me in mind of that.
Yes, it's probably a slightly safer way of doing it than driving into a teammate on track, isn't it? But anyway, we won't go there. MJ Tech are in, and no fuel going into that car either. It's very often the way now that the teams do plan their strategies this way, so that you don't have to fuel at the final stop. That way, if there is a safety car or something, you don't lose too much track position. So out goes MJ Tech. And as I said, I think if they can come away with a 4th position, which would equal their worst finish of the year, they'd be very pleased with that. Now, this smoke, I would say, Richard, has abated a little. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely with you on that one, and particularly going through corners. So, looks like what was going through Riley's mind when that manifested itself.
Yeah, I wonder what he did, whether it was maybe like what Uvio did on the very first lap of the race, just clipped a curb a bit too hard. Maybe they had a tangle with another car. Won't know until after the race, I suppose, but yeah, that would definitely have caught Riley's attention.
Uvio should be in any moment, shouldn't he?
Think so. They are in the pit lane. Look at that for timing. They're about to break the pit lane entry beam. You should see them in the background there. They are. And down they will come. Right, they're pivotal pit stop here for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. The Olympian with GRD car is just turning into Corner now. They're not refueling. Okay, so this will be a relatively quick stop, but is it going to be quick enough? Olympian, you can see on the inset turning into the final corner. Oh, how quickly can they get the belts up? How quickly can he get the car fired back up? It is now fired up. The belt's done, the door is closed. And he waits for some reason, off he goes now. This is going to be very, very close indeed. He is at the pit lane exit end of the pit lane. But of course the Olympian car is at full speed and I think has just flashed back. There is Riley Phillips on the right hand side of screen, and Olympian with GRD have got the lead of the race with 25.5 minutes to go.
Now, did that other car in pit lane, which certainly didn't impede him because he's entitled to be in the pit lane, but that may have made a slight difference. It certainly has in terms of the gap.
Yeah, that was the 195 car, wasn't it? The Morpheus car with Ted Bradbury now at the wheel, but I do fear that is probably Uvio's shot at a win gone, but we'll wait and see. They were officially only a 10.5 behind at the line, but of course by the time they got up to speed, you can see there the gap. There goes the Olympian car, there is the Uvio car, 2 back markers between them as well. Admittedly, one of those back markers is Ted Bradbury, who isn't really a back marker, is he? He should be as quick as these two. But Riley Phillips, the job done in the pit stops perhaps, but by getting him in nice and early, they've managed to leapfrog ahead. Now penalties, including a track limits. Now hang on, oh no, I'm misreading that. So it's a track limits penalty for number 249, that's MJ Tech again. That'll be a 4th extra pit stop that they're going to have to make. There's also a pit lane, sorry no, they were a pit lane speed limit penalty, 257 a track limits penalty, beg your pardon. So speeding in the pit lane for 249, track limits for 257, but MJ Tech have had plenty of visits to the pit lane this afternoon, haven't they? And is that going to be enough to drop them back behind Vape Club? I think it probably will, Richard.
I think so too. So at the moment we're looking at the PLR on the podium, which could be a little bit of a story. Here's our new race leader though, and for the first time this car, well not the first time because it only came in for the first stops, they were showing very, very briefly in the lead, but for coming back with us are there, and I think we might be able to hear from Uvio Hoffmans. So let's go down to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who I think has got Fabulous down in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I'm down with Fabulous now, and that stint, that was tough, wasn't it? You've been struggling with the splitter, well, lack of splitter for most of the race. Farkini was saying about the understeer that you're suffering, that was really hurting you, especially coming onto the back straight. Now it's just going to be flat out till the end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office, which is mostly instigated by me, I've got to say, because I was ill earlier in the week and I thought I was pretty much over it. But going out in the heat today, it's been really punishing, and simply put, I'm making mistakes. So, you know, you start clipping corner bollards and knocking splitters off, and then it sends your race downhill. So, too many mistakes on my part today, and you know, I think we're doing well to be where we are. I just wish I was on better form today, because there could have been a win here, and I'm not sure we're going to reel Olympian in at this point in the race.
All right, we'll cut that one short, mate, because I know you want to go and sit down and have some water because you're not feeling too brilliant. So, yeah, have a good one, mate. Yeah, back to Andy and Rich.
Not only great characters, but honest as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that's Fabulous Fandaccio all over, though. Honestly, he doesn't mince his words, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. You know, he will say it how it is, and I always think it's interesting to hear drivers being hard on themselves sometimes. I mean, look, they've driven a very, very, very good race. They nearly won it. You know, still win, I suppose. You never know what's around the corner. But for a driver to give that sort of self-assessment as soon as they jump out of the car to a pit lane reporter as well, you know, knowing that other people are going to hear that, that's really interesting. I think that really speaks volumes to his character and that team's character. They're not hiding anything, you know. Right. They believe it's been a subpar performance, but they could still come out of it with a solid second place, so not that bad.
That's why we have Jamie down there. He's got that rapport with everybody in this paddock, which is great. Super job again.
Yeah, exactly.
By JPE.
Indeed so. So, is this it? Have Olympian GRD managed to get a 3rd victory in a row, or can Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport close in the closing stages? Did some very quick maths, by the way. I don't think they're quite going to reach 102 laps. I think it might end up on 100 or 101, so just shy of that record, which is interesting given the fact we've had no safety cars, but that bit of rain maybe slowed us down. And actually, something that all of the teams said after testing yesterday, they said that the track is a lot slower than it has been on previous years here, and they think that it's because the British GT Championship was here a year ago, they have these new soft, sticky Pirelli tyres that they use these days, and they said you could see out on track the bit of the track that they'd been running on compared to the bit of the track that they weren't running on. If you were straddling that and you had half the car on the rubber, half the car off the rubber, some of them said it felt like they had a puncture. The car was moving around that much because half of the car had a lot more grip than the other. So they do think that that might have had something to do with the track slowing down significantly. So for that reason, we've not quite had the pace in the race that we've been used to in the past. But nonetheless, it's still going to be, hopefully, a clean safety car free race. And we seem to be getting more of those recently, Richard. That's something that was a real rarity until 2 or 3 years ago. But again, speaks volumes for the driving standards, but also the way that these cars are maintained. We don't get as many cars breaking down on track. If they do, they can at least get back to the pit lane more often than not. So, yeah, the fact we're getting more safety car free races, again, goes to show the championship taking a big step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? It reflects superbly well on driving standards as well as preparation. Sure, you get the odd accident, incident that can happen by the very nature of the word, but yeah, I think this is my first one without a safety car, so great to see. Super job. Shame that the record's not been broken, but I think you're right, probably track conditions not lending itself to the most mileage done. Gap's going out again, isn't it? There's the Uvio Hoffman car in P2, 19 minutes still on the clock. One wonders perhaps whether Riley Phillips has seen off that tyre problem. He definitely did the right thing by doing that little weave just to get rid of the bit of bodywork that was rubbing, and he must have sensed, he must have known that it could actually go. So that was good stuff from him. So it's having a quick look at our top six. Greenheath, of course, back. Greenheath back in the top six now, ahead of Morpheus. Not quite sure when that happened. So probably pit stops. So it's Olympian GRD, Uvio Hoffman's, PLR in third place. The gap, and they've got a good cushion over MJ Tech at the moment. Pretty much 30 seconds PLR with their podium.
Yeah, they've had a really good run, haven't they? Massively impressed with Ben Pitch, who for me has been every bit a match for Neil Plymouth today, actually. Car's been very consistent. So yeah, very impressed with their pace. Riley Phillips continuing to extend his margin as the sun very much makes a return now. It's we head for the final 20 minutes of racing. 7 seconds his lead over Uvio. Just looking back at safety car free races, we've had 12 of them in Fun Cup Championship history, but 3 of those were 1 hour sprint races, so 9 endurance races. All bar 2 of those 9 have taken place from 2019 onwards. So in the last 5 years, basically, 7 of the 9 safety car free endurance races have happened. So again, really does go to show how the championship's changed and moved on over in the last 5 years or so. But yeah, Snetterton 300 circuit once again providing a nice clean race, and that means that we genuinely have seen, I think, the best teams get to the front and excel. And I think there's been some talk in the past as well about Olympian GRD winning races and how we've said that the safety car has helped them massively because, they'd lost some time early in the race, they got it back with the safety car, and then Riley and Simon could do their job. But they've proven today, definitely, that they don't need a safety car. Actually, they have got the strategy, they've got the driver lineup that is more than capable of doing the job, and they have absolutely got what it takes, with or without safety car interventions, to climb onto the top step of the podium. And with this win, they are going to further extend their championship lead by the looks of it. So this is how it happened. It was in the pit lane. The Uvio Hoffman's motorsport car, that little stutter getting away kind of helped, and you're absolutely right. It's because Ted Bradbury was coming down the fast lane, Richard, and they had to hold the car for a few seconds. It might not have given them the race lead, but it might have kept them a bit closer maybe to the Olympian car.
Yeah, I think so. It's not necessarily a wholly, but you can see how close he is to Ted coming out of the pit lane. And Ted's got the speed to get up to the pace very, very quickly as well. So it was never going to be an easy pass, was it, for Farchini getting into the car and making up the pace. He's still behind, lost a little bit of ground. 7 seconds, about a second a lap for Riley Phillips at the moment over Farchini.
Interesting stuff. So Uvio, second place finish, not a bad result. Their results so far this year, they've had a worst finish, like I said, of 4th. They had 2 third places at the start of the year, followed by a 4th and then 2 second places. So it's not been a bad year. Most years, that would give you the championship lead. It's just the rate of wins that Olympian and MJ Tech have had this season, 2 apiece so far in 2023. And that's just going to give them a smaller advantage. Now, MJ Tech are going to be the big losers here. They're still in 4th position, so they actually didn't drop behind Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. And in fact, they're 35 seconds ahead of them, which is a bigger gap than I expected. But anyway, so they're pretty safe in 4th. This won't become a dropped score. So Olympian will be, I reckon, about 6 or 7 points ahead of MJ Tech. Maybe more than that, actually. But what could happen here is that Uvio will move ahead of MJ Tech into 2nd place, I think. That's going to be the change. So Uvio then should be very pleased, I think, with their afternoon's work. And, you know, a couple more races still to go later on this season. And they've definitely still got an opportunity to...
the championship's still doable, isn't it?
100%, 100%. The series, the championship heads next to Brands Hatch. That's always a highlight, the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit in August. Then we have a race at Donington Park on the national circuit and 2 races at Alton Park. So 4 races still to go. 71 points available per race. It is all still to play for, absolutely. And I really do think this is going to go right down to the wire with that double header at Alton Park.
So, is that a 2-dayer?
No, I think it's a sprint and a feature race like Croft was.
Right, okay. And are you at Brands or at TCR Silverstone that day, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm missing Brands, but I think I'm doing the other 2. So, yeah, shame to be missing Brands Hatch. That's always a good race, that one.
Yeah.
Very short lap, of course, but just the nature of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, isn't it? Always produces close racing. But you could take Funk up anywhere. I think you could race them on the streets of Monaco and have lots of overtaking. It's just that kind of series. So, there's an idea. Yes, it's a fantastic series wherever they go, but certainly the 3 tracks that we are yet to visit this year will produce some good action. That is action of the wrong kind, though, I think, for Fueled Up Racing.
Yeah, getting sorted out, though, so that's good, going the right way. Yeah, we just got to get them to Knockhill then.
Yeah,
Have they done haven't done a Mondello either, presumably? That would be a bit of shipping, wouldn't it, required to get?
That rings a bell, though. That does ring a bell. Pre-2011, maybe, but that really does ring a bell. I think we have been to Mondello. I think the only tracks that we haven't done are Knockhill and Mallory, I think. We've done Thruxton.
Could you imagine at Mallory?
Yes. Oh, and Castle Coombe. We've not done Castle Coombe, to my knowledge. So, yeah, those are the 3 that we haven't done. But, yeah, generally speaking, it's been a championship that's been willing to branch out and visit other circuits. Even had a trip to Zandvoort a few years ago. That was very exciting, actually. Produced what was, at the time, the closest finish in Fun Cup history. We have been to Mondello. We have been to... That didn't make any sense, Jamie. we haven't been to Mondello, I think he wants to say. We were going to go in 2020. That's right, we were going to go in 2020, and COVID happened, so we couldn't go.
Miley Cyrus put the
yes.
knockers on that one.
Yeah, exactly. But that was the plan. So, yeah, I don't think we'd been to Mondello before that, but... yeah, I was really looking forward to that. Hopefully, at some point in the future, we are.
Have you been? You've been to Mondello?
Never. I've done Kirkiston, not done Mondello. No, always wanted to go.
Brilliant. Love Mondello. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. You would have gone there in the touring car days, I suppose.
Yeah, people are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Kirkiston was an experience, definitely. Very old school kind of racetrack. That.
I remember being in Mondello. Sorry, go very quick aside.
No, go for it.
It was at Mondello, and a guy comes up to me and he said, "Can you tell me where race control is, please?" I won't do the accent. Tell me where race control is. And I pointed to the right, and he walked away to the left. Only in Ireland. Genuine story.
That's brilliant. Yeah, that's. Hopefully, we get to sample that with Fun Cup one day in the future. That's funny. Right then, Ted Bradbury on the attack. Has he got a chance of gaining a place? Yes, he has, because this is a fight for 6th position. Greenheath under threat from Ted Bradbury.
I think they got the position in the stops, so...
okay. And look how Ted has closed in on Riley Phillips as well. What a different race this could have been if that car was still on the lead lap. He's swept round the outside. That didn't really work.
No,
drops off the edge of the road, but Ted Bradbury not averse to going the long way round, is he?
He's not. Do you know what? The Greenheath car has stayed with the leader as well since the stops, so it's been a really good job.
Yeah.
But now they're slowing each other up because they're dicing.
Yes, it's not like Riley Phillips is going slowly either. He's in the low 2:19s, comfortably faster than anybody else really, apart from Ted Bradbury, who just did an 18.8. No, sorry, that was Marcus Clutton, I beg your pardon. Bradbury did a 19.1. So Marcus Clutton, fastest man on the track. He's in the signature RV car, but that is some 46 seconds behind this battle. Out wide goes the Greenheath car. That's being driven by Paul Turner.
Ted's there now.
Ted's on the inside line, heading towards Hamilton. Is he going to make this one stick? There's your answer. Through he goes. Oh dear, and off goes Paul Turner. Gathers it together nicely. That was a big slide. And yeah, Ted Bradbury slips through. So Bradbury then up into 6th position. But yeah, season of coulda, woulda, shoulda really for Morpheus. That trip across the grass has dislodged the brake light on the on the Greenheath car. That won't affect them too much. But yes, the Morpheus Racing team, so much potential this year. They've had that one win at Croft. They had a 2nd place as well in the earlier race at Croft. That was really the highlight of their season, but 2 poor results at Anglesey mean that even with drop scores, that won't really come to their rescue, unfortunately, and they're going to have to look towards maybe next year to claim the championship. As much as I want Ted to go on to achieve big things, and I'm sure he will in his career, I'd like him to stick around for another year or 2 in Fun Cup, because I really do think this is a pairing that could win the championship, actually. Give Ted another year's experience of endurance racing, and you know, he's got Neil Burrows there to teach him all of the tricks of the trade as well. I think they could be real contenders next year.
I think so too, and you can see that because he's having a cheeky little look at trying to get past the race leader and unlap himself here.
Yeah, exactly so. 9 minutes 20 to go. Is he going to have a go into Rich's corner? Riley doesn't really need to fight this. He won't like the fact that Ted, who is a lap down, is trying to unlap himself, but then Ted Bradbury, if he feels he's quicker, is perfectly entitled to do this, and Riley gets squeezed out wide by the Summers car. That was Gary Summers at the wheel again. That was a bit of a scary moment for Riley Phillips, but he survives it, brings Ted Bradbury through with him. 12.3 seconds they are now up the road from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Behind us, the Fueled Up racing car has been off again. It always seems to be Agostini. That's been their trouble spot, hasn't it, in this race? I think the 3rd time they've been off down there.
We'll just say it was a replay.
Exactly so. Now look at this. Riley Phillips, I think, is moving out of the way here. Either that or he's defending. No, I think he was moving out of the way. That is really heads-up driving.
Yeah, leaving the door open.
Yeah.
And also by doing that, he's actually giving Ted the body language to say, I'm letting you have the place, you're not beating me in a race.
Yes.
Yeah. Whether there is a bit of that, but there's a, you know, yeah, I'll let him past.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Without
actually.
getting into the muscle flexing. Or...
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, I was about to make that point that Ted will want to get past Riley to prove that he's the fastest driver on the Fun Cup grid, not Riley Phillips. Riley gets all of the attention, and Ted wants to prove that he's faster. Well, Riley can now say, well, yeah, you got past me, but only because I let you. You know, it's not because you were faster than me.
And he did, didn't he? It was,
yeah,
as you described, just room.
Yeah, exactly. But sensible stuff. You know, they're in 2 different races here. Riley's fighting for a championship. Ted really isn't. And you can see how there Riley wasn't looking to try and get past. He was staying out of the turbulent air so as not to overheat the car.
How different would that have been, though, if the Uvio Hoffman car had been underneath the rear wing of Ted's car?
Very good point. Very good point. But Ted Bradbury goes through. Of course, I suppose now also Riley can sort of use Ted's slipstream to further increase his margin over the Uvio car. Not that I think they're under too much threat, really. 220 Team FFS have just moved into 12th position after that latest spin for Fueled Up Racing, but they've also picked up a track limits warning. Not a penalty yet, but a warning.
They've got ahead of the Caterham boys as well. I've been following those two new teams as well, and the Caterham boys were ahead when we were in the 5th stint. So they've managed to get ahead, so they'll be pleased about that.
So Riley Phillips through, starts lap number 99. Now actually 7 minutes to go, lapping at 2 minutes 20. Might we get to 102 laps? We've got 4 laps to complete in 6 3/4 minutes. That might be doable actually. Maybe we can get to 103 is another matter, but 102 I think might be doable as Ted Bradbury goes rather wide at the Wilson hairpin. In fact, yeah, he's dropped back behind Riley again now, hasn't he?
I think he was gunning it, wasn't he? He was trying to get away. Let's have a look. So here comes Riley Phillips down the hill into Agostini. Yes, he has. So, yeah, 11 seconds the gap. Riley Phillips is, again, might be a little bit worried about the tyre damage that we saw at the beginning of the stint, because he hasn't continued to extend the gap massively over Uvio. Hoffman's in second position. It's been a good steady run for this lead car. Remember, this one started stone last on the grid and came through. Each driver in this team, each of the three, has played their part. Do we know if the well, you may or may not know this one. Another Neil Stats question here. So the 3 on the bounce wins that we had before in Fun Cup, was that a 3-driver outfit or a 2?
2 drivers, to my knowledge.
So this is the first time it's been done with a 3-driver outfit.
I think you're probably right.
And that's going to be more difficult, isn't it? Because you've got to have 3.
Oh, that's Bradbury.
That is Bradbury, isn't it? That's why he was dropping back.
Yeah, well, he just had that wayward moment at...
Safety car?
Well, I mean, I doubt it. 5 minutes to go. I don't think we'd even get a restart, even if they did. But I think they'll probably be content just to leave it there, really. But what a shame for...
That's a pity, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's going to drop them now probably down to outside the top dozen, certainly, once all is said and done. Because you're still classified as a finisher, even if you're not running at the flag in Fun Cup. I don't even know if you have to complete a minimum amount of laps. I think as long as you enter the race, you're classed as a finisher, or you start the race anyway. So they'll lose 2 or 3 laps, won't they, which will knock them down somewhere about 14th, 15th place. And MJ Tech are
another
off.
one.
Now this is significant for the championship. MJ Tech at the side of the road, and this is the team who are second in the championship. They were going to drop down to 3rd place, and Scott Jeffs has parked at the side of the road. Now, that is in a more dangerous position, there's no doubt about that. But the question is, why has he stopped?
Well, you just never, ever know. And we've had 2 fast cars stopped. Doesn't mean that Olympian jump, not wanting to put the mockers on them or anything, but something could still happen with 3 minutes on the clock.
I think that might be the exit of Palmer's, maybe. So... why has the car stopped there? That is really bizarre for 2 of them to stop within seconds of each other. I was about to make the point the next time we saw MJ Tech that they've made 9 pit stops in this race and they were still on course for a 4th place finish, but sadly they're going to fall by the wayside about 4 minutes early. It also means that Vape Club with EDF now move into 4th place and Greenheath move into the top 5. And that's unlikely to change now as well, I don't think, in the closing stages. So, well, what drama in the closing stage of this one. We've not been treated to a grandstand finish, but certainly we've not been stuck for things to talk about in this final stint, have we?
No, it's been a great 4 hours once again from Fun Cup, delivering some terrific entertainment. We've had some lovely weather bringing us into it. A little bit of shower and wind to cool things down, around about 2/3 distance. And a team coming from the back up to the front. Yeah, so many stories. New record with 3 on the bounce, or equaling the record, but first 3-driver lineup to do it. The team will be absolutely delighted with that. Will they be able to go for 4 next time? Is it sprint race next time, first one? Or
no, it's just a 4-hour race, I think, at Brands.
Right.
So you really wouldn't bet against it, really.
No way, no, you wouldn't.
Brands Hatch is a tricky one because it's easy to go a lap down at Brands Hatch, but you wouldn't imagine even starting at the back that they would be in danger of that. So yeah, I would not bet against it one little bit. And if they do, they would maybe not put one hand on the championship trophy, but they certainly would put themselves in a commanding position with 3 races to go, wouldn't they? But well, getting ahead of ourselves maybe to be thinking about a 4th win on the bounce, but if ever there were a team who could do it, I think it's this one.
And you know what? It's just us looking forward to more great racing. That's
absolutely.
All it is.
Right, the leader has started, I believe, his final lap, which will be his 101st lap. So we are just going to be shy of that 102-lap record. But does go to show, doesn't it? The pace definitely has not been as quick this weekend as it has been on previous occasions. But that will not really be bothering the Team Olympian with GRD squad. Someone's been off at Riches by the looks of it. Hopefully they found their way back onto the road. But Team Olympian with GRD, what a performance this has been. They haven't spent a lot of time in the race lead. That often is the way that they win these races. MJ Tech are going again. That's good news. As Uvio are battling with Greenheath, not for position, but Farkini getting his elbows out anyway to try and maintain a little bit of track position. So MJ Tech get going. That means they won't lose quite as much ground as I thought they might. They might still be inside the top 10 then. But this will, either way, Richard, become their dropped score, so they can't really now afford another bad race for the rest of the season.
That's always the danger, isn't it? But fair play to Farkini getting ahead of Greenheath. Remember, Greenheath were trailing Riley Phillips after the last stop. So Farkini's made a little bit of progress, and he's pegged the gap to 11 seconds to Riley Phillips, who comes down the Bentley Straight for the last time. Clear circuit behind him, clear circuit ahead. He'll be thinking about that checker.
Yes, he will indeed, and thinking about those 70 championship points that they're about to score, they will extend their margin over Uvio, who will definitely now be second place in the championship. Greenheath coming back at Uvio here. Again, this not for position, and really Farghini does not need to be getting involved with a fairly fired up Paul Turner, who wanted to prove a point there. I think these two had done battle many a time on track over the years in Fun Cup. And I think Farkini might just let Paul Turner have this one. Maybe not. Goes back up the inside into Gorham. Don't go doing anything silly, Farkini. Anyway, off the final corner comes Riley Phillips, and for a third race in a row, the reigning champions are going to be on the top step of the podium. Congratulations to Chris Devell, to Simon Rudd, and to Riley Phillips, who win here at Snetterton in the 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And in the end, a fairly convincing margin of victory as well, after a perfectly judged race. Second place in the end for Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. Fabulous Randaccio felt that they'd been a bit off the pace today, but they still net a second place finish, and will move up into second place in the championship as well. PLR Racing, meanwhile, will have to wait quite a while for this, but they are going to be on the podium, and I think it's been a while since we had them on the podium as well. And appropriately, they're going to cross the line just in front of the GCI racing car. These are probably the two oldest teams, and I'm not referring to driver age here, but the two teams that have been on the Fun Cup grid for the longest. Both of these teams were on the grid for the very first season of racing back in 2002, and they're going to cross the line absolutely together on track again, not fighting for position, but a bit of a photo finish opportunity for those two. PLR Racing then come home in third place, and one of the best drives I think we've seen really from Neil Plummer and Ben Pitch in recent memory. Vape Club with EDF will inherit that fourth place after MJ Tech stopped in the closing stages. MJ Tech, by the way, did drop out of the top 10 in the end. They are going to cross the line, if they're still going anyway, in 10th place, although TSL Timing still seem to think that they are stationary, so it's possible that that car's pulled over again. Be interesting to know actually if that is the case, or whether they are going to get home, because that will affect their finishing position. But anyway, Olympian deserving race winners there, and really, like I said, a perfectly judged race. They managed that strategy to perfection. They didn't need any safety cars to help them out, and they managed to just about judge it perfectly when they came out of the pit lane with the race lead.
That's not bad, is it? They had that 40 minutes to spare effectively at the end of the race to either build or challenge, and as it turned out, it was to build the lead or maintain the lead, because the gap at the checkered flag was 10.751 seconds. So super job by the reigning champions. Uvio Hoffmans as well. You know, you heard Fabulous say that he was disappointed with his performance today. Well, if you're disappointed by losing by 10 seconds, coming second,
yes.
by 10, what sort of day at the office is that?
Exactly. After 4 hours, again, with no safety car to bunch everybody up, and they were only 10 seconds shy of the race victory. I think they've done very well. Even better, actually, under the circumstances. I didn't realise Fabulous hadn't been feeling that well, but to drive through that on a day like this especially, that's really impressive.
Yeah. Very hot day. PLR Racing, great to see them on the podium as well. Super stuff, and I look forward to rejoining the championship again very, very, very soon.
Yeah, indeed. So I've just been looking out of the window. I don't think... Oh, no, there is MJ Tech. They've joined the Fun Cup graveyard on the Bentley Straight, parking up right behind the Morpheus car. So they're not going to be classified as running at the flag, but I think they will still end up with 12th place. So 12th will now become their drop, which doesn't mean they're dropping considerably fewer points than the others. So it could be one of those weird situations, actually, whereby having a bad result, it sort of benefits you, because they will score back the 64 points that they were previously losing after it looked like that was going to be their worst finish of the year. Right then, lots to unpack after that one, and we've got just the man to do the unpacking. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Jamie.
Right, we're down with Simon Rudd and Chris Devell as we do the traditional Guard of Honour as all the cars come in. That was another fantastic race, guys, and the holiday strategy worked.
It did, yes. That strategy was discussed and sorted out about 2.5 weeks ago, when Simon was lying on a sun lounger in the sun on holiday. And I started to think about things and thought we'd come up with a slightly different approach. Snetterton historically doesn't have a lot of safety cars, so we changed our strategy because of that. And I think Simon commented something like today. He said, you know, that was my best day's holiday. How much better does it get lying on a sun lounger on holiday talking strategy for the next race? So I was glad that I could cheer his holiday up, being away from racing. But yeah, what a day. What another day. A fantastic day.
Did it feel weird not starting?
Yes, very. Didn't like it at all. It just made it a really long wait before I got in the car and set on my nerves. So, you know, and my first stint wasn't the best stint I've done. Kept it pointing in the right direction, which was great. Second stint, I think, was a little bit better, and yeah, we held position, and then the young boys did what they needed to do.
Absolutely. And Simon, you had your instructions at the start. You didn't go like a bat out of hell at the start. You bided your time. I mean, I think for the first couple of laps you sort of stayed towards the back, and then slowly you started picking them off, because Chris's motto is always to stay out of trouble and be consistent. And was that always in the back of your mind as you were doing that first 40-50 minutes?
Yeah, I think in a 4-hour race we're not going to win it in the first stint. I was taking the first few laps easy, but people around me weren't. So I was spent most of the time trying to avoid people like pushing me off and things like that. And I did a bit of damage to the splitter. So, you know, once the first couple of laps were done, I get my head down, and then, you know, managed to get right up to the front. So
that's 3 on the bounce. One of the first triple driver teams to do it, and you've got all your friends and family here as well. Let's give a big cheer for all the friends and family down here. Brands Hatch next. What can you do there?
Well, we've got even more friends and family coming. We've got crowds of them coming. So, yeah, love Brands. Simon loves Brands. Local track for both of us. So we're looking forward to that. It's a great track. So yeah, never take anything for granted in this championship, but looking forward to it.
Excellent. Go and celebrate. Thanks a lot, guys. That's Chris Devell and Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD. So what we're going to do now, we'll hand back to Andy and Rich, who will go through some of the highlights, and then in a little while we'll do our podium.
Yes, thank you, Jamie, for that. And really interesting interviews there. Richard, you picked up on something that Chris Devell said that was quite interesting.
Yeah, where he was saying that, you know, because he's normally starting the race, and that the nerves kicked in, waiting to. I guess it's partly a change of routine. None of us like change. That's always well documented and well said, isn't it? So to get out of his comfort zone in terms of doing a different routine, you heard that affected him and affected his stint. It wasn't a bad stint, but by his standards, by his own judgment, he wasn't happy with it. So that's one of the things that I guess they'll deal with as they look at strategies for other races if they change again. It sounds like they've got another strategy up their sleeves for Brands.
Well, and you know, you will have to adapt those strategies based on what circuit you're at as well, because Brands Hatch will provide a very different kind of race to Snetterton. We go from the longest circuit we race at to the shortest circuit we race at, so that will presumably have to alter things. But yeah, interesting stuff there from Chris Devell. The race-winning strategy that Chris Devell came up with today might not be the same one that they're able to use at Brands Hatch, but it was a victory in the end for Olympian with GRD by about 10 seconds or so, the third biggest Snetterton winning margin. You'll be fascinated to hear, at least on the 300 circuit anyway. The biggest being 25 seconds back in 2011. One and only time that Eugene O'Brien's team won a race in the Fun Cup. Team OBR, the 207 car, which we still see out from time to time, even these days. But yeah, it was a pretty comfortable victory that for Olympian GRD. Their third in a row, we think the first time ever that a 3-driver team has achieved that in the Fun Cup's history. As the sun doesn't exactly set, it's still quite early really. We've got a qualifying session still to be had here today, but we're not showing that one live. That will be to complete our opening day of action here at Snetterton, and that will be for the Ashtone MEP Super Saloons and Tin Tops with Hoosier tyres Intermark Silhouette, which is a snappy title for a series. They will be out racing tomorrow. Don't forget, we've got a full day of racing to come tomorrow here at Snetterton with 2 races for the Super Saloons, Tin Tops and Intermark Silhouettes. We've also got another race for the Nankang Thai BMW Compact Cup, the City Car Cup and the Modified 4 Series, and Richard, more endurance racing to be enjoyed tomorrow. If 4 hours of Fun Cup wasn't enough for you, we've got 3 hours of racing in the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series as well.
It's a great weekend racing, isn't it? And I thoroughly enjoyed last year's meeting here, which was good. We didn't have Fun Cup with this last year, it was just C1s for the endurance, but more endurance themed. And absolutely, super day today. Looking forward to our guests tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing the team from the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. So I might nip over to the paddock and see them a little bit later on today as well. So they won't race today, but look forward to seeing them on track tomorrow.
Indeed. So right then, before we have podium celebrations here from Snetterton, let's remind ourselves, shall we, of some of the highlights from our Fun Cup Endurance Championship race, which started, if you cast your minds back long enough, with the School Club car on pole position. It was being driven by Russell Joyce in the opening part of the race, and they led for all of about 100 metres before the Vape Club with EDF car managed to sweep through on the outside line. Simon Coles putting in a really, really good opening stint in the race and dragged the 246 car into the race lead. It was a clean start, thankfully, with no bodywork going flying, at least for the first half of the opening lap, but there was a little bit of drama a bit further around that first lap of the race for one of our eventual podium finishing cars. But further back, clean stuff as everyone did their best to stay out of trouble ahead of what was going to be a long and gruelling race. One driver who wasn't really making a huge amount of progress was Simon Rudd, who was really minding his P's and Q's on the opening lap of the 4-hour race, the first of what would become 101 laps of racing. Uvio had broken through into third position, but then Fabulous Randaccio took a little bit too much of the inside curve at the bomb hole and sent part of his front splitter flying. That car would then lose the other half of its front splitter a little bit later on. With no safety car periods during the race, they were unable to get the front splitter replaced, and so it ended up perhaps costing them a little bit of time over the course of the 4 hours. But at that stage, it didn't really seem to be slowing him down. He'd broken through into second position before too much longer, getting himself ahead of Neil Burrows in the 195 Morpheus racing car. And Neil settled in line behind him as he chased after the leading group. Good action from the 257 car, although that would fade out of contention with a few penalties. One of many cars to pick up penalties throughout the race in the latter stages. As Marcus Clutton was also trying to dig his way forwards in car number 49. The move for the lead came eventually down at the end of the Bentley Straight as the slightly damaged Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car broke through into the lead ahead of the EDF car, which slipped down into second position. But Simon Coles drove a really classy opening stint, sticking with Fabulous as he tried to maintain a strong pace out at the front of the field. Further back, Will Abraham was in the MJ Tech car for the opening stint. He was making some good progress forward, found himself battling eventually with Neil Burrows, as MJ Tech, who were only 1 point adrift of the championship lead coming into today, started to pick their way towards the front. It looked like being a promising day for them. Sadly, things would unravel later on. They nearly unravelled for GCI Racing and Greenheath. They had a bit of contact down at Agostini's, that we believe damaged the tracking on the GCI car. They were never really all that competitive from that point onwards, whilst Greenheath would eventually recover to a solid top 10 finish. It had been a fairly quiet start to the race for Simon Rudd, but he was now starting to pick his way forward, sweeping around the outside of car 207 through Brundle and Nelson, and then managing to pick up a few more places as well, and in fact got himself into the lead battle by the end of that opening stint. PLR Racing were also running pretty well. Ben Pitch and Neil Plimmer. And Ben Pitch, who started the car, and he eventually found himself battling with Christian Rose, finding a way through into Agostini. That was at the time for fourth position. At the head of the field, though, as I'd said, Uvio were not dropping the Vape Club with EDF car, and actually their battling allowed MJ Tech's Will Abraham to close in as well to make it a three-way fight for the lead as we came towards the end of the opening stint of racing. The MJ Tech car looked to have really good pace in it in the first part of the race, but despite making a move here for second position into Oggies, this was about the best we'd see really from car 249 over the remainder of the afternoon. They headed towards the first pit stop window, and the challenging for the lead, and Will Abraham tried the outside line heading into Rich's corner, swept through on the Uvio car and managed to break into the lead of the race, but that didn't last for all that long because Fabulous Randaccio wanted to get the place back. He launched to the inside into Wilson. That didn't quite work, but then there was a mistake for Will Abraham. He ran wide at Hamilton, and that actually allowed Simon Coles back through into the lead in the EDF car. Wasn't long though before Fabulous was back alongside him. He swept around the outside into Brundle and Nelson and managed to get through into the lead of the race. And that was a lead that Uvio would not relinquish for an awfully long time from that point onwards, despite the best efforts actually of Simon Coles, who at one point was on the inside of Rich's. There was contact made between the two of them, and in the end that was really the last challenge that we saw from Vape Club. They dropped back through the remainder of that particular stint. There was good battle going on between Christian Rose in the 158 car and the 257, which was started by John Perrott. They would be among the first cars to pick up penalties, though, for various reasons, most commonly speeding in the pit lane or exceeding track limits. Then there was the arrival of the Olympian with GRD car. Simon Rudd was now well and truly on their tail. And Simon Rudd was not wasting any time in carving his way through some of the battling towards the middle of the top 10. He then set off after the leading trio, Simon having a lot of fun, I'm sure, in that first part of the race, and caught Ben Pitch side through on the inside line and managed to move into podium contention. That meteoric rise to the front was not going to stop anytime soon. Skull Club, meanwhile, had been on a journey very much the other direction, slipping down the order after a promising start and making his way eventually outside of the top 10 was Russell Joyce, but they would have again bigger issues of a mechanical variety a little bit later on in the race. After the first round of pit stops, there was an issue for Gary Summers in the 158 car. He went off up at Wilson, did a bit of damage to the front splitter and had to limp around for a little while after that. But whilst the drivers further back had made pit stops, the leaders were still battling. Simon Rudd having now caught Fabulous Randaccio, trying his best to find a way into the race lead, but it was a lead that would not come easily. The Metrics car looked like it was going to be a factor for a top 10 before mechanical dramas took them out of the race altogether. We'd also lost seed data very early. Matt Hogg and Mike Devlin were out of the race after just 5 laps, but after the first round of pit stops, things started to take on a slightly different complexion. The Uvio car now had a big lead. EDF were there in second position. PLR were back into third, and Chris Devell was starting to slip down the order. He had briefly had the lead of the race, but only for a couple of corners after the pit stops, and then Uvio were back through in front. Plymouth had to defend, whilst Fueled Up Racing had a couple of moments throughout the course of the 4 hours as they explored and at times exceeded the limits of adhesion. Wave 9's 207 car was battling away with the 257 as well. 257 at this point of the race being driven by Stuart Kinner, who was the Masters entrant within that driver lineup, whilst GCI Racing were continuing to struggle after that knock that they'd had in the opening laps of the race. Put them down and really out of contention for a good result. Olympian, though, were then starting to march back forward again. Riley Phillips now in the car for the third stint of the race and managing to get himself up ahead of the PLR car. 107 had a spin at Wilson, and this began a brace of spins, slides and on-track incidents as the rain started to come in. Not heavy at any point, but just a little bit of drizzle across the track in the mid part of the race, which didn't really amount to an awful lot, but it did limit the grip levels for the drivers for a brief period of time. Riley Phillips, though, really didn't seem to be struggling with any lack of grip. He, by now, had caught up to the EDF with Vape Club with EDF Motorsport car, which was once again being driven by Simon Coles. Riley dived up the inside into Brundle and managed to make that move stick nicely. It was a clean move as he continued to march that car back towards the front. It was an entertaining mid-race battle between Ratters Racing and GCI Racing. GCI, as I said, soldiering on despite that damage to the back of the car. Whilst towards the front of the field, PLR Racing were now joining in with the battle with EDF and the Olympian car, which at this point now once again had Chris Devell at the wheel for his second and final stint of the day. PLR Racing put in a really, really strong performance today. They're both Ben Pitch and Neil Plymmer driving superbly and had an ongoing battle really with the Vape Club EDF car. At times they were ahead, at times they were behind, but always it was a close battle between the two. Well, right down until the final stint of the race. PLR managing to defend as the worst of the rain started to arrive. There was a sketchy moment with Gary Summers, who had a wobble right in front of them, but as these two were battling, so Chris Devell was able to stay with them. And this ultimately, you could argue, was the stint that won Olympian the race, because he was able to stay in touch with the leaders and didn't lose too much time at all. There was drama for the 207 Wave 9 car. That had fluid seemingly coming out of the back of it. Whether that was then related to the spin for Greenheath that happened moments later, we never were too sure. The Wave 9 car then stopped at Rich's corner before firing up and continuing on its way, and from what I'm saying, did eventually manage to finish the race as well, so they did a good job to limp that car back to the pit lane. Gary Summers was off again, but Williams this time, as the Morpheus Racing car, shared by Ted Bradbury and Neil Burrows, but actually sort of quietly on course for a decent result. They were actually on course for a top 5 at one point in the closing stages, before unfortunately things went wrong. Things were also going wrong for their teammate car. The 109 had already had a lengthy visit to the pit lane for mechanical issues, and then they had a spin out on the track at Agostini. GCI and Ratters Racing continued to run closely together, whilst the EDF car then started to run into some issues. They'd picked up a right rear puncture, a slow puncture clearly, because actually Vlad Vasiliev had not realised at first that that's what the issue was. Limped round onto another lap, only for the tyre to completely come away from the rim, and he had to limp home. But because some others had had issues, it meant that they were actually still able to salvage a really good result. It looked, though, as though that was going to allow MJ Tech through into 4th position, but in the end, they were also to fall by the wayside in the closing stages. Then it looked like major drama for Riley Phillips. He had taken the race lead at the final round of pit stops. It was the first time that the Olympian GRD car had led for any real period of time, and then he picked up some rubbing bodywork. Obviously some contact with a curb or a bit of scenery had done the damage. He continued on though, and when the pit stop was done for Uvia, they had to wait for Ted Bradbury's Morpheus car to be released into its path as well. And when they rejoined, the Olympian #1 car managed to creep through into the lead. It was only by the skin of their teeth, but then Riley Phillips put in a typical Riley Phillips stint. He extended the margin. He was 13 seconds up the road at one point and never really looked likely to lose that position. There was a change for 6th place as Ted Bradbury got at the inside of Paul Turner in the Greenheath car, managed to find a way through, with Turner ending up on the grass at Hamilton, and Riley Phillips nearly ended up on the grass coming through Rich's corner as well, as he negotiated the 158 Gary Summers driven car. It once again found itself in the thick of the action. Sadly though, Ted Bradbury was not to reach the checkered flag. The Morpheus car, for the 3rd race in a row, ran into mechanical dramas, but so crucially did MJ Tech. Scott Jeff pulling over at the side of the road with less than 5 minutes to go. He would eventually be classified, we believe, in 12th position, which will become a drop score, but will still drop them down in the championship rankings. It was a win, though, for Olympian GRD, a 3rd race victory on the bounce for Chris Devell, Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, the first 3-driver team, we believe, to achieve such a thing in Fun Cup Championship history. Well, a phenomenal race and a phenomenal performance for Olympian with GRD. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here to call the 6th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We are now ready, though, I believe, for podium presentation. So let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis with our podium presentation.
Thanks a lot, Andy, and welcome to our podium for round 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. First of all, as per tradition, can we please have a huge round of applause for all of our marshals, medics and officials? Okay, starting with our Masters podium. In 3rd place in the Masters class was Red River Sport. That's Bonamy Grimes, Gareth Williams and Johnny Molam. Congratulations, guys. Nice GT cap and some bubbles from Liz, and a and a trophy. Make your way up onto the podium, guys. In second place is Signature RV. That's Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. Well done, guys. So they make their way through the crowd. They received the cap, trophy, some bubbles from Liz as they make their way onto the podium. And your winner of the Masters class, they fought to the very end, and it's Team Greenheath. That's Gary Bate and Paul Turner. Huge round of applause for Gary and Paul, especially after their podium they received at Anglesey. They get the cap and the GT cap, some bubbles and nice trophy from Liz as they make their way onto the top step of the podium. Handshakes all round. If you can, guys, if you'd like to gather together for photos before you pop the champagne. Right, put your hands together for our Masters podium. Me. Right, our next award is our Team of the Day. Now, this has probably been one of our hardest decisions to make with Team of the Day. It was a toss-up between two teams, but this team literally stayed out of trouble all day. They had to do it as a pair. Put your hands together for Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith for Fueled Up Racing. Well done, guys. Absolute delight. Big hugs. Team of the Day, obviously sponsored by Joyce Designs. Make your way up onto the podium for photos. Have a quick photo on the podium, Paul and Wendy. There you go. Look forward for the photos that way, please. There we go. Put your hands together for our Team of the Day, Paul and Wendy Ellis-Smith. Okay, so now on to our overall top three, and what a race that we had. In third place, and a welcome back to the podium, was PLR Racing. That's Ben Pitch and Neil Plimmer. Congratulations, guys. They received their GT cap, some bubbles, and a trophy from Liz. In second place, and again, close, hard-fought race, was Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. It's the wonderful, fabulous Randaccio and Farchini. Well done, guys. So you receive hugs and trophies and some bubbles as they make their way up onto the overall podium. Now, this might need a loud cheer. Your winners making it their third win in a row, and as far as we're aware, one of our only triple drivers to do 3 wins in a row. It's Olympian GRD Racing. That's Chris Devell, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudds. Congratulations, guys, as they receive the GT cap, some bubbles and the trophy from Liz. So they're just making their way onto the podium. Gather on the top step for photos before you pop the champagne. Right, eyes forward, guys, for the photos, and then, right, boys, you know what to do. Can always rely on Team Greenheath to get stuck in with the champagne. Well, that's your overall podium for round 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Give yourself all a huge round of applause for a great weekend's racing here at Snetterton. Our 7th round will be on the 17th of August at Brands Hatch. So from down here, I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis, from Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal. These have been the Fun Cup, and we'll see you at Brands Hatch.